Надеюсь, оно работает. Так, а мне надо срочно менять прогнозы. Чел. Ну, я челу поставил. Если что. Звук у вас есть, а у вас нет звука.
Look at his collection.
Oh, we've seen Mr. Crimson Witness. Once again, Mr. Crimson Witness has come back again. He's getting his new pin for the year. You've been to every TI. Good to see you again. We'll do a longer piece with you in the crowd, but how's it feel to be first in line for the 14th year in a row?
14. I don't know about that. I do it so they don't have to.
Ah, that's good. Now, you guys said you pub together?
No. We met at ESL Birmingham last year.
Oh, Birmingham's a friendship made in Dota land?
Yes, it's possible.
What better advertising than that? You too can make friends if you go to these things. Gentlemen and gentlemen, hope you get the best seats in the house. Who do you want to win?
Well, I would have liked to Liquid to win, but
Well, you know, we all can get what we want.
now Nigma would be nice.
Yeah, baby, stars align. Let's go. All right, thank you very much. Hello, beautiful shirt there, the Hoodwink Burger, delicious. What's your name?
Anirudh.
How's it feel to be second in line?
Too bad. I mean, I wanted to be first. I woke up at 5. Kind of disappointed.
I'm so sorry. I really thought that was going to go a different way. Do you know these guys?
We all came together. We're from Berlin. Like, we have a pub stomp group.
I'm
from the US.
He tried to hide that, so that was a good effort from you. We're all from Berlin. Don't talk about that. It's all good. All right, sir, you excited to get in there?
Very excited.
All right.
Falcons. Ну, это точно так же, как у
Technically, you're
меня.
like 8th, so it's not that bad.
Still more
Можно.
bad.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Tsunabi, did you find someone?
I did.
Okay.
So this is a massive pub
Второй
stomp group,
прогноз.
and you've been to quite a few
Falcons,
events with this,
Extreme
like, what,
Falcons.
30-person group now?
Yeah, I think the group itself is it's
Ну, я
even
в это
bigger,
мало
but like
верю.
fewer
Значит,
people
Falcons.
just to come to watch it live.
And you guys are
Falcons
German
Extreme.
locals, so I need some German language tips on how I can hype up like a Dota crowd. Because I remember I did the Berlin major, and I was told it's something like "Was geht Berlin?" It was something like that.
Yeah, that's really good. That's already a good one. Like Was geht Hamburg always works, and I don't know, maybe I don't know. You want them to cheer and like be excited?
Yeah, like so. Let's say, what would I say to these guys if they're saying like, "Are you ready for TI? Are you ready for some Dota?"
Есть как
Seid
бы
ihr bereit?
ориентир.
Seid ihr bereit?
Bereit? Ja.
Bereit?
Seid ihr bereit?
Сколько
Let's test it. Let's see how many. Hey, how many Germans are in the crowd? Das be bereit? I don't think I got it. I tried. But then you're ready for your first ever international now?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
And you've got a little gift, I
I
say.
made you bracelets, like with the theme and everything. It says TI14.
Amazing.
Подожди,
Just
нет, мне надо как у
a
меня
small
сетку
sample. We gotta get you into the
выставить.
secret shop next time. But thank you very much. Enjoy the show. And I believe Slacks is down there.
Hey!
А, вот.
What do you
I
want?
found Tori! All right, you think you got a good
No,
bracelet?
no.
Tori said she made bracelets too. Give me that bracelet, Tori. Look at that, baby! That's gold! How's your
Слишком
bracelet?
близкий был.
Oh,
That's
green!
pretty good.
Green! Tori's the queen of bracelets! No competition from Tori! Thank you so much, Tori. You excited?
Yes.
Yeah, she said, please don't put me on camera. Please, please, please. What's your name?
Falcons.
Erwin,
All right, you here with Tori?
Ну, здесь плохие
why
эти
you guys here?
штуки.
to watch TI.
Yeah, who's gonna win?
Falcons.
Falcons is gonna win. The Falcon fan. How could they possibly beat Extreme Gaming, sir?
Because they have ATF.
Okay, the
Well, that
toxicity runs
Extreme?
well. Thank you so much,
That
Tori.
they
Very non-toxic.
Extreme?
Give him the bracelet. Where'd he go? Oh, he's found another one. All right, Tsunabi has another victim.
Extreme to
Tsunabi,
Extreme.
what do you got?
I've got a purple-haired person.
Oh, she's wearing a liquid jersey. Everybody point and laugh. Sorry, just kidding.
You know there's a hair dye meta at TI. You've seen it over the years, right?
I'm pretty sure they're following the other meta though.
Slacks, I found your people as well.
Hey, the boys! What's up, my bald brothers?
Who else
wait,
we
well,
got? The line
last
goes
one.
further.
I got one more over here. We've got a man ready to represent the heroic boys. We got the sign. We're out here. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing okay. And you?
I'm doing very good. Look at this. You even got their level 30s on there. Oh, my God. We got the meme Meepo right there. Fantastic. How do you think they will fare? Are you going to be cheering them through?
I think they are going to do like really good at this today, and they're going to win the TI for South America.
Okay, any other SA fans out here? We
You got
one.
another one.
Talk to that person over there. Yeah, she's very excited. All right. Yeah! Well, I sure hope you two are sitting next to each other for that one. But thank you so much, my friend. And with that, we have talked to many of the fans. Fans, can we get one more time for everybody at home what idiots they are for not coming? Let's hear it. Are you guys ready today? Oh, they're set. They're ready. Thank you very much, my friends. And we'll shoot it over to you guys. Back to the show.
Slacks and Tsunami always doing a great job of finding out all of our most dedicated fans that are out there. But everyone here showing up on a Thursday morning is just as dedicated, wants to watch all the Dota actions. Have you guys run into any other fans out there?
We were busy doing prep.
Okay, I wasn't. I ran into Tori, and she gave me my own friendship bracelet, by the way. Can I just give her another shout out? She was at TI last year as well, giving a bunch of them out. So big shout out to Tori. She's a massive fan, putting in a lot of dedication there. For you guys though, seeing some underdogs being cheered for there. Heroic making it to the top 8 and having some fans, getting some artwork out there, some signs. I can hear some of the cheers too.
Everyone wants to see Meepo.
That's what it is, you reckon?
I think people want to see Pudge. This is the only team willing to pick this guy.
Yeah, it would be really cool. Imagine if he predicted that Heroic's going to win TI with 5 heroes that he actually drew on that sign. That would be pretty amazing.
That guy's the Oracle, the true Oracle.
Yeah, no one was Oracle enough, though, to be able to predict the road to the International. We're going to have exactly what the Swiss bracket looked like a couple of days ago, all right? I know not everyone might have been watching, but you should have been, because there were a lot of upsets, a lot of game 3s, and a lot of 60-plus minute games. Anything that stands out for you, Jenkins, when you do reminisce back 3 days ago?
I mean, this just genuinely has been like the least predictable TI that has ever happened. The games have been absolutely incredible. We've seen a ton of like 60-plus minute games. You know, previous TI winners are out. Like, everybody is saying, and I 100% agree, that no matter who wins this year out of the top 8 that we have, like, it's going to be some Cinderella story, right?
Yeah, also the fact that Chinese Dota, are they back? You know, that's a really, really big question, you know, after the road to the International.
Yeah, they had 2 out of their 3 participating teams qualify to the International, make it to this top 8, and they were 2 out of 3 of the first teams to make it, right? We had Extreme Gaming go undefeated, Lacoste, Tidebound. They lost to Extreme and then ended up qualifying just the day after.
Yeah, they had a pretty rough year last time. TI 2024 was the first TI with 0 teams, Chinese teams in the top 4, and now they already have 2 in the top 8. Chinese Dota is definitely back.
China is in an interesting spot because, yes, they don't always make it to the grand finals, but in the last 26 tournaments, in the 5 grand finals they did make it to, they've won 4 out of 5 of them. So, like,
they just need to get there.
If they can get there, like, when China is dominant, it's really dominant. So, I don't know, it might be their year. We'll see.
Yeah, it could also be a patch thing. And I think this patch currently really favors their playstyle, where a lot of heavy team fighting Chinese teams have always put a lot of priority in that. So maybe this is their time, you know?
Yeah. Would you say, then, that Extreme Gaming are your favorites to win Winter, this TI?
Yeah, probably. I think they have a very favorable playstyle towards the patch, and they're doing really well. They boot camped in Europe for a month, approximately. I think that actually helped them a lot, because in SCA and in China region, it's really difficult to find scrims. And it's hard for you to figure out the meta. I think being here itself helped them a lot in the past month.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing that whole month lead up, because like Cost, there's been conversations on what is too much that you kind of feel yourself burn out in a way that you're almost over preparing, but then you have to find that line that you're not coming in under prepared either.
Yeah, you got to find that right balance, I would say, but it is also the reason why we are having such good games, where we're seeing such 60-minute games, we're seeing some of the new stuff coming out as well, is that we did hide the information from the public, what these teams are going to be playing, so there's a lot of new innovation, a lot of new stuff coming out, which I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, is there a specific team for you that has more of that innovation and therefore could potentially go further?
I would say Enigma Galaxy. This
Yeah?
is the team that I think a lot of got surprised with being in the top 8. They started pretty strong against the BB team and then losing 3 in a row. But this is a team that will get your heart pumped because they had played another series after that. They played another series after that, eliminating Navi, eliminating Aurora as well. And this is a team that has a lot of hidden strat. They're the only team that are willing to play heroes like Lone Druid. They're so far undefeated 2-0. And this is why Ghost is such a scary player. I like what he's been doing with some of these hero picks, but this is one of the plays that he did. I guess that's why he's called Ghost out of the invis. The bear attacks him, even forcing Miero to use a refresher, and he manages to get the kill. I love to see the gelling between the team. I feel like Enigma Galaxy right now are extremely hungry to win this whole TI.
Yeah, I think winning 2 elimination series as well, and whilst they went quite long, it felt like the games that they did win were just very dominating, and that Lone Druid pick being somewhat of a specialty for them too, no one else picking it up. But Jenkins, I haven't heard from you exactly which team is going to win in your eyes.
So I was spending a lot of time during the group stage watching player perspectives. Right? I was trying to get into like how does Satanic, for example, like how does he farm? How is he always top of net worth? And I saw a little kill that to me really represented like a champion mindset from this kid, because my question was like, in front of a crowd, can he perform? So there was a kill that I watched where he killed GPK solo, completely solo. And like the way that you have to think about this, the way that I would think about this is, imagine you're Satanic, right? For your entire life of playing Dota, GPK has been good. Like this guy is the Eastern European mid that even when his team is not good, he is still good in carrying his team. Like that name bears a lot of weight in that region. And in that clip, Satanic uses his BKB at the last frame before the enchant totem hits the ground. And he had a Kaya and Yasha, right? So it's not like there's some amount of time, like there's 25% less time in the cast time there. He's like calculating that. He has the instincts for that. Like this is insane to me. Like to kill a core in Dota is very difficult. To kill a core at TI in Dota is even more difficult solo. To kill GPK of all people, this is insane to me.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to see. That question still pertains, right? Because there's only a handful of times we've seen people come into their very first TI and win it. So
there's some notable names there, yeah. You know,
Sure.
you got the Thompsons of the world. We'll see with him. Because I do think that the team around him is playing really well. They're actually doing a lot of things that Extreme Gaming are doing when it comes to team fighting, where they take very interesting fights. I remember seeing one clip where P-Vision, they were like 3v5 at the Roche pit. I saw no one epicenter, BKB, jump into the Roche pit, instantly TP out. And it's one of those things that as a Dota player, you're like, what is he doing? Why would you BKB TP? Boom, 9 class steals the Aegis. They trade 1 for 1. They don't lose the game because they got the Aegis in this play. And it's like, somebody made this call to take a fight, but not really take the fight, right? It's something which is like, if you're a more skilled Dota player, it's kind of complicated to do. It's not just committing or not committing. It's like some gray area in between. So in terms of fighting, I think P-Vision is exceptional as well. They're on the level of Extreme Gaming right now.
I feel like you're really selling, the plays there for them, the story around them. But I do think that it is fair for people to have those questions. It's first times. You're going to be first times out on this stage as well for a lot of those players. 3 of them, in fact. But there's players that are veterans here. There's players that have won before. We're going to have a look at exactly who are still multiple TI winner hopefuls for us after having such a cutthroat road to the international. We say goodbye to 8 teams and also a lot of 2-time hopefuls. So right now, Tidebound, Tundra, Enigma Galaxy, and Falcons, they're the only team that have potential 2-timers, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is very interesting. You can see, the old Tundra squad as well, Skeeter, Snaking, and Saxa being on the same team. You see the combination between Team Liquid, the EG with the Sumail. The King is back. The uncrowned King is back as well. Ame, he wants the crown. But yeah, also the Chinese players as well. I'd say they've been very hungry. Last time they won TI was TI6. OG kind of had to ruin it because we had West, then we had Chinese team winning. OG, we were too good at the time, kind of ruined the perfect sequence that we did have. But yeah, I could definitely see somebody being crowned again as a TI champion.
Yeah, well, there is still one person as well that could potentially be our very first 3-time TI winner. That's, of course, 33. He's still left in the tournament. All of our other potential 3-peats were unfortunately eliminated when we had to say goodbye to both Aurora and Spirit there.
Yeah, hope the stars align for him. I can't wait to ask if he's going to change his nickname to 333.
I love
Oh, you think you should add another one?
I love that this is just Spirit and 33. Like, essentially, this is the 2-time Spirit. It's so funny.
No, it is. It's a lot of fun to look at it when you see it there. And it was really sad to have to say goodbye to the potential of getting more competition of the repeats, right? It was nice to see such a full graphic of those 3-timers that could have been, but they weren't playing up to par. We had to say goodbye to them, which I think were... It's a mix of fan favorites, but also kind of player favorites. Everyone thought Spirit were coming in really strong, and
yeah, I think we had like 70% of the people predicting that Team Spirit is going to be winning TI, and guess what? You people were wrong, so were I, because they looked way too good coming into TI. This is the squad that we talked about being one of the most resilient teams in the world when they're trying to close out the game against Team Spirit, but something just didn't click. I didn't feel them being as hungry, and some small mistakes were definitely made, but I'm sure this team will bounce back.
Yeah, they like lost their last 6 matches in a row or something before getting
not what happens usually.
No,
it's really surprising because the patch kind of feels like it's going to favor their kind of play style. They are very similar to Extreme Gaming, where they play for the late game, they're really good in team fights, and not doing well here is really very, very hard to take, if you're a Team Spirit fan.
To be fair, not to make excuses for, the previous TI winners, but like Spirit and Liquid, the way that they got eliminated in their series, like the first game, both games went over 60 minutes. And I understand that's happening a lot these days, but like the games are very close. I think the level of competition has just never been higher in this game.
I would agree with that, but also the way that the format played out too just led into we had to say goodbye to some of those teams. It was kind of inevitable. We've only got a top 8 here performing at the International, so we were going to have to say goodbye, of course, to 8 teams. And you've talked about, Winter, whether you thought this patch was going to favor them, but I want to see what heroes have been favored this patch, right? We want to see who's the most successful, who's been played the most, because that's something other teams are going to be looking at. They've had a couple of days now to really reflect on the road to the International. That was such an intense 4 days for them. Now they get those 3 days break, and for our most picked heroes, it's really heavily support leaning here with the Disruptor, Bane, Pugner, and Snapfire.
I mean, the heroes here have one thing in common where they have catch and they're really good at the team fights, So basically what's happening right now is you have to play the map. Maybe you don't have a good start, but you're still going to be farming on the corners of the map, so it requires you to have heroes that can catch the enemy heroes because you can't take a direct team fight. But when you are strong enough, the heroes that can take a direct team fight is obviously also going to be very, very preferred because team fights are very, very important, especially around the objectives, Tormentor, the Wisdom Shrine, everything, So team fight is, I think, the name of the game other than Helm.
Yeah, these are all lane bullies, pretty much, all these supports. Disruptor, Pugna, Bane, Snapfire, and all 3 of those heroes have been picked, you know how many times? 33. I think this is a sign.
It's his year.
It might be the sign.
I love how into numerology Lacoste is. He's like, I'm just gonna, all the numbers, they just seem to meld together.
This is the astrological
Yeah,
TI.
Mercury is in retrograde.
It is definitely
now,
in retrograde, yeah.
What star sign are you, Lacoste?
I don't even know.
Let's have a look at our most successful heroes, though. Let's get back on track. Let's keep talking about something we all know, we all want to hear more about. And this is a little bit different, right? Our most picked were the supports favoring, but for our most successful, with over 10 games so far here in the International, Road to International, is favoring the cause with a question mark because of that Alchemist.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room here, guys.
That Shadow Fiend is so broken.
No, everybody's
the other
thinking
one
it when they see it. This 9-class Alchemist, I was trying to figure this out. It looked so complicated the way that P-Vision was playing it. Like, this is something that just does not work in pubs, because every time 9-class would clean up some farm somewhere, some core on P-Vision would go and basically act as a support somewhere else. Like they had, and it was never the same core. Like you couldn't duo queue with a buddy and have them kind of act as a core that's supporting. It was whatever core it was convenient for. They were weaving in and out of okay, 9-class, you can have my farm.
I mean, imagine being DM, in this sort of game, it's...
But the thing is,
it works.
It wasn't just DM. It was okay, DM in the laning phase. Don't get me wrong. That guy gets grief, bro. But it was the other cores outside of the laning phase. It just looked like such a complex strategy to play against, which is why I understand why teams are just straight up banning it. They're like, we don't want to play against a team that does this. It's just so weird.
You're a P-Vision enjoyer, though, so I want to hear from Lacoste and Winter as well what they feel about it, right? Because you think they're going the way, Jenkins. So you're you're going to hype it up. It's done well, but I want to know if you guys are split, if it's the same as the win rate, if you're 50-50 on this hero.
Well, I think the thing with the ALP as a support is you have to kind of help the support get a good game. So you need to pick an offlaner that enables your support, and usually it's the other way around. You pick a support to enable your core. But in this instance, you kind of have to adjust that, and like Andrew mentioned, DM is kind of already used to it at this point. I have to play for my support. He's the core, I'm the support for the first 10 minutes. And it works out for them, and especially because of the lack of information, you don't get to see what your opponents are practicing right now. So I think this actually helps them a lot in developing all this new tech, so to speak.
They've been called out to be playing dishonest Dota throughout the years, ever since 9class started to kind of this trend where he's playing this position for Slark, something that he's on completely opposite side of the map, going for the careers, just not playing Dota, playing for vision, being very annoying, forcing any kind of rotation from the enemy team. He shows on the map for a brief second to try to force a rotation, and then he goes away. Like, this is very difficult to deal with, especially in this current meta where we have Helm of the Dominator being the core item, so he's also building into that item, and also being able to cut the waves and just be even more annoying than he was before.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think there is honest Dota anymore. I don't think this exists. Since the Facets patch, like when we looked at the most picked heroes, like just consider Snapfire for a second, right? That hero used to be kind of honest. Now you're getting a talent where you get 2 cookies, you're going for the Aghanim's Shard, and you're one-shotting creep waves. It's like there are all of these gimmicks. People are eating the Helm Dom creep and then throwing it in with the Gobble Up. It's like, this
also, the range on Gobble Up is insane, too. That also doesn't feel like honest Dota.
This is not honest.
I mean, Snapfire has got to be one of the more honest ones in the current
Out of those heroes, Bane is sleepwalking heroes into towers. Like, we play a very complicated game.
Yeah, but nothing is dishonest if everything is dishonest,
That's the Dota mentality. That is absolutely true.
It definitely does ring true with it. And so that's the shaping up right now of the heroes we're most likely going to be seeing, whether that's being picked, whether that's going to be banned. But we want to see exactly where our teams are now lined up, that we have our top 8. We are, of course, going to have everyone starting off in this upper bracket. It feels like after such a grueling 4 days of the road to the international, it is only fair, Lacoste, right? These matchups are so close. You're going to have all 8 teams up there. And then, of course, we can talk about our schedule when exactly they're going to be playing. But is there a matchup that you think isn't so easy to predict if you were in your Dota client and trying to look in your predictions right now?
I think there's a lot of them. I would say Tidebound against Falcons is going to be a very close one. China is definitely on the rise, and Falcons also playing pretty much their own style of Dota. They're really not building into that Helm of the Dominator the way they did eliminate Team Spirit as well. Didn't buy a single Helm of the Dom in that game, in both of these games as well, but they looked very dominant. We talked about the meta being, some of the longer games as well. This is where Team Falcons really shines.
Would you say that Falcons is an honest team?
No.
In this tournament, would you say that they're an honest team?
No.
They just play their own dishonest Dota.
Exactly.
Well, that was our schedule there. Our day is closing off with BB up against Enigma Galaxy. We got that Tidebound Falcon series you guys talked about. Of course, second is going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. And to start us off, it is going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. All of the games, in my eyes, are a must-watch, a tune-in. But for you, Jenkins...
I mean, I gotta go P-Vision Heroic.
Yeah, I knew you were.
But the thing is, because also, on the other side, you have Heroic, which I think has surprised a lot of people. Like, they are playing this chaotic, fundamentally South American Dota. Like, it's so good to see it back. Like, Schofield and Whisper are playing Pudge Clockwork offlane. Like, this is some griefing stuff that your friends are playing in unranked, where it's like, we're not going to win anyway. We're going to play Pudge Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, they're also Heroic side. They're on an 8-game win streak so far as well. So there's those things that you have to think about that's coming into that series.
Oh, they got momentum for sure.
100%. And of course, those heroes that you mentioned there for P-Vision, but that's not the one that we're going to be starting on. It's going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. And so I think it's only fair that before we get into TI, before we get into all those nitty-gritties, we talk about them, just exactly how we can expect this to go, because Tundra having a stand-in that position 5, Whitemon not here with them, Toby instead, and Extreme Gaming being our 4-0 team, undefeated.
Yeah, Tundra kind of lost the formula. The formula is 4 players plus 1 SEA player.
I wanted to ask about that as the Southeast Asian expert, of course. I feel like Whitemon is potentially the best position 5 in the world. I think a lot of people have held this opinion. If there's one person that you are going to replace him with, I feel like Toby has been the stand-in of the year. He has proven that he is a genuinely very good position 5. People ask, well, why is he not on a team? It's because he's switching to position 5 this year, right? He's learning, but he's learning at a crazy pace, and I feel like he's having a lot of impact in these games.
Yeah, he also has a very wide hero pool right now, and considering he just swapped over for about a year, it's really, really impressive,
Do you feel like making that change is easy? Is making any change in Dota ever easy, really?
I think from the off lane to position 5, some of the things are kind of overlapping in terms of the item builds, because sometimes on position 5 you build like support items, like aura items to help your team. That's kind of something you do on the off lane as well. Whereas if you compare like switching from mid, say, to carry, I think would be quite different. It's a lot of the things that you do don't really connect to each other.
It definitely depends on the heroes, right? And like Toby's known for like Venomancer off lane, right? Like that's a position 5. So I feel like there was enough that he could play his specialty heroes as position 5 just to start out, and then learn how to play the other heroes by first learning the role, playing his specialty heroes, and then switching into the other heroes.
Yeah, this guy has the most deaths out of any player, average number of deaths.
He went there. He went there. I was trying.
But in a good way. These are tactical deaths that he's providing vision for the team. It does allow rest of the team to play extremely well. Like you're killing position 5, but you're really not getting the value out of it because he's collecting the info where the enemies are. And I think Toby has been doing a very good job at making sure that he is securing the lane for Crystallis, because they've been winning most of their lanes.
I mean, look at the team that he's playing with. It's Tundra. Like, these are some of the greediest cores, depending on like what they're playing. If it's like BZM Invoker mid or something like that, offlane Doom, like you need somebody that's running in and just dying for that team.
Yeah, I think so too. And he was like a sacrificial offlaner, doing a lot of things for your cause. Now you're playing a sacrificial position 5, doing a lot of things.
I would argue that's actually better, because now you're not doing it on a core role. So he has a least amount of negative impact on the game for your team.
Yeah. The inverse, though, in their opponents, Extreme Gaming, it just feels like they're winning these lanes. They're coming together earlier as a group. In Winter, there's no really stopping what they're trying to achieve. The number advantage almost always is in favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, they're definitely a very, very tough team right now. I think there's like some kind of heroes that you probably have to think about when you're playing against them. But overall, it's very, very difficult to play against them in a game, because they're just so good at the team fights and outmaneuvering you on the map.
Yep, and I think it's worth mentioning, we're talking about position 5s. X-Nova has the world record for D wards over all TIs. Like this guy...
Which TI is that?
All TIs.
Oh, right, so like...
He has the world record.
I see.
He's the record holder. So if you're talking in terms of D-warding, like this guy's the best support in the world for it. Vision game, he will win.
Okay. We can hear a little bit better of a countdown going on. Yeah, it's a loud one, right? The horn, Lacoste, do you remember what the horn signifies here at TI?
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time.
It's definitely time, guys. It has been 14 years since we had an international in Germany. The very first one. Yeah, it's massive, right? We're back here in Germany again. It has been an unpredictable road to the international so far. I'm sure that journey is going to continue. There's going to be a lot more action. And whilst we've talked a lot about things that have happened and what will come, the one thing I know for certain is that it feels not official yet, that we almost need to open the new chapter on our 14th international.
Ну что, пацаны, добро пожаловать, welcome.
Some call it fate, others destiny. A meridian that spans the course of cosmic history. Vesting all that was and all that will be. hissing the spark of creation across the eons into the unseen eternity.
Анонс, что ли, какой-то? Или чё? Или это просто открытие? Просто говорят, якобы будет какой-то анонс. New Hero, там все дела. Ну, вопросикс. Кстати, игры уже скоро стартуют. Я понимаю. У вас, кстати, как стрим показывает? Интересно. Не, так, мы ждем, получается, вот эту штуку. Мне нужно открыть раздел шмотка. Как это сделать? Конкорд Доминион. Она
When the course of fate's meridian is broken, when an inflection point arrives, those who see the true shape of the system might step forward to defy all forces of opposition, to inscribe their own names into the cosmic record, and decide for themselves the course of things to come. The Aegis of Champions. It shines like a beacon, daring us to meet the magnitude of the moment, to join a constellation of greatness, to reach for a horizon beyond which only dreams can see. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred, the triumphs we still celebrate, the legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. And now introducing the finest Dota teams in the world. Heroic! Vision! Team Tidebound! Team Falcons! BB Team! Nigma Galaxy! Tundra Esports! Extreme Gaming!
Hi, I'm Gabe Newell. 14 years ago, we held the first international in Cologne, Germany. For me, that first international was awesome. It was awesome to see the skill of the players and the enthusiasm of the community. Before that first international, I really enjoyed the game. But after the international, I loved the game. It's not just the game I love, but the community. Sure, people talk shit at me in chat, and about once a week, people say, hey, noob, uninstall the game and but that's really about their enthusiasm for the game and the energy that they bring. And that's why, after all these years, I still play Dota every day. Now we're back in Germany once more to cheer and celebrate again. Oh man, wäre das ein Spaß. To all the Dota fans who've been with us from day one, to those of you who've joined us along the way, and to any of you who are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the International.
Красава.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man. Thank you so much, Gaben. Welcome to the International 2025 Hamburg!
The International started here in Germany in 2011, and in the past 14 years, we have witnessed some of the most iconic moments in esports, and along the way, inscribed 55 different names onto this Aegis. And no matter who wins here, I can guarantee that at least 3 new names are going to be added to the list.
Absolutely. So, no, I mean, nobody could have predicted the teams here today. Literally, none of you guys predicted it. Scientifically proven. Not a single one of you bastards. But anyway, it should be one hell of a TI. We're talking 60-minute games, almost every game. We're going to game 3 all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is shaping up to be one of the greatest TIs of all time, baby!
Missing on that road, and that is you. So crowd, Barclays Arena, are you ready? Then let's get the International 14 underway.
The biggest question is my panel ready? Are the viewers at home also ready for what's about to unfold? Because now it's official. Nothing like an opening ceremony, a message from Gabe himself to really get the emotions running and the pressure on Winter.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just going to feel a lot of the heat, but at the same time, we always tell the players, just play the game, don't think about everything else. You have to block out everything and just focus on your duties in the game.
I think you could see it on a lot of their faces, honestly. Like, look at Sumail. Sumail was locked in, dude. There's a crowd of 5,000 people here. He was not looking anywhere. He was in the zone.
He was like envisioning the Dota game in front of him.
And they went crazy for Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy and Extreme Gaming. But I also liked the way Ame looked. He was fully focused. Like, I don't think he was just seeing that Aegis, fully focused on it. He wants to lift it.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely has to be one of the more locked-in players, right? Because even though all 8 teams are playing today, he's up first, right?
I mean, he definitely knows a thing or two going to the last day, you know? So he is definitely going to want to change the story this time.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's also why he, was locked in the way that he was. The rest of his team as well, though, also standing up there with him, Jin-Q. You can't look past Jin-Q and how cute he looked up there.
You can't. The whole team is so important. But we will talk about Ame because so much of the game is through him. I think there's an understanding of the meta that this team has that other teams in the break needed to look at to see what they're doing. In this meta, you have a lot of heroes that you just can't commit to a fight. There's Silencer, there's Dawnbreaker, there's Dazzle, there's all of these heroes where it's you jump in and they get saved, right? The way that XG takes team fights is they have that vision advantage we talked about with the X-Nova dewarding, and then boom, Ame jumps in on one of these big burst heroes, kills one hero, and then they back off. They play as a complete unit, but in order to do that, in order for them to do those back off plays, he has to be these burst heroes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see other carry players adopting the Ame heroes into their pool.
The toughest thing is you're saying the players they've had this time, they should have gone back and looked at what Extreme Gaming were doing. But the thing is they played the least amount of series and one of the least amount of games as well, Lucas. So where are you even beginning to look at how to break down such a dominant team?
You need to shut down Ame. In all 10 games that they did play, they last pick his hero. So this is their win condition. And one of the reasons why Jenkins was talking about that Ame has this explosive game, he's playing these explosive heroes that can go in, can shut down pretty much anyone. The burst, because we're seeing a lot of these longer fights, we're seeing a lot of these longer games as well. Extreme Gaming is a team that is a bit slower on the side. Like they have 3 games over 60 minutes. They did play that 78-minute game against Falcons, which they did win. They did win all 3 of those games. So a bit of a slower team compared to Tundra, who is a bit of a faster team.
I think they're slow because they pick and choose their fights really well. And they always have like multiple ways to win a team fight. It's not just like one condition. It's they give themselves enough conditions that if they get the vision, if they see an opening, that they can actually take it. But that requires like an insane amount of synergy between the players on the team and trust.
I mean, on top of that, I don't really feel like it's just them being slow. I think the meta is slower as well. So it's not like they're intentionally trying to play slow. Like the game just feels more natural when you're being more patient, taking the objectives, and you have team fight. You don't really worry so much about, oh, if I lose the lane, I don't have anywhere to go on the map because the map is just so big right now.
I think the map is big, and also let's just like once again, there's a lot of elephants in this
in
room.
the room,
that we need to talk about. When there's like 2 Dominator creeps running around cutting creep waves, like yeah, it takes a while to push towers. There's no creeps taking the backdoor protection off. You have to kill the creep first, then get a creep wave to the tower, then push the tower. This is a 3-step process. It's not exactly easy.
I mean, it kind of incentivizes heroes that can kill off the creeps, right? You've been saying to me that that's why Nature's Prophet's good, because you can kind of TP in from anywhere and you can kill the creep, deal with the problem, without moving too many heroes to one side of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you TP globally, like you also mentioned it, that the heroes that can actually kill the creep are carries, and you don't want your carry wasting a very long cooldown TP scroll to go somewhere and kill the creep. So a hero like Nature's Prophet that can just do it for free on a 20-second cooldown, like that's great. And by the way, the creep can't get a Quelling Blade. It can't get out of Sprout. So that's really nice. Another reason that Nature's Prophet is overpowered. There's not enough of those in today's day and age.
Well, look, who really knows, right? Sometimes we think something is overpowered, we let it through, we don't actually see the result we expect, and something we can expect, though, is for our series to start very soon. We've already seen our teams out on stage, but now we want to welcome them to the stage. We want to bring them out, put them in those booths, and of course, we're going to start with our very first team, Extreme Gaming.
We're back.
Extreme Gaming!
And we're back.
Our only undefeated team coming out of the road to the international playoffs. 4-0 series wins here. The uncrowned king leading his team to the booth. One of the longest game lengths we've seen at a TI as well. Will they change? Was the 4-day break in their favor or against it? The biggest questions are still up for grabs. And the biggest thing that I really want to know is their opponent also ready to take the stage?
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Ебать, Сакса очень крутой саппорт.
Tundra Esports.
А чё они... А, я забыл анимацию включить. Я все это время был статичный, пацаны. Ладно, бывает. Ждем первой крови, ребят. Ебать, я дерганый.
Winner there in 33. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot these players
Сколько просмотров собрало?
I have to ask my panel here just exactly where we can put our expectations.
33. One of the greatest, if not the greatest mind of Dota that we ever had, because this guy is going to try to break the game. We saw it during TI 2022 when they won it with Tundra, the right back. Now we're seeing the same thing with potentially this Helm of the Dominator strat that they've been running very successfully with this BZM Invoker that they did win every single game. He builds into Helm, he builds into Drum's Alacrity, then you have another Helm from the offlane, plus potentially a pipe, and they know how to close out the games quickly.
If there's any player that I really trust when it comes to like breaking down
it's this guy.
his own team and like how strong they are in the current meta, it's 33. You know, he has said that they in the past few patches they've kind of struggled to find an identity. And they didn't perform as well as what we just saw on the screen there in their hugely dominant first year. But in this tournament, it looks like they have found an identity. They're picking SK again. They're picking Earthshaker mid. I feel like this team is really successful when they have scaling heroes, when they're able to pick scaling heroes on all of their cores. And it's because they're a bunch of specialty players, right? You have the BZM Invoker that we just talked about. They've got Crystallis on all of his level 30 Dota plus carries. Like, if they can play a meta where all of the roles can scale, then they can pick the best hero in the best position and then give that to the scaling player and then win the game through that way. So I think the meta really favors Tundra right now, and I think they know it as well.
Yeah, and if you're comparing the matchups, like XG is a little bit slower than Tundra. I think Tundra is really good at hitting specific timings with their heroes, and using the Helm of Dominator, I think they are probably going to be able to try to stop the game from going too long, where it enters Extreme Gaming's territory, and I think they have a really, really good shot here at doing that in the current meta and how everything is really revolving around the Helm of Dom and the auras right now.
Yeah, I think another strength for them as well as we talk about, you know, the fact that Toby's standing in, they just kind of have to find that flow for themselves. It's a little bit of a change up, but this is technically the 5th new player they've had on their roster since last TI, right? There's been a lot of changes, a lot of iterations, and I think a lot of the time that actually favors Tundra quite a lot. It keeps a lot of things fresh for them. I think it's a lot of effort and a lot of stress on their coach Moon, where we haven't really turned eyes to yet.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I remember when Dyrachyo was playing with Tundra, and my first thought was like, how is this going to work? Dyrachyo's crazy, man. That kid is nuts. Playing with 33, one of the most calm, cool, collected guys. And then seeing them together, it's like the jokes that 33 was making with Dyrachyo, they're not PG. I can't even say them here, you know? And it's like he switches his personality to make his players comfortable. Like, genuinely, I know we always talk about 33 as like one of the greatest minds of all time, one of the greatest offlaners of all time, but he's also one of the greatest captains of all time, like integrating players into the team. So I think if there's any team that's going to win with the stand-in, it's either Liquid, they're out, or Tundra.
What about Extreme Gaming? They have a stand-in too. X-Nova, I think a lot of people are kind of glossing over that right now. He did play with them in their previous tournament, which was a whole month ago, but he was a stand-in there. So right now, we're seeing this team going undefeated winter, and then we're also forgetting that they do have a new player on their roster too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, X-Nova, he's not like a new guy, you know, for them. They've played together before, and on top of that, I felt like the synergy that he has with Army is probably better than when Army was playing with Polson, because they're both very different players.
Ну, я бы купил на Трента какого-нибудь.
I think more defensive, like in a way where he protects the core a lot more, so you see a lot more smoke.
Но с Инкинга теперь Кримсонки подходят.
Just trying to make sure Army can farm, whereas when they were playing with Polson, they were playing more for the kills and trying to attack the enemy more, you know.
It's like Morana every game, like that sort of thing. Like distracting on the other side of the map and then making sure it sometimes doesn't work.
That kind of feels better, you know, for the Army's playstyle to work, you know, where you're just sitting back and just waiting for your timings.
So you think he's hitting timings better because of this slight change up in which position 5 he's landing?
I don't think position 5 is a slight change up. Out of all the 5 roles, I think if you were to have a stand-in to swap a role, and it's easy to adjust is the mid lane, because you don't have to interact with your side lane, your duo, you know. I think when you change a duo, it takes time to get used to the other person. The other person has different habits, you have to learn it, the way he speaks is different. So there are a lot of things that comes into play.
You said that Tundra did change a lot of players throughout the year, but one thing they didn't change is the offlane duos. Like, this is the stable for a good reason, and whenever we talk about the offlane duos, this duo comes to mind to a lot of people because they have been so stable throughout the years as well. Saxa and 33, I don't think it gets better than this. When you're laning against them, this might be the most difficult duo in Dota to lane against, because they will always try to find something, try to break the game. If you're playing into unfavorable matchup, you will find a way how to play it.
Exactly. I mean, look at these top 3 offlane combos, right? Like, a lot of these heroes are gimmicky. They will find farm in some way. You know, 33 playing Darkseer farming stacks, Sand King farming stacks. These are all stack farmers, essentially. And I totally agree. I think the most annoying thing about playing against 33 and Soxa is that even if they have a bad lane, like heroes that are not good at laning together, they still find some way to farm by cutting creep waves, you know, putting a sentry ward in the tier 2 to aggro the first wave of creeps so they get a lane advantage. There's always some sort of trick that they can pull out to get a good lane.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well, I think for the draft and for the overall strategy, a lot of the plays start on your offlaner, right? If your offlaner gets a really good start, it becomes very easy to play the map because your carry will just gate and gank, the lanes push in, the Karti's coming in, you take the tower, everything feels natural, right? So I think a lot of the game starts from the offlane, so you have to really have like a foundation of the draft and strategy based on your offlaner. That's why they don't want to change things too much in that regard.
Yep, and he's very familiar with building Helm of the Dominator / Overlord. Even on the heroes when it was not popular, he was always playing like these micro heroes, his Visages, his Broodmothers, Lycans, Beastmasters, and I gotta say, I've been very impressed with his Doom as well, because he's building it the Helm of the Dominator as well. And this is the word that we're going to be saying quite a lot, because this is something that is kind of OP right now. It is a bit imba, but you do go for another aura, and then you get an aura, you eat the creep, so you have 2 auras, and then you can get maybe a pipe from the offlaner as well if necessary.
I mean, the thing is, you call him an offlaner, but is he an offlaner? He just feels like another carry in the game.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Like, Dota is just so different right now. There's like just side laners and mid laners, and even the supports feel kind of similar in what you actually do. There's like no specific role for the 4 and 5. You just do what it feels right in the game. You know, you build items if you need to build items. It's no longer like, oh, you're position 5, you're not allowed to farm. This is your quota for the game, and you can't exceed it, you know.
I mean, especially with the games going the length that we're seeing it, right? I feel like this average of 55 minutes, you almost want your support to start looking towards that later game for themselves.
You have the license to farm, basically.
Yeah, you want some sort of scaling plan.
Yes.
Something to
and
get
one of the supports.
Something to get to the late game, and then to actually use the fact that you're in the late game. I would like to propose, we've talked a lot about the side lanes. I would like to propose we go to the mid, because...
Look, I'll let you do that.
It's a formal proposal.
When it's more important, because right now, the thing that is important for us is the fact we are getting our very first TI Series Game 1 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports Game 1.
Let's see what these teams have been brewing over the last few days. If we're going to see a shift in what is popular, what works winter, and just exactly if the teams want to start changing up their priority for pick order, where we feel the importance on that is.
Yeah, talking about pick order, I kind of feel like it's easier to be on the first pick side because of the overall, I think even in the first phase, the bans, because you have the last ban and you go into your first pick, I think that's kind of nice to have. And obviously also the 18th pick, which helps you decide your overall strategy. I kind of like to be on the first pick side more, because nowadays teams are really good at banning out heroes that are really good for you. So you rarely see like, oh, that's a really good 24th pick, you know, overall last pick that actually just going to win them the game, you know.
And something to touch upon is you talked about the games going long. You want to have this position 5 that really scales well into the late game. There's this one guy, one hero that is the most picked hero of the tournament, and that's Disruptor. He has the most amazing Aghanim Scepter upgrade in the game, which can turn the whole game around. So that's why we're seeing it being picked so much, because once you get to that timing, you always know that you have some kind of a play that can turn the whole fight around.
Oh, there you go. That's the first Helm hero here. Right now, Beastmaster. Very, very oppressive hero if you give him a good lane.
This does leave Nature's Prophet in the pool. There's some very strong heroes that are still left in.
I mean, you're definitely thinking about...
Monkey King is also there.
The lane, you know, I think you want to give Beastmaster a hard time, you know, when you open up the draft with Beast, you definitely want to at least consider slowing him down for the start so that his aura items come up slower.
Is this Beastmaster more straightforward for a team of Extreme Gaming? Because we know others are willing to flex it between that mid or that off lane. Does that archetype also fit to them?
Probably not so much, I think, for Extreme. I think to them it's mostly going to be
the off lane?
Yeah, the off lane hero. Whereas right now we are seeing this Lycan and Beastmaster. I mean, the story of the tournament, right? All the Helm heroes coming out early and you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, this is definitely going to be one interesting game in the Battle of the Helms.
Both teams have picked the Helm hero. Now both teams need to pick the counter
Anti-Helm,
to
yeah.
the Helm hero. You need both.
Or do you just go, as long as we have more Helm heroes than them, we'll win?
I mean, it's also the supports, right? You see the opening picks and you're definitely thinking what supports works well with Beast, what enables the Beast, and what enables the Lycans, you know, because both sides are probably going to be looking at similar heroes to pick for the laning phase, and this is going to be an interesting one. Like, what do you ban out? And with Tundra coming out to pick first in the next phase, they're going to have the upper hand in picking the support they want.
I really like the Pugna Beastmaster matchup. I feel like even if Beast does end up going for the Aghanim Scepter build, like decrepping and healing the hero who gets roared is always a very good counter, and this is a hero that Toby has been playing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like a hero like Wyvern, which didn't really get picked much. I was kind of surprised that the hero didn't get a lot of spotlight because it seems like
It's definitely good.
It's good now, right?
It's a strong hero. With the recursive facet, I see a lot of... Or actually, people
even
want
with the
all
other one.
facets.
Yeah, even with the defensive one on the towers, I think.
Healing the towers, yeah.
Yeah, that is also a really good option because it gives your core damage, you know, when you come out of the core embrace.
Yeah, yeah.
Supports don't really like to play, I would say, in this meta. No, especially after seeing two of the openers. You have Beastmaster with all the summons. You have Lycan as well. You got to be building into defensive. Like, you got to start thinking about. I think Pugna is a really good suggestion kind of for both teams. But Lycan, he also builds into relatively early nullifiers, so it makes it almost impossible for supports to play the game. This is why this hero is so aggressive. He has a really good timings as well.
Yeah, that's why it's really important to pick a good lane matchup into the Lycan. You really need to slow him down as much as you can, and SD is the first one that comes out. Really good counter towards the Beast, you can save the Raw, and he's also one of those heroes where he can kind of defend the tower against the Helm because he can wave shove. And wave shove is also something that's really, really important if you're playing support nowadays, because if you can't wave shove, you're talking about the game going long and you can't farm and you can't scale. And this is one of the better scaling supports, if not the best scaling supports in the game right now.
Why is it one of the best?
Yeah, because of the Axe and because of the BKB piercing disable. Like, if you're a carry, right, and you see SD, you're like, oh, I can't play Lifestealer, I can't play Ursa, you know, Omni can, but it's going to be very hard.
There's the Wyvern.
Yeah, there we go. Winter Wyvern here. It's a very, very good hero against the Lycan. I mean, for obvious reasons, you counter him with the ulti, you counter with the Cold Embrace. Nullifier doesn't work against the Cold Embrace. Interested to see which facet actually he goes for. I would probably prefer the defensive one more.
I mean, I will say it's not a totally free Wyvern game, though. SD, you can save from Wyvern ulti.
Yep.
But I think the reason that Extreme is picking it is not necessarily just for the Winter Wyvern ult. It's, like you guys mentioned, it's for the heal and the save, right?
You defend the towers as well.
Yeah, just delaying kills a little bit by preventing the physical damage, and then also delaying the tower push that Lycan is inevitably going to bring against you.
You know, one of the biggest counters to Wyvern is a hero we haven't really seen, I think, Skyra. Cold Embrace and you put your ulti on top.
That hero's legitimately good.
Yeah, he's in an okay spot. I think any kind of magic damage that's going to be coming out from Tundra is going to be really good. Both of the teams don't really have, I would say, that much control, especially on the side of Tundra. Lycan, Shadow Demon, these heroes are relatively easily exploited. So far, we haven't seen the big hero pool from XM. We have seen only 4 heroes with Storm Spirit, Leshrac, Shadow Fiend, and Puck. Puck has been banned, but anything elusive could really work out for them. For now, this Tiny, he can go anywhere. He can go mid, he can go to position 4 lane with the Beastmaster. It's an okay lane. It's not like super strong, but it gives Beastmaster a stun in the lane as well.
I do want to go back quickly to the Winter Wyvern for you. The one time that had been picked so far here, they went for the Winterproof facet, which is the Cold Embrace one.
Yeah, the defensive one. I think it's actually kind of better, at least for me, you know, when I play that hero. I feel like it's...
Oh, of course you think Winterproof.
Yeah, haha, of course. And here we go, Storm. This is one of the better heroes against the Wyvern because you can find him when he's flying around the trees.
I think they were also going to get stormed as well. Like XG wanted storm, so Tundra's also picking it to.
The 16-17 pick is the most, I think, difficult part of the draft for the second pick, because you are already considering what heroes are going to be picked at 18, because 18 is really good for the first pick side, and so you have to be prepared for that. So most of the times, like Andrew said, you try to pick a hero that also blocks their hero.
Yeah, and I like if you're picking Storm, I like Silencer Storm when you're picking in a difficult situation like this, because all the heroes that get countered, or that counter Storm, get countered by Silencer. So like this is usually how teams try to operate in this situation. Like you know that you're going to get the Storm countered, right? So you need to pick something which counters those counters.
Do you think that's something that's leading into Storm not really having a good win rate right now? It's only sitting at 35% in this tournament.
Maybe. I think some teams are good at like picking these heroes and knowing how to play the heroes which counter. Instead, they go for the Warlock, more of like a team fight hero. It's very strong against a Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds the more, right? And you can push the wave out. Beast doesn't really like that.
It's a really good combination with Lycan. You kind of work really well with each other in the team fights. Lycan runs in, gives you space to drop the rock on, and Troll is one of the better matchups into the Lycan.
It's a really good Troll game. This hero is undefeated so far. He has won 7 out of 10 games. 7 games, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, his only issue here, I think, is the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is the one that can actually make life...
actually 8 games.
Yeah, can make life very hard for the Troll. But he's going to have to probably rely on his teammates like the Tiny or the Beast to kind of deal with the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I'm going to rely on you guys for this knowledge. This Troll, being an Ame hero, is one of the very few times that we do not see an Ame last pick. It is something, even when they've been second pick, they still save him until very last in the draft.
18 is like I feel like the most influential pick in the first pick phase, you know, so at least in my book, he's already getting the highest priority in the draft right now, even if it's not the 23rd pick.
Давай, Аби, еби все башни.
Together, you hit Roshan quickly, you have the auras. I think Troll really likes to have aura heroes on the off lane. He kind of thrives in those environments. You play really fast when you hit your timings, and I think the heroes that are good against Troll are not exactly very, very good here. I mean, I'm thinking of maybe like something like Faces Void that's really good late game, but Faces Void has problems.
Into Wyvern.
Yeah, into the other heroes, you know. So they kind of have a lot of their bases covered here with the first 4 picks. And there's also the Slug, I think, which is kind of like a decent matchup against Troll, but it's not exactly a Slug meta, but it will fit their nighttime draft. You know, you have Slug plus Lycan.
I just love that in these like high-level games, you see like Troll picked into SD, which is traditionally considered a counter, but they just have so much confidence that their other heroes can
do their jobs
and deal with the SD that it's otherwise a very free Troll game. This is why they banned Bloodseeker. Very good against Troll, very good also against Pangolier, and they have absolutely secured the team fights here for them. Even against Warlock, like nothing deals with Pango right now. Like, there's no BKB piercing disable. What are you gonna rock him for a single second out of his
You also
roll?
don't have the damage. At least you don't have the damage to kill Pango.
I mean, there's only Faces Void, right? Like with the Dilation or and the Chrono. I don't see anything else that can kind of deal with the role. But then again, their lineup will be very, very slow.
Oh, what about some Carry Doom to stop the healing coming through? It's very good against Troll.
It is, yeah.
But it is also very slow.
The only issue there for me is like, you don't do anything against Pango. You doom him when he's rolling, and he just keeps rolling, right? Like, I feel like you're totally happy being a Pango in a game against a Doom. I like the Faces Void, but there's counters. Razor's also there. They picked the Jug. Okay.
This is a statement. If we talked about throughout the whole year, one of the more staple heroes for Ame, it has been Jug. He tried to make it work for such a long time, and now they last picked Jug against Ame's Troll Warlord.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's gonna be so tough for the Jug though. Like there's Curse, that's raw, and then you have the Rolling Thunder, which you don't really do much to it. I mean, sure you can slash it, but the thing is, I feel like Jug has a lot of counters already in the game with the Raw and the Wyvern, Co-Embrace, and Curse itself. You know, And against Troll, it's like he doesn't care if you omni-slash him, he just needs to pick his R.
They have no control. They have like no silences. This Troll, I feel like he's gonna pop off. Extreme Gaming, they have overall better team fight, I would say, with Rolling Thunder, with Winter Wyvern, Troll. They don't have that burst damage that he's gonna be afraid of. Sure, there's some kiting coming up from Shadow Demon, but he can survive long enough because of all these reset mechanics that they do have on Extreme.
Yeah, Jenkins, you said even before you saw the last pick of Tundra that Extreme Gaming had secured the team fight. Does the Jug alter that formula for you in any way, or it's still very straightforward?
I think that Extreme still has the team fight secured.
Yeah.
But Tundra now at least has like scaling options in the game. You know, like Juggernaut with Omni Slash, he will full to zero any hero. Like if some heroes are orchided, they will die. So they have play options because whenever you have damage, you always have play options. But I agree, it's not like a free Jug game by any means.
Yeah, I think the execution level is definitely higher for Tundra's lineup, whereas for XG is, I think, pretty straightforward with their heroes. You get some auras, you have Dagger on your Wyvern, you group together, your Troll's hitting a tower, everyone's behind him, it's straightforward, right? Whereas for Tundra, they're going to have to juke and jive, you have to use the Storm, find the Wyvern, you have to farm your items on Jug, and like, it's not a straightforward game for them.
Yeah.
In the earlier part of it, though, Lacoste, we're talking about just how strong we're feeling the safe lane is for XG and also how strong the off lane is for Tundra. So now with heroes in those placeholders, does it feel like it favors one way or the other?
Now, Extreme Gaming, they have a very strong safe lane. You have Troll against Lycan with the Winter Wyvern. You're not losing that lane.
Okay, at all. Anything else that you guys want to put out there before we get to know some more information from the coach?
I will say I think Jug's generally like an underrated hero. I was seeing it in pro-level pubs up until TI, so I feel like some players just have a read that it's a really good hero and people are not valuing it high enough.
Okay. And Winter?
I think Jug is going to...
Wait, did we see what facet the Winter Wyvern went?
No, but I think Jug is not going to do much this game, so I'm not going to agree with Andrew here.
Okay, alrighty. We've heard it all that we can from our panel right now, but we're going to get some more words from one of our coaches with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Xiaowei, coach of Extreme, and Helen will be helping me translate. It is the first game of TI 14 here on the main stage, and more than a game, I'm quite interested in your hair. Ame's got lavender hair, X-Nova's got blonde hair, you've got red hair. What's the story behind this?
本次比赛主舞台第一场比赛，我们更关注的是你们的发色很有趣。阿妹的发色是淡蓝色的，然后Xnova 的是黄色的，你的是红色的，是有什么故事吗？
没有，我们三个就集合训练的时候不约而同发现大家都染头发。
There's no story, but after we arrived at the boot camp, we noticed that we have different hair colors.
Wow, the synergy on this team, even without communicating. And then in the days off, you guys qualified quick through the tournament. How'd you stay sharp after you went 4-0?
作为本次比赛首支晋级正赛的队伍，在休息日当中是怎么保持自己的状态的呢？
我们就晋级以后就稍微讨论了一下，然后每天都会保持训练，然后打路人也没有干别的事情。
So after advancing to the main event, we continued with our scrims. We had discussions and played ranks. So that's what we did.
Well, hopefully the pubs have kept your things sharp. Going up against Tundra, Xiaowei, thank you very much. Good luck in game number 1. And let's send it to our casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We are here. We are ready. Hamburg, are you excited for the first game of the International? Well, that's good because we're going to be here another 60 minutes, surely, if anything go by from what we had earlier.
Do you think that's what Tundra have in mind here, though? They picked a Juggernaut into quite a bit of, debuff immunity stuns here, Lyric. I'm a little concerned.
You know, you're not wrong. And the panel was talking about it, sort of this team fight supremacy that you sort of have in this early goings for XG. And I was wondering if they maybe are even just thinking, we're going to Healing Ward try and like push high ground. And that's why they went for it. Because there were those other more team fight oriented heroes they maybe could have gone for. Instead saying doubling down on the push potential.
Yeah, Winter was bringing up the Faceless Void. I thought that looked kind of solid too. Obviously there were issues no matter what hero you picked. This is a very well-rounded draft from XG. You've got this very defensive and annoying Winter Wyvern hero that we haven't seen too often, but you start to think about what happened at the road to the International and you're like, yeah, Wyvern kind of fits, you know?
Oh, yeah.
We got some swarming units for potential with the Helm creeps. We've got this ability to just like try and defend these towers, slow things down, and also just really big team fights that have been very game deciding at the later parts of this game. And of course, Winter Wyvern, just like Disruptor, one of these supports that late game, you get a Blink Dagger, the fight can just be on you completely.
Yeah, and of course, that's where BZM is going to be looking to make those big jumps in later on to find Xnova hanging out to the side. But at least out of this early going, we're just getting a solid laning stage, it looks like, for Tundra. You can see they're already putting a little bit of a hamper here onto Ame's Troll Warlord, a hero that I absolutely despise, but it does actually seem like it's pretty good in this game.
Yeah, it's got some issues, but you know, it's pretty much just the Shadow Demon, right? This idea of just trying to disrupt who you're attempting to target during your ultimate, also just being disrupted yourself, perhaps. So some nuisances, but overall, it's obviously been a very successful hero here so far. You saw it's already 8-0 along the road of this tournament. So seeing if Ame can keep it lossless thus far.
And already they're doing some pretty good spam out here. Interesting to see XXS go for the early boars, considering the counter that we've seen them take in Toby's Warlock, but still opting to play more around that, of course, boar, and then eventually Helm of the Overlord build.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to get like tons of value out of the Fatal Bonds versus his boars right now. And of course, the ability to just stack constantly. You know, we've seen these Beastmaster players just very early getting multiple stacks off, and that has been a key to a lot of the success that we've seen from XG so far. So I can appreciate still using that. And his lane partner here, XinQ, on this Tiny, I feel like this is a very contested hero between these two teams. I was thinking that they were maybe going to be grabbing it for Soxa, perhaps moving Toby over to the Shadow Demon if they could, but then just instantly snapped up there by XG. And I have a feeling it's not the last time we'll see this hero in this series.
Well, after the early stages here of this lane, you can see across the board Tundra just getting a little bit of the better of it, and Ame might get a fourth stack here of the poison. Do they want to stick around for a fifth? If Soxa hit this would be huge. Instead goes over to Xnova, stacks him up again, gets it on the boat. Oh man, Ame very low there.
Yeah, some big value happening here. Has to be past a Tango, and does have a salve coming on. The Courier Chrysalis now spinning away up top here onto XinQ.
Turns, realizes this is not going to work. Toby low. Oh, gets the root, a few more hits, but Toby, he manages to survive.
All right, big ward value there.
He just last hit a bird that was going. I have not seen that before on a jug. That was pretty cool.
You know, this is the this is what Warlock usually does. You know, you pick Warlock so you can pick your Spectres or your, you know, some other hero that needs a little bit of help in the lane, right? And they just get healed over and over. Chrysalis picks Jug, saves the Warlock under tower.
Yeah,
you know?
Not what you expect all the time, but still very good stuff. 29 and 13 for Chrysalis. Still only 13 last hits on XXS. They are really taking it to him here.
XinQ kind of struggling to assist, right? He's at half HP, so even if he mangoes and goes for a play, if he messes up, he's just going to get spun down to death until he has boots.
Well, usually we think about last picks in the context of, you know, being this hero that's going to be a great team fighter later or cause this like huge problem. Maybe this problem is just trying to completely dominate the lane and then snowball from there, shut down XXS's timing, because it's going to be a while before he gets that Dominator.
And while all this action is happening in the side lanes, very quietly, we have a pretty big lead growing here for BZM. That's why they call him the best zoomer mid, you see.
Oh my god.
He's crushing it right now. Look at him. He's top of the board. Where's this Pango? You know, XM's leading for his own team, but he's under all three cores for Tundra.
That's true. No, they're having a good time of it so far. Obviously can turn in a moment if things get a little bit too spicy and some early hits thrown out. But 6-minute mark coming up, first rune, obviously a really important time for a Storm Spirit. And they're getting set up, should be able to secure the top one. Tiny's there too. And it's gonna be an invis gotten by XM, never mind.
All right, back he goes.
But if there's a rune you're gonna miss as a Storm, invis, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's, you know, we'll take it here. Of course, that is gonna be a major focus, as it always is, for any sort of a Spirit mid.
So as we get close to the 7-minute mark, we'll see if anybody decides to make the movement over for Wisdom. It does appear like Shadow Demon is going over to try and sneak one, or maybe go for a kill here onto XXS. is just a little bit. Oh, and Pango rotating also.
Yeah. They really need this play right now.
The invis, they see one, don't spot XM though, and now Rolly back and forth, finds two. Chrysalis decides that he cannot make that move forward onto the Beastmaster, so they shut down any extra action coming their way, and it looks like it is just going to be a trade-off of wisdoms.
Yeah, that's a lot of time spent here from the mid, unfortunately. Big effort, and you know, I'm looking at XXS. He's lowest of the cores, and he doesn't have anything to fall back on right now.
Yeah.
There are no stacks made for him at this moment. And even if there were some, like, they're obviously getting very aggressive right now. As you can see, Tundra, BZM's coming in here, he's like, where are the stacks, man? Like, I'm trying to steal a double or a triple here, and there's just nothing for me to grab.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, they already put some good pressure on after the big rotations over to this side of the map. XG are able to keep their tier 1 tower alive. But you can see kind of the idea that Tundra's going for here. They want to shut this down before XG really come online. 33.
Yeah, it's kind of there's this idea of trying to shut down Ame, right? And make sure, because Ame has been the game winner in a lot of these drafts that they've gone for. He is the big condition to get the W at the end of it. But we're not seeing that pressure on him, right? They've kind of just left the lane because they're worried about potential kills. Instead, they're putting all this focus on XXS to try and just slow down any sort of an engine that's going to give that time to Ame. Rather than focusing him, shutting him down, get rid of the playmakers themselves in this XXS Beastmaster.
And then naturally, he's going to lose the rest of his map as things go on. That makes a lot of sense. Well, 8 minutes, another rune taken away from the Storm. That one was a shield rune. So should have a decent chance at getting a kill rune after the fact. Toby takes over at mid and wants to... Obviously, won't be getting that many more points in his Grimoire since it is still 0-0 at 8.5 minutes.
Ah, yes. To be expected, it would seem.
Yeah.
I mean, that has been the narrative, right? There's this idea of, like, XG are crushing the late game. They're doing so well whenever they go late. They are playing for the late all the time. Can Tundra come in and just punch him in the face, get rid of that plan, attack them super quickly? You see this immediate 3-3 Lycan, and you're thinking, oh, yeah, here we go. So far, we're not there, but it's all coming together, you know?
That's right. X-Nova still hanging out. Soxa spots him, and that should turn into an eventual kill as the banishment is there. Does have a TP away. Any way to break that? Yes. Soxa gonna draw first blood.
I see some red flashing in the crowd here. Everyone immediately checking for their Crimson Witnesses.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of flashing in the crowd, it's National Alert Day here in Germany, Lyrical.
That's right. So in a couple of minutes, there might be a loud sound. Do not be alarmed. It's only an alert. You don't need to run away. It's going to be fine.
You got like 2 minutes until that's going to go off. So
maybe there will be a hype fight happening.
Yeah, so check your phones. It might go a little wild. Just so you know. Thanks. Shout out to everyone warning us about that in the community.
That was good. So 1 kill so far as we get towards that 10-minute mark. And at least for now, no big rotations after that one that went up top. Could look for another rune here. BZM is going to go down bottom. Pango almost done with the Diffusal Blade, and that is a haste rune bottled up for BZM. That's what you want to see if you're a Tundra fan.
Ooh, but he goes right into a ward here, so obviously going to be spotted. Plants a very sneaky one there. BZM helping out the fantasy gamers there as he plants a ward.
Chrysalis gonna come and contest these immovable objects.
Is that what we're calling the Helm Creeps?
Yeah, I think so at this point. As 33 sent one through also. So Helm on Helm action.
It's what everyone here came for, you know?
The heroes are so yesterday, you know?
Yeah.
We're also almost about halfway to a Battle Fury done for Ame on the Troll Warlord, if he can get to a good time, I mean. And likewise, Chrysalis trying to make his way there too.
Yeah, at the top of the board right now. Chrysalis, you know, a lot of his signature heroes were still in this pool. I didn't know what we were going to get. A late ban on the Bloodseeker, but to go for the Jug, you know, this is New Age Chrysalis. He didn't force a Razor, because like, it's tempting in some ways, but it also has some disastrous counters there. But that hasn't stopped him in the past, you know? He's usually very willing to force his very specific heroes, but wants this Jug this time.
An interesting moment there. And now, as we are scooting forward, it looks like they're still just trying to get Toby level 6. I mean, they cut down one of the towers on bottom. I kind of feel like there might be a moment where they could go for another push towards mid potentially. We'll see.
They could indeed, my friend. They could indeed.
Trent's just happy that he got a Crimson.
What?
Unbelievable.
What? No, I'm not.
BZM takes Ame down.
I thought it was the alert happening and it was the Crimson. That's not my fault. I was trying to be a good member of production.
That's right. BZM working his way down it.
There, I hear them
ringing
ringing out now, actually, across the arena. That's a lovely sound.
Yeah, it's nice.
There we go. Hopefully not in the booths as well.
Так, ребят. Хорош. Там было за 13, да? Блин, там выставляли за 13. Как я его провтыкал? Может, доту? Перезапустить? Почему она в недоступных висит?
Magnum Scepter done here for XXS. So now he is now a hero. He's garnered something else to assist. But, you know, a lot of the value of the Aghanims outside of taking objectives comes down to how the fight plays out as BZM jumps in Q.
They go, try and blow him up. He's already used his Avalanche, and Zincu, is he going to pop to that? Cold Embrace comes in. Meanwhile, they just dropped a Golem onto XXS. He turns and starts beating it down. The Golem being used actually makes this scary for Tundra.
Yeah, I think what happened is he was worried about BZM, because BZM was kind of getting wrapped on a little bit.
Oh no, Ame. Forced to pop it again. He's fully trapped in by the Lycan here. Nowhere left to go.
When the dog walks you.
Oh no, Ame in trouble. And in spite of the butterfly, it's going to be a second death for Ame.
And although he's dying, this is what you get with the Ags.
They scan it though. They know immediately, but no Golem.
No Golem, no ability to get here. I mean, BZM, he has no TP, he has no mana anyway. He does have a great healing Lotus, but you know, it is slow.
They're zipping, they're thinking about it. Tundra starting to run down the river. They're going to get there, I think, just a little bit too late. XXS gets the Aegis. Chrysalis going to drop the Omni's and it goes over
that
the
was
floors.
Crazy.
Unreal. Do they find him? Can they kill him? XXS still surviving. XXS jumps in. He finds Toby. Oh, how is this working? Now they get that Cold Embrace. The Winner's Curse on top of Roar. Oh, you hate to see it, but he might be in trouble. Disruption save. Sox is right there. Do they have enough to catch and kill onto Chrysalis? Looking down, finding, yes! XG win a fight they should not have won. And they managed to put it together. And he still has the Aegis.
You know, I feel like this fits what's been happening at the Road the International. It was a risk, and it feels like taking risks almost never works out right now.
Oh, it was a risk for Tundra to go in and fight that, exactly.
Like, I think throwing out that Omni Slash was just so dangerous.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, it's the vision issue, right? He doesn't know. He can't see that those creeps are still in there, so he's just like, he thought he had something there. But I'm sure versus the Beastmaster anyway, he kind of assumed that that wasn't going to be it. He was thinking like, oh, I'll get the spin down, but he doesn't want to chase XXS there. He gets pulled back, and even though some of the spells didn't quite sync up the way you'd hoped, it still went pretty well for XG.
Unbelievable.
He was close to having spin here too, but I mean, he's just surrounded at this point. Ame's coming back up, and this game evened out, if not in the favor of XG at this point, because that really does put a damper on this ability to keep on pushing for Tundra.
It's bought time. That's the most important part of it, for sure. That was the Aegis that I think you're supposed to get from Tundra and, you know, start walking down tier 2 towers.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I'm not sure what the game plan is.
I mean, that is definitely a wipe all 3 tier 2 towers Aegis. I think without a doubt, they're all gone if you get that. So now they are able to just regroup, focus up, grab the Tormentor. So that'll go over to Toby. At the same time, Zincu did finish his Blink Dagger on this Tiny, which obviously opens up a whole new avenue in how to defend these objectives and take these team fights.
Well, next up for XXS is going to be a Lotus, which can make a really big difference when playing against a Juggernaut, as well as several of these other heroes. But looking to the 21-minute Wisdom, and I think that XG are going to try and sneak away the Dyers. Radiant scanning right now, seeing that they're not over by theirs, at least for the moment.
They do love to give these to Ame.
No, yeah, they're backing out. So they're not going to go and try and contest.
Yeah,
they saw that nobody was at theirs.
Yeah, they were hoping to just give Ame theirs and focus in there, but not able to get there in time. So that's going to go to Soxa again. As he hits level 12, gets the second point in this Demonic Purge.
Man, you think about like all of that stuff and what could have gone differently, but they get the Aegis kill just in time, and now 33 going to have to summon a new creep for himself. Gets the Marsh Mage. Kind of a weird one. Love the Croaker more personally because it does that.
Yeah, but this guy looks cool. Look at that staff.
That's true.
Yeah, he's kind of swag.
He's pretty awesome.
I think we should get that as a cosmetic in some of the heroes.
As like the new Tide skin or something?
Oh, no, I was thinking like you get this just the staff. Like you killed him and took his staff, you know? So this, there was a plumber on the panel. I don't know if you guys saw that. He mentioned that XG tend to draft many ways to get into fights, which I thought was very good because that is something they have consistently done. That's why they win these fights, because it's not super formulaic. They play it, you know, more like This idea of there's so many ways to get in the engagements every single time that it's very difficult to predict how the fight's going to break down. You look at Tundra, how does the fight start? Storm zips. Like, is there really anything else? Like, either they're hitting a tower and that starts the fight, but if they want to get aggressive, it's a storm zip every single time, right? You're not just going to like an ult and run at someone very often for a good 5v5 situation. You look at XG, we got a Blink Dagger on a Tiny, we got a Beastmaster who can like frontline into a Roar, we got Pango roll, and then we're going to have this mobility and longer cast range eventually on the X-Nova here too. So it's much harder to predict how the engagements are going to go on the side of Tundra. They have to try and like figure out what XG are doing. And XG can just sort of position, always thinking like, where's the storm zip?
And then play around that continuously, absolutely. A smoke up now is they're going to try and bait out Ame for a moment as they get ready to walk uphill. XXS sees the Watcher, does not see the Storm, which is lurking nearby. The rest of the team also wrapping around. They just also finished a Blink Dagger, weirdly enough, on the Lycan. So he's got another way to get immediately into the fight with this Blink Orchid.
All right, I like this. This brings me back. This is some TC Dota, you know? This is some old school. It's like buying the Blink on the hero that you don't really expect it, then you're like, yeah, this kind of makes sense, you know, because it synergizes with whatever item you bought. Or just the way that you need to win a fight in this case.
I think the one thing that's scary about it, though, is that it's also like kind of doubling down on an idea that's already been answered. With the exception of XM.
Because he has a Manta.
Troll has a Manta, Beastmaster finished a Lotus, and now Pango, I mean, he doesn't have a way to deal with it yet. So that's something to watch for. You could also potentially see maybe a jump line, a jump at the back line of X-Nova, and that could be a really good answer. If he's able to spot out that Wyvern, then you could jump him with the Lycan.
Yeah. Yeah, this Lotus could be really nice too, especially if Storm zips in without BK being first.
Oh,
you know, suddenly you're just yeeted.
That's true. But you can see Tundra, they are not comfortable with trying to make any big moves at this point. And actually, Chrysalis is starting to get a bit more farmed. I believe that's the full Butterfly, or close to it at least, coming on out. No, still waiting for the Talisman. Okay.
Yeah, he's shifting around that inventory a little bit. But XXS getting a little aggressive here, almost runs into Toby, but Toby walks it off.
And not willing to commit much. And I mean, this is, again, all into the favor of XG right now. I'm at least feeling like them going into the later stages will start to feel better, but Tundra have a couple scary windows when they can keep this push going, particularly if they manage to get the next Roche.
Yeah, and you heard the panel talking about like scaling supports. That Shadow Demon, great. You know, heading into the late game, you're always gonna have this opportunity to just ruin the way that they want to go into a fight. As we do start one here.
Jump in, Xingqiu, Avalanche, toss, they drop the Golem, connection, XM, roll through onto 3. It's pretty good, and Chrysalis tries to spin it off, and now realizing that's not gonna work so well. They are all grouped together. 5 heroes of Tundra.
Where's X-Nova? He just, you know, kind of scary.
They just don't have a great way to make this function. Again, that's the jump in from BZM, but what's the follow-up? Now immediately starting to drop huge amounts of damage out, but he gets the ulti disruption. Saksa, key play, need to find more. Can they get it? Ame is low, Ame is dead. Tundra, they've outlasted so far with that healing ward. And
do you want to chase into Curse though? XXS stands.
Needs to be careful. There it is, the Winner's Curse connection onto 33. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? Not quite, but he does fall. Omni Slash onto the Beastmaster and then hits over to the side. XM trying to play cleanup. Gets down Saksa. Maybe a chance here for him to bring down the rest of these heroes. He needs a few more hits. BZM, he gets the triple though. And then the turd finds the double on Chrysalis. Too much sustain.
Oh, focusing down, getting Ame at the beginning there. They lose it on so much of their damage on the side of XG, and they just hold out. They don't allow too good of a curse. You know, it was good targeting the fact that they're able to get down 3-3, but after that, Saksa, he does go down, unable to save his ally, but then there's that cleanup from BZM. That's going to put him up to 12 galvanized charges now.
Oh, man.
As they're going to get some revenge here and grab a Roche for themselves.
I mean, this was nuts. How many heals did Toby throw out?
Look how close Ame is when he pops his ulti here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was crazy. Then the silence comes.
Yes.
Like, that was wild.
And we are seeing the problem of the XG draft right now. Not a great way for them to find those backline supports. They're just free casting.
It's also, we're talking about like these abilities they have in these big team fights, but they're not synchronizing, right? Like the Pango roll happens, it ends, then Tundra start their fight. And also, you know, a full Omni Slash coming out was pretty huge too.
Oh yeah. Full on all of those heroes, and you can see here the cleanup.
I like Toby.
Yeah.
Just standing here throwing at his right clicks.
Every little bit helps.
A 7K lead now here for Tundra. Now, of course, we have seen that gold leads mean pretty much nothing this tournament. Plenty of comebacks have happened. But it's more than just gold. You know, they have this Aegis. They have this ability to push waves pretty safely. They're going to start trying to contain XG. And now try and march down these tier 2 towers that they were hoping to get a little bit earlier in this game, I imagine.
I gotta say, Ame is just exploding in a couple of these fights, though. He's gotta get some more stuff going for himself.
It's coming. The BKB is only 100 gold away.
And a disruption into push is what it looks like we're going to be seeing. Soxa sends out the illusions. And in the meantime, the goal for XG is what it's continued to be. Farm, farm, farm. Find a pick when you can. As MKB is going to be the next bet for Ame. And another Blink Dagger, this time for the Jug.
I like this. This is just another way to sort of give these ideas of how to start fights to heroes that traditionally don't build a way to do it, right?
Right.
Better ways to try and outplay and make sure that you're not just like super one-dimensional for your opponents.
Ame might show for a second here on this wave, but is very far back, recognizing the danger that could be coming his way. Well, is he? Do they know? Okay, he sees the poison, and Soxa gets the banish. He went back over. Okay, no, they're not close enough, though, that it's going to matter.
Tumblr's toy is crazy.
Yeah. Jump in. They see that Ame's not there, and now they feel like they can go. An immediate catch and kill on XM.
That lack of Dispel. Just deadly still for that Pangolier as X Nova and Zinq both going to TP out.
Manages to escape. Hide and seek. That's the game that XG are playing.
Toby lurking nearby Ame here. Ame, of course, no chance at an MKB as he didn't finish that BKB. So in the 1v1 versus Chrysalis, he's going to have a bit of a rough time right now. But Toby decides there is no play here. He's going to let Ame go. Now
close to kill his courier.
Close to a blink as well here on Soxa. That's going to be another massive change in these engagements. And X Nova seeing the struggle in this game. I mean, 4,800 net worth now. That Blink Dagger, he knows it's not really coming very easily, so he's gone for the Pavise instead.
More ways to try and keep his team alive as a smoke up with 3. 33 joins the rest of the fray. Manta to back away. And so that initiation, when it doesn't work, ends up getting away freely on XG.
Yeah, it's going to push them back, though, while they grab Tormentor, so.
You know, I gotta say, I felt like we were going to be getting more out of this Aegis this time around, but not any of the tier 2 towers have fallen yet for XG.
Yeah, I guess it kind of comes back to something we were talking about before we went live, this idea of just like taking risks.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those situations where even going to a tier 2 is a bit of a risk right now because you're playing versus this Wyvern versus this Pango. Why bother? Why not just farm up the entire map right now, get an even bigger lead, get even more defensive items on our heroes before we commit to anything too large? Now, if the fight occurs, if there's some sort of a pick-off they can go for, I'm sure they'll opt for it. As, I mean, they can even see now the push up top has caused, like there's so much vision up top, they've seen that, like, oh, okay, we're safe down here. You know, we can go for this tower.
Well, we'll instead start to move towards the mid lane a little bit. BZM, again, threatens with the jump. XM is nearby. And they call off any extra hits that way. But they pressure, take that bottom tier 2 tower. Juggernaut shoves out the wave the entire way through and is getting close to a Swift Blink now. After AC completed on Lycan. Man, they're getting some big items.
Now, Ame's illusions aren't enough to stop this mid wave with the help of the Lycan Wolf. As X Nova now, he's going to be that pick off.
Yeah. should be a pretty easy bring down. So they find and kill the Wyvern.
BZM wants a little bit more here as he gets the regen.
Aegis expiring, jumping. And we'll find a creep. Extra 100 gold in the bank. No problem.
Nice. Toby gets the wolf. Let's go. And look at this. Chrysalis just, with the help of the dragon, taking that tower down as his allies moving towards the Ancient to grab this outpost.
Yeah, bullying movement. That's what you want to see. And the areas where you can farm right now on XG are few and far between. I do like this eventual Shiva's pick that they're getting on Beastmaster. It feels like with all the heals, that was a big part of that sustained live that happened for Tundra last time around.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of value into this game for sure. XinQ going for these high skill items as well, grabbing himself a Yules, so trying to interrupt some of these plays. You know, you have these blinks coming in from heroes. You just immediately get a Yules on them. I'm not memeing. Yules is a high skill item.
No, I'm with you. I was
okay.
I was laughing because I looked and I saw there's 3 greedy enchantments on all of the supports that could get it.
You love the greedy.
Oh, the greedy is good, man.
You're checking it every game.
Well, you know, you got this Blink Dagger queued up for X-Nova. That's how you get there eventually.
We don't have
the only one without it.
We don't have any dormant curios left. That's always my go-to. I love those. So, if you're XG right now, are we contesting the Roche, or are we going to wait for high ground?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like you can like lightly contest, but that's how they got into that terrible fight last time.
Yeah, but the
lost
first
5.
one was really good.
That's true.
You
that
know,
one
they're
was
50-50 on Roche fights this game.
That's true. Now, one of them came right afterwards, didn't even lose the Aegis.
I would say with how XG have played so far this tournament, I would imagine them to try and push out these waves, try and get some vision down, and contest the Roche.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
BZM leading the charge again. And zips on forward, finds X-Nova. Ame right there, gets the root, pops the ulti. BZM forced to pop his BKB. And then get out of here. Wait, jumps back in. TP out. Ooh, buddy.
Oh, meanwhile, we got a smoke coming in. Chrysalis coming close to XM and XinQ. Ulti dropped by Toby.
What do they have on the docket? XM gets caught and killed, shows the value of that Omni Slash, and now XinQ in further trouble. Tundra hitting hard, finding kills.
BZM wants to join the party here as an arcane rune, so he's okay with burning a little bit just to get up with his allies. This amplified damage rune annihilated that Pango, and now it is coming for your towers.
And jumps forward, Chrysalis by the tier 4s.
Jeez, danger there for X-Nova. That could have been a disaster.
And ready at a moment. They throw out the Splinter Blast. Do also have another Cold Embrace, so these towers are going to live a little bit longer. They also have Shiva's done now for the Beastmaster. Tier 3 tower down, jump in, finds one, Ame there, roar onto Shadow Demon. It's a good target to get. Do they have enough for the kill? No! Saksa lives through it.
X-Nova bought back, he's coming.
Chrysalis going, hunting, ethereal mode, a couple more hits is all they need. They got to take down that Shadow Demon. He's in further trouble with Chrysalis just walking away.
BCS on X-Nova.
Going, but do they have enough damage? Needs a few more avatars, yes! XinQ gets him!
And X-Nova lives!
He might be able to do a bit. I mean, BZM is inside the base still while the rest of XG is cleaning up. Can they take down any more? Toby is gonna fall, but the hold happens.
Oh, X-Nova surviving long enough to get the curse off to delay BZM. Gives so much room for XG to go out there, and now the third Roche has spawned.
It was almost an instant spawn. And Jug is not here. Do they realize, though? Are they going to go and check? Oh, man, that was a huge moment.
You got summons. Surely you're going to go. Soxa did scout already. He also knows it's up. He threw poison in there.
They have buyback. I kind of feel like you have to go for something here. But also, it was Tundra that got the last Roche. So they're not going to get a roar. And so I think they just get this in time.
I mean, Soxa sees it, but
they're on the other side of the map. They cannot get here in time.
No, there's no way.
Oh, third Roche going the way of XG.
That is an Aegis. That is a refresher, and that is some cheese to the team that mere seconds ago was losing a mid lane of racks. And it was only the range racks that went down.
Oh, man. This is going to get a little spicy here in a second. I'm starting to feel it. It did cost a buyback from the Wyvern, but well worth it considering what they were able to get out of it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Shiva's now claimed for BZM. Still an 11K gold lead, but signs of life for XG.
And you think about how that push started too, right? It was an amplified damage rune on a Jug who managed to get the ulti onto the Pango. You can't really be sure this stuff's going to happen again.
Oh yeah. 9K on that gold lead. And where are we going to go now as Tundra? Because again, they are really far ahead. The gold lead is into their favor. You're getting these big items, but they're playing now into an Aegis. I mean, I do feel like they've shown that they have what it takes to sort of team fight with XG in the late game. But do they want to try and just sort of delay out longer? Is there a point where they sort of run out of steam a bit here? Tough to know.
Yeah, these are the questions. But right now, you can see the confidence is back a little bit here as they move outside. There is a great Ob Sentry combo inside their base right now, so there is some good vision here for Tundra. Maybe they can take advantage of that to try and find themselves a good play, but for now, they don't really see a whole lot of what's going on. They're trying to just keep pushing in this bottom lane, using the creeps, but XXS is back to defend.
You could see there, too, a Ghost Scepter picked up for the Pango, understanding the danger in this game. Of course, with Soxa in it, you've also got the Demonic Purge that can come out, and then you're just done.
Yeah.
Oh, Ame decides to go for Satanic after the MKB.
Yeah, he's got himself double Dispel here, so very helpful. And we are going to have, it looks like, 2 Abyssals at some point here as well. Chrysalis, you know, not exactly sure what he's going to do. He's got a few items going on right now.
Yeah, the Swift Blink seems like it makes sense. A straight-up refresher bot now on the Beastmaster.
And the Shard is sitting on the Pango as well.
24 on Beast. XXS has had a pretty standout game after a rough laning stage. And now a smoke up with 5. Tundra. Are they going to realize what's happening?
Speaking of which, it is the plus 50% Blade Dance lifesteal on that Jug, so
okay,
that could be very pivotal in these fights, but you know, that Shiva's certainly helpful.
Oh, and actually going for the Shard on Troll now too. Ame has that one coming out for himself.
True.
So the extra percentage chance to throw out ranged attacks at the same time. Nullifier for XM. It's going to be the next call, but as has been the case so far in this game, the big save is that guy, Soxa, and does not care about the Nullifier.
Well, he does have an A on disc, so
that's true.
He might care a little bit.
He'll care about that. When he's saving other people, he doesn't care.
That's going to help. There was also a Force Staff just picked up by Toby too, so that's another issue for that. And Tormentor will be coming up here shortly. XG in a very good position for it.
Yeah, they're even calling out the Lotus pools. I think, are they trying to get enough for a block of cheese? Roar mid. Finds him. XXS wanting to blow up. Double roar. He did not like Toby, and that was 763 gold gained for that.
Okay, I mean, it helps out, right? Draws a lot of attention mid. Ame takes the top tower at the same time. He has a couple people smoking next to him right now.
Roar back up in 15 seconds because of that level 25.
Should Toby buy back here?
Soxa looks for a jump, immediately catching, trying to blow him up, but the cold embrace is there. Another way to save. That's BZM's BKB, and he's rooted. BZM able to get out. Oh, last second, able to get the stun from the Croaker.
Okay, Toby bought back for this. There's still Troll ulti. They have not gotten anything here.
A dangerous situation. 25 seconds until the Aegis is back up. How much do they have in the tank right now on Tundra to fight this?
I think they want to try and kite this, right? If you can get a disruption or something, try and like bait them into a bad fight right now if you can. And XG are backing away because they don't want that. They don't want to fight with no Aegis. There's no point.
Playing it safe. They get the double roar, they find themselves the kill, they walk down mid, they get a buyback as well.
And they're going to start pushing this wave. They're going to try and find something right now. There's a circle there from BZM. He encircles exactly where they are.
Look at XG, they're just running back to the base.
They're drawing the exact same line that Tundra are moving on right now. They're perfectly predicting this. Will this Swift Blink open something up for Chrysalis? Will he get lucky with a bash? What does he
Jumps
have?
in, zips, finds one. It's onto the Beastmaster. Is it going to be enough? He got the Lotus off, but it's onto Ame. He pops the ulti, trying to stay alive, but a huge crit blows up one. Ame turns back now onto the jump, trying to find that kill. Chrysalis, he's out of here. A huge kill, and now looking for more. That's 2 down.
He's trying to get XXS, but he's just running.
33 is in too far, and XXS is healing up through this. But wait, they're also kiting over to the other side. 2 fights going on simultaneously. Looks like XM is able to get away for a moment, and the Pango rolls ethereal mode, trying to survive. Kills off Saksa on nothing, and he gets the blink away.
He's got the barrier.
I can't believe XM did that, getting away with murder, and now XXS also finds himself the storm. The toss, no! He gets the BKB out. Tundra in shambles after that fight. I mean, they got torn apart.
Бля, прикиньте, в моменте Тундра вело 12к, блядь. Джиггернаут опережал тролля на 1 слот. И они пошли заходить на рампу без Аегиса. И отдали Рошана.
For this defense because
Ломай
of the
вышку,
buyback.
ломай, детка.
I mean, also no golem for 80, so even when he's back up, it doesn't really matter. This is going to be a full lane of racks for XG as they take this down. And I mean, how much more do they want to go for? What's the call, XG? Still 18 seconds till Jug is back up. 33 is behind them, and Pango is not quite here yet. Oh, Ame's just going to leave his illusions there and slowly back away.
Xnova is just calling for the retreat, drop some vision behind
33. Oh, I thought he was going to go in, but no. He is sending in his creep and finds XM. You could see Dota plus win probability still in favor of Tundra somehow. But it's starting to swing, I think.
I mean, if they eventually win a fight, it'll be great.
Yes.
Just so far, they consistently have not been able to do that. Yeah, Ame is picking up the lion's share of this gold, so just immediately buys himself bots too.
And buys out for it. So he will have buyback in, you know, a couple of creep camps, but if the fight happens before then, that could be a problem.
And they're still staying on the aggressive here, going in behind the creep wave, thinking, hey, they come on out, but I mean, they have ops and sentry in this area, so they're pretty sure it's empty.
Заброс на покупку.
Hoping that someone's smoking through, they can catch them off guard, perhaps. As Saksa is lurking in behind, grabbing these waves right now, trying to delay things once more.
Do whatever they can to stop the push that they know might be coming back their way. And the other thing now, too, is that with bots 2 online, Ame has the buyback TP in play to potentially just end it if the fight looks good.
That is true. They have so much split push potential on Tundra, though. It's very annoying. Like, we got the multiple wolves now for the Lycan. He got the +2 at 25. So he's sending them out right now. He's got his help with the Overlord creep. He got a Storm Spirit who's zipping around. And have we gotten a good catch for the Storm yet?
Not
like,
really,
we don't have
no.
Scythe really.
The best thing that we've seen is Troll Roots. And Saksa tries to blink away, TP out. Do they find him? Oh, he's sneaky, sneaky Saksa.
Yeah, he was here for so long too. Xnova will find his ward though. Figuring, okay, if this guy's been here for that long, he definitely dropped some vision. So good eye on that one.
But again, you bring all those people over, what are Tundra doing? Shoving out all of those lanes. They've got one in pushed very far on bottom. They do see Ame bottom alone.
XSS, Lotus is forced out here, but doesn't panic BKB.
Yeah, and Ame now TP's mid and realizes we're in the area.
I mean, it's when you look at a creep wave and you got 5 wolves on it from the shard, and you're just like, okay. This is a little crazy.
Chrysalis shows on the wave, so does Ame. Underneath some sentries, but no great
He's
vision.
going in.
Now they find him. There it is, immediately popping away with that Aeon disc. Ame is hitting onto these creeps, but off to the side, it's BZM that was able to blow up Xnova.
That's a buyback.
Roar now, connection. Do they have enough to bring down BZM? BZM zips away. Second roll now coming from XM.
We're still holding Omni Slash.
There's still a bunch of team fight that can come out here from Tundra.
He can't get out.
Kill him. 33 gets fully rooted.
Just locked down, no way out. Bot back on Xnova to secure the Roche pit. They're still chasing though. They're not happy with just Roche.
Ready for a moment, toss away Chrysalis, but the Omni Slash waits for a target and gets it there. It's on to Ame.
Is it enough for the finish though? No! Ame hits, now immediately away, and Satanic's back up. They even passed the cheese over to him. But they need to back out now on XG. They might be a bit too far forward. Even without 33, it's a dangerous time to stick around.
And they know too, right? There's no worries here. Go back, get another Aegis, cheese, refresher shard. And Tundra, what can you do?
The roar is there. They know it's going to be dropping quick. Tundra. We always knew that this could have been an option.
There's still a curse right now. There's no Omni Slash.
Think about a zip. BZM not going in yet. The roar is there. Finds him. Chrysalis disruption. Saving his life. Roche falling low. Not dead yet. Waiting. Jumping. BZM, no! They curse right at the end. Great play by X-Nova. And that stops this battle in its tracks. Rooted. BZM manages to get the zip out, but gets caught by XM. And then able to zip away, but the damage has been done. XG, China is back, baby.
Great patience there from X-Nova to hold out on that curse there, make sure there wasn't gonna be a zip-in steal, because he definitely had the moment, but it was taken away by X-Nova. And these buybacks have been very clutch from him, not diebacking after, and just helping to secure these objectives. And there's also an Amplify damage rune here, it looks like, in the river too.
All of this being done by X-Nova without a Blink Dagger. He's still got it queued up and soon will be ready for more jumps. But again, this constant question comes back up. Do you want to try and walk high ground, threaten high ground? Or maybe you just kill them right when they come to mid lane?
Oh, that one hurts. I mean, this is the road to Scythe right now for BZM, and this is going to cost it for him. Like, this will be a buyback. Surely they're going to push right now. Dead Storm Spirit, 2 cheese, an Aegis, a Refresher Shard. They are coming high ground right now.
BZM, you got to do something to stop this.
They're calling for a wraparound. Chrysalis is trying to get an angle for an insane Omni Slash. He's decided this is the play for them right now.
You've got to do something. You need anything you can get. Fatal Bonds can also go crazy here if they can get the right opening, the right initiation. But after they get the entire racks, they just back out. Now underneath vision, Ame moves over, takes away the ward, and that stops it.
They don't want to go in, like, if they haven't bought back already.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going to sack the racks instead, knowing they have a tier 2 bottom. So they will hold that. They're going to give BZM his opportunity for perhaps another buyback after, just in case this push comes bottom lane for the Megas.
Very fortunate for Tundra that they had not lost that bottom tier 2 tower yet. You can see Dota Plus, in spite of the dominant position, they feel like it's still just 50-50. And to be honest, you win one fight with this Tundra lineup at this stage of the game, they could run down lanes. It's a possibility, but it's feeling harder and harder for it to function.
Can they kill Ame twice, though? I mean, once is hard enough. Oh, Vlad's as well. That's a GG Vlad's right there from ZinQ.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
Flying that out. He just wants a little last item, squeeze out every bit of juice he's got left. He's got no buyback anyway, so he wants to give his team an aura to go high ground.
You know, and we talked about it. Do you take the risk as XG to go high ground? You got double cheese, you got Aegis for 2 minutes. They're still not willing to. This is a patient team. They have waited years to get back into this situation to be playing at TI. They can wait another 10 minutes.
Also more fantasy points.
True enough. Condolences to those that didn't lock in yet. But we are ready to keep that pressure on. And for Tundra, got to find some wraparound, some way to break the status quo.
This is the kind of game, too, that if you lose this as Tundra, like, it hurts. Because it
yeah.
feels like you've been controlling a lot of this game, right? You've always had the kill lead. A lot of the game, you've had the gold lead. And yet you just couldn't quite sync things up the way that you were hoping for with this lineup.
Well, and it was, you know, one specific moment of going for that Roche fight that really started the turn, and then it was like everything else after that also starting to fall apart bit by bit. A disruption onto Ame. XM immediately ready to cover his carry.
Yeah, I really foolishly believed this wasn't going to happen. I was like, this game won't go long. Nah, one way or another, I think it'll be a quick one.
You know, there's a lot of people that weren't quite sure also if, you know, this team was going to be able to maintain that level of play going into, you know, the international itself playing. But when the games go late, China somehow always seems to be able to pull out these amazing comebacks.
Yeah, I think for me watching XG and Tidebound, it has definitely looked like it's just this surplus of tools that they have as we get to this late game. Because they're just so good at breaking down these team fights, and it's like they've already thought about all these different permutations, and they have these ideas and these combos they want to use, and all of this together, there must be like some just very strong, either just insight that they already have, or communication of just how these fights can happen and all the different tools we have to make them go our own way, right?
So they hold on to this high ground there, Chrysalis. You know, this is the one downside too when you're playing Battle Fury heroes that don't have a helm also. It means you have to like show on a wave and then you might die. Otherwise, you can just send down creeps. It's fine.
It is crazy that we have heroes that buy Battle Fury and helm. I just want, the fact that you had to point that out is insanity.
One of them got banned, you know? It was the
I know.
So still floating a lot of gold at this point. BZM opting, of course, like you talk about, for the Hex instead of something like an Aghanim Scepter.
XM is getting close here. That we're very, very concentrated down here.
A jump for a moment. Finds him. Now the Golem to try and turn it. 33 right on top as well. Do they have enough damage to take him down? Yes! BZM gone again, and the winner's curse, and the wolf has been leashed.
Let me guess, rooted?
Rooted forever.
And
Ame, double kill. Takes them both down. Can they find more? The TP away looks, but not quite able to break that one. Roar gone. They take down another 3 clutch kills, and the buyback from BZM, it was not able to get back into this fight.
You know, I'm starting to think that this Troll Warlord hero might be a problem in the late game. Because it would appear there's nothing you can do when you're just constantly being rooted and dying.
You're not wrong. It's kind of crazy how that functions.
Chrysalis, he's looking for a snipe. This is a dangerous play.
I mean, you got to do something, right? Oh, he didn't go for it. Wanted to save the Omni Slash. It was close to an explosion. But the Nullifier, oh, he can't get up to the high round. Toby is going to be caught and killed. And now the silence onto the Troll does not matter. Still manages to kill the Golem. They buy back on 33. XG wanting to close out this game here.
They're thinking about it.
Sans Aegis, they move in. Now the pull back. There's the buyback on all the heroes. Do they have anything else left in the tank? That's a dead Soxa. Chrysalis tries to back away, still has Omni Slash when he comes out of this. Ame still alive, hitting onto towers. 33 ready to jump. Do they have anything else left in the tank? They find him. He's out of the game. XM, come back. No, that's the wrong way. XM somehow stuck out of the base. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. Ame now hits to the side, trying to find a root. Can't quite get it, but the roar is there. Immediately it's dispelled off the end of it, but it won't matter. Chrysalis still to die. BZM, the last one left alive. They buy back on Jug. He needs a little bit more time before he can get Omni Slash back up. 5 seconds, but in that time, your racks are gone. They have Megas.
You know, XM taking the theme a little bit too seriously, heading into outer space there, but it didn't matter because he got the very important leading stun on 3-3, which gave the roots over to Ame and secured the kill.
One last chance to dance for the Juggernaut. Can he get in there and make an Omni Slash happen to stop this push? It does not look like it as they step themselves forward. There's the connection. Immediately, he goes away. He dodges it completely. The staff gets him out. GG is called. XG, they win game number 1.
They were down, but they were not out. XG continuing to show this beautiful defense.
Бля, ебать, они, кстати, начало проигрывали.
They didn't have stacks early. They were falling behind on net worth, but they gave the space and the time to Ame. And once again, he comes through in the clutch. His team sets him up so well for success, and he's just getting there for them. He's converting that into wins.
Unreal performance from XG, and for that man right there, you got to come up with some new answers. What went wrong in the draft?
33-й чел, тебе надо было, если ты хотел победить, тебе надо было
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be asking those questions here because this early game was a little bit more Tundra favored than we were really expecting, Lacoste. We thought that it was going to be extreme gaming from those.
Короче, ему надо было с Рошаном заходить на ХГ, если они хотели победить. Но, видимо, короче... Ребят, можно я свое мнение выскажу сходу? Я думаю, что 33-й поставил... Карту видеть? А, сорян. Короче, походу 33-й поставил фэнтези Ами и решил, короче... А, нет, карту вы не увидите, сорян. Тут ее сложно вывести так просто. Если только в игре... Ну ладно, я на картку в игре запущу, тогда будет видно. Ну реально, 33-й поставил, блядь, фэнтези всех игроков Extreme Gaming и такой, ладно, пацаны, у нас 12к преимущество, пора и проебать. Кэфы поймали, такой, типа, Рошан через 2 минуты, в пизду, блядь, пошли на рампу заходить. Мы все сдохли, в пизду. Отдали Рошан, в пизду, похую. Сейчас стату гляну. Так. Блять, ну Ами 8-3, 3 смерти. 3 смерти это сколько получается? Это получается... Сколько? Ну, короче, 1500 поинтов за смерти получается. Так, графики. Сколько вышек забрал Ами? Так. XXS, силы света. Ами, раз, 2 вышка. 3 вышка. 4 вышка. 5. 6. 7. 8 вышек, ебать. Да ну нахуй. Да вы гоните, ребят. Я не верю, подожди. Я насчитал 8 вышек. Так, а что там у меня еще стоит? Tormentor Skills. Получается у нас 8 вышек. По 350 за вышку. 350 умножить на 8. 2800. Умножить на 3, 2. Блять, ну маловато. Надо на next саду. Командные сражения без утяжателей. Интересно. Крипы. Ну, крипов, кстати, не так много. 850 крипов. У Ами. 850 крипов. Это, между прочим... Это умножается на 3, да? Или нет? А, тут нету даже правил. По-моему, на 3 умножается. Золото минуту на 2, а крипов на 3. Значит, 850 крипов умножаем на 3. 2 550. Умножаем на 2,2. 2,2 это малый кэф, конечно. 5 610. Ну, маловато. Маловато. Не, ну 8 вышек это прям заебись, я считаю, за карту. Угу. Да, что-то кремсонки никому не упали. Анапхима. Ну да, оно, видимо, будет 14, ладно. Посмотрим. Ебать, коэффициент 2,88 на Extreme Gaming. Бля, здесь я что-то проголодался.
and he gets kited, and then he dies. And
Ну,
this was the name of the
Василушек
game. It
прям
was, if they
заебись.
kill Saksa on XG, they win the fight. If they don't kill Saksa or deal with him, they don't win the fight.
That one was a double whammy as well because Beast Roar was used on that target and Shadow Demon is just sitting there with enough range to be like, all I have to do is look at where this Roar is going out, Lacoste. That's my target, that's my teammate that I have to focus on saving.
Pretty much, but Shadow Demon, they focus Shadow Demon.
Но они начало отдали Тундре.
Last 25-30 minutes because they
В целом у
realized
Тундры
he
было
had a couple
преимущество, они
defensive
даже
items.
могли
Interlens,
закончить.
he was having Ghost Scepter as well, and Disc on top of that. But you have heroes with the Blink Dagger, and as soon as they got Nullifier on Pangolier, this whole thing kind of changed because they can initiate on top of him, get him to maybe even put him in a position where he's using the defensive disruption on himself, and then your Juggernaut's just straight up gonna die because you're playing into Curse, you're playing into Troll. This is not the matchup that you want to be fighting 1v1.
Yeah, it felt like the Jug was in that unstoppable, unkillable sort of area. I'm sure he felt it too on Chrysalis. We saw him going a little bit deep on that high ground push. This was one of the moments that we could have seen Tundra just close it out. Extreme Gaming wanted that late game. They were biting for it. It ended up paying off.
Пойду пожру, что ли?
If this crumbled the Jenkins, who knows how it could
А
have
что покушать?
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of timings that were very important. Like, I love Dota because you have so many like rock, paper, scissors type scenarios where like first the Ghost Scepter on Pango means that he can't be Jug ulted and therefore Jug is stronger than Pango. And then once the Pango gets the Ghost Scepter, all of a sudden Jug is getting kited and then Troll is stronger and then SD comes in and he's important, but SD is dead at the start of some of these fights or dealt with. So, I mean, that's just Dota, and it's basically like bide your time until you have that open window and then try to take the good fight when that window is open.
I mean, it's
or wait
also
for
the
next
fact that the SD kind of had too much to do in the team fights.
eventually, yeah, eventually. It was
and when you look at the XG lineup, they had, I think, equally distributed responsibilities among the other heroes, the Curse, the Embrace, the Raw. You know, they needed to go on SD with the Beast, and someone else has another duty, but whereas the SD had to watch so many things.
It's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Do you think that was one of the biggest unravelings then, Lacoste, when we look back at that, is how much pressure it was on one support, how little the rest of the lineup could really stop that support being targeted?
They try to end the game relatively early on side of Tundra. You saw this 23-minute Blink Dagger on Lycan with the Orchid as well, because he's playing into Winter Wyvern, so you want to have something to get on top of him and try to kill him before he can get the defensive item he did. But this is not your traditional itemization on Lycan, because you want to be building into maybe your Shard, maybe AC, your auras, but it was way too difficult for them to take the fight. But once they get the items, Extreme Gaming, they managed to stabilize.
Yeah, this to me was the crucial fight for Extreme Gaming, and you mentioned the items, Lacoste. The reflected Omni Slash there, Jing Q used the Lotus Orb. Like, that was incredibly important. And then at the same time, XM is jumping the backline SD, and he has that nullifier that we talked about. So Saksa had to imprison himself, because this is the only thing that he can do that is not going to get purged by the nullifier. And if he's imprisoning himself, he can't imprison to save the reflected Omni Slash or the Roar or the Curse or all of these other things that he needs to do. So once again, like, this is just so XG, the way that they win games, is they find a way to perfectly execute a single fight and then they turn it into an advantage for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what makes them a really, really tough opponent right now. It's either you beat them really hard in the lane, and then you have to also be able to execute in a team fight, which actually kind of happened this game. Tundra won the lanes, but they couldn't really, I think, control the first Roshan, which was really, really crucial. And that kind of, I think, gave Extreme Gaming the time that they needed to get back into the game.
How would you deal... Well, actually, let's talk about our standout player, because he's on our screen, right? XXS here on that Beastmaster Jenkins. You're just like, there's no one else. I don't know. Pengo's kind of in there for discussion. XM did so well.
He's definitely in there. I mean, when you have a comeback like this, you pretty much have to shout out every player. Like we saw Jing Q had the Lotus Orb play in the most recent fight that we watched. But XXS, I feel like he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Like, he had the double roar. He had to go on the right targets. He picked up every Aegis. So they're saying, okay, you're going to carry the game. He was top of net worth the entire game as well. He was going for a scaling build.
I would give it to XM because he found a new spot to be stuck in. I didn't even know that was possible. That ending fight where they're basically fighting 4v5.
Imagine winning a game where you get stuck, and I'm sure when he pressed W, he's like, okay, now I'm gonna get out. He just gets even more stuck.
Yeah, that shows how much better their lineup is late game, because they won it basically 4v5 at that point. He didn't really do much apart. I think he had one stun on one hero initially, then he did nothing after that.
I wonder if anyone else out there has ever experienced being stuck in that situation before.
Oh no, Pango players, they find a new spot every
They do
single
find
time.
it, yeah.
Yeah, they find all of the nooks and crannies there. We're also going to be looking, though, at some deeper details about this meta forming, just exactly how teams have adapted, because our biggest question mark has always been around this Helm of the Dom. What are people going to be doing within the next few days to counteract it, right? And for us, Purge, well, he knows exactly what these players are thinking about this item.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, the Helm of the Dominator is the item of the tournament so far, and how teams react to it at this point is really crucial to whether or not they win the tournament. And Tundra, being the Helm of the Dominator team, is certainly trying to solve this problem. But ultimately, it starts in the laning stage. They pick this very strong double heal safe lane, the Juggernaut, as well as the Warlock, allows them to pump so many heals in and then later get an advantage with their ranged heroes. So that basically results in a really fast, a slower Helm of the Dominator for the Beastmaster, but a faster Helm of the Dominator for the Lycan at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And on the other side of the map, Beastmaster is still working towards his at 8 minutes. So this basically means your timing goes faster. 3-3 was able to use his Helm of the Dominator to kill the enemy tier 1, and because he got his so early, after killing it, he ends up bringing his creep all the way to the safe lane so that he can then defend against their opponent's one that ended up coming later. So this is going to delay the gold advantage that the XG got with their Helm of the Dominator while compounding their advantage. They even rotated those 3 heroes to slow things down. They did eventually give up on it, but the amount of minutes extra that it took for XG to take this tower over Tundra gave them a nice gold advantage and more map control. In the meantime, they were getting things done. The Helm of the Overlord, the stronger Helm of the Dominator here, ends up being finished at 12.5 minutes, which is very fast. They get a stronger creep in this one, the old Black Dragon, and then they're going to use that to pressure the map. So this laning stage that they drafted towards, to make sure that they had a better early game and a faster Helm of the Dominator, they countered their opponent's Helm of the Dominator moves, and then they used their bigger timing to end up pressuring mid towers as well. But what was on the other hand is that XG picked the heroes they did, knowing that they were going to have worse lanes because they would have better heroes for some of these solutions. They first glyph this tower, and then they bring the Winter Wyvern over. He grabbed a really weird facet, actually, that almost nobody takes, that does allow you shield buildings. That would allow them to counteract this push that Tundra is doing. So both teams are on top of this Helm of the Dominator meta. They both have solutions to try to deal with those early pushes, and we'll see how this keeps cascading throughout the tournament, because this game, it was not good enough for Tundra.
Thank you so much, Pudge. And we got more of that insight, just exactly what's happening, that people are willing to just sort of sacrifice their Helm of the Dominator creep to stop the pushes of the other Helm of the Dominator creep.
Meta is evolving, but meta is evolving also with the itemization. We saw a very interesting build coming out from BZM. This is not your traditional build by any means, because he was building into Holy Locket as his item with the Soul Ring. So this gives you quite a, I would say, infinite mana, because when you check the numbers, it is 255 mana with 17 charges on this Holy Locket, slightly over 2 minutes that you get it from, plus the Soul Ring, plus the charges that you get from potentially fighting. So it is very interesting. This is the first time seeing it. Maybe somebody else did it before, but we can see some new stuff, new tech coming out, and this is very, very interesting.
So this is dependent just for the Storm, not anything related to his matchup in the mid lane per se.
I think it's any hero that builds into Sanch and Kaya also enjoys it, because that's going to amplify it as well. Like, you'll see Ember will also go for a Holy Locket. I think BZM is the one who first started doing that as well. I think it's just a good item, and especially in this meta where like there's a lot of early pressure from the Helm Doms, like you have to have sustain to get into the side lanes and like actually be active. It didn't, end up working out, but the idea is there.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are just very nice for a core hero. I think I've been seeing a lot more core heroes buy the item nowadays, so we might see a shift. Like, it's no longer a support item, it's just like a very good early fighting item for cores.
Also, Winter, did you enjoy Purge pointing out the facet that Winter Wyvern took?
It's always, I think...
he said unconventional was his wording.
I mean, he said it's unconventional. It definitely is according to stats, but I think in a lot of, at least the games I played before I came here, I've seen a couple of players already starting to do it, because it's just good against the Helm. It's really nice for your core because it gives you damage, and I think it's just much more reliable overall compared to the recursive facet, because pro players, they're not going to just clump up and let you get like an Imba curse, and kill everybody.
Sure, yeah, the other facet is more for when you're playing at home and you want to go for the highlight reel on stream, That's a Jenkins move.
Absolutely. I mean, there's like aggressive and defensive, and sometimes people go for some aggressive plays when you just don't need to, right? You have teams that do it all, or players that do it already.
I'm interested to see just what sort of aggression both of these teams are going to be bringing for a Game 2, for a Game 2 draft. XG were very willing to have the lanes lost a little bit. They were willing to bide their time. But Tundra, they wanted that aggression in the first game. They really wanted to close it out. Now you got to put it back a little bit where you go, what exactly is actually going to work here? Because we couldn't even do the early game close out against Extreme Gaming.
It's such a tough one because it was working for Tundra.
Yeah.
Like what they wanted to do was happening, and they still lost. So I guess a lot is going to fall into Moon, like breaking down what actually went wrong in that game and how to fix it. I see Tundra as the type of team to not completely change their draft and say, okay, we won't do this.
Oh, yeah. That's one that was definitely not on the draft because they executed pretty much perfectly first 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That Roche fight should have maybe happened because it was also a good play from Extreme Gaming, realizing what needs to be done, taking away Roshan from a team that is 5k gold ahead, which wants to put more pressure. But Tundra, seeing how they played out first 15 minutes, it was pretty much flawless, understanding what the holes in Extreme Gaming's draft are. And Extreme Gaming, they are a team that we've seen it so many times where they just put themselves in a position where they are 5k gold down 10-15 minutes into the game. It feels like they really want to be pushing the limits, see if they can make a comeback, and this is one of the better comeback teams in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, something else to add to that, right? It's not just about the draft. I think which side you're on actually matters a lot. Because if you're playing the way Tundra is playing in the first game, you want to be aggressive, you want to secure the lanes. Being on the Radiant side, like I mentioned, the 15 to 20 minute Roshan, that is actually super crucial for you.
Yeah.
You do well in the lanes, you get Roshan, then you can snowball a lot stronger, you know. So I think being on the Radiant side actually matters a lot for how they are playing if they want to keep everything the same.
I totally agree. I think if you were to like look back at this game in retrospect, like Moon is definitely going to call out the Roche play. It's very interesting though because the trade is a kill on Ame, right?
But it's not worth it.
But it's actually not worth it. That's the thing. But you can understand why like players of this caliber are going to take such a bait because, you know, Troll is the counter to their lineup. You know that this is what XG wants to win the late game with, but you also need the Roshan to go high ground. So all of the fights should be around this objective, whether or not you're killing Ame.
Yeah, to sort of close out this game one, though, and before we move on, I want to ask about a Troll. It's now been picked 9 times in the International, and the road to the International, and it's still at a 100% win rate. So how are you taking late games fights against a hero like this?
So apparently click R win game right now.
That's what it feels like, Winter.
Yeah,
Is there a solution?
I mean, it's not just the troll. I think it's the other stuff as well that's going on in the game. I think maybe the environment right now is really good for Troll to succeed in the game with the helm, creating pressure. Because Troll is not exactly like a super greedy carry. You know, he comes online quick, he hits your buildings, he stands there, and you have those auras on top of him. I think I already mentioned in the previous draft that Troll loves auras around him.
Okay. Well, a previous draft, our previous game, that's already been done and dusted. And right now, we get to look forward to a Game 2 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports Game 2.
That's right, in this best of 3, Extreme Gaming already won a game up. It's not elimination, but you definitely want to give yourself the best fighting chance here, Lacoste. You want to stay in this upper bracket, and you want to learn more. You want to be able to find a solution to this team, but also what's working for yourself. So for the game number 2 draft, the bans, any big change-ups, that beast is not going to be getting let through by any means if Extreme Gaming has...
Yeah, for a good reason. He played an extremely good game, really loved the itemization. The big one for me is removing Mars, because they have a lot of success with Mars. I believe he is sitting at 75% win rate on the hero, which does allow them... I think the big reason why Mars is also popular because of the team fight, they are going for both of the facets, but also not necessarily rushing the Blink Dagger. Like, you're building into items, you're getting Yule Scepter, you're getting your Lotus Orb before that, and then maybe you're getting a Blink Dagger. This is kind of a new trend. It gives you everything, and this is the fan favorite, the Earthshaker. Maybe we're going to be seeing some Ogre, but yeah, seeing him use that Enchant Totem, it's always a pleasure to see him on a big stage.
One of the most overpowered heroes of the patch, too. It feels like every year at TI, it always comes back, but right now, it's not really about the big Echo Slams. I mean, you do see them, but it's more about the Shard and the fact that you can one-shot creep waves with the Kaya and Yasha.
The Shadow push.
Yeah, it's so hard to push into an Earthshaker fissure.
It also feels a lot of the times that this Echo is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, way too much.
It feels like you can one-shot heroes pretty much in a single creep wave, even with level 1 Echo Slam. And it's also a flex hero. Like we've seen quite a lot of offlane Earthshakers as well. You're pretty much building into the same items, doing it slower than from the mid lane, but also if you pair him up from the off lane with a position 4 hero, with a range position 4 that can get to the triangle and get those stacks going, so you can use the first Echo Salami to be able to kill those creeps, that's still going to give you...
One thing to really focus as well on the Earthshaker, right? You mentioned the Echo, but it's the Echo on the Ancients as well, right?
Yeah.
You have to be really thinking about that first Echo in the game where he gets his dagger. So are you going to be able to contest it with your lineup? Or are you going to just be happy letting him get the...
That's interesting. Like, do you want to contest, go in and get 2 of your heroes killed because there's going to be like 20 creeps around?
Yeah.
Well,
or you just let him get it and you have a trade on the map.
You also can't stack against him because he'll just go echo your creeps and kill you while you're trying to farm stacks. Like that. When people became comfortable with using the big ulti on the stacks, because I think there was a while where people were like, it's just a meme to echo the stacks, but you never use the first echo for a kill anyway, you know? You get more gold from stacks.
Sometimes in the lane, I guess you use it if you get a solo kill, but it rarely happens. So most of the time it's on the stacks, right? And you gotta be thinking, because it's a huge part of Earthshaker, are you gonna contest? And like both of them mentioned, it's very difficult to contest, risky, so you have to be able to get a trade somewhere. You get a tower, or you push and you farm your own stack, you know, at the very least.
One of the things that Xnova has been amazing on doing on Extreme Gaming is blocking a lot of those tri-camps to ensure that stacks aren't happening. You know, he'll pick himself a strong sort of trade support, and that's his goal, is just to ensure stacks aren't building up by any means, rather than having to even worry about, are we going to contest it? They themselves, though, Warlock might not really fit that sort of archetype, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an
No, I think they wanted a hero that can break the fight as well, especially when Shaker goes in, try to reset it. You also have Queen of Pain, so the picks coming out from the carry or mid-roll, wherever the heroes are going to go, these are not difficult, but these are difficult matchups to be playing into, because the pushback during the BKB Warlock with the Golem, so you're wasting good 3-4 seconds of your BKB.
I mean, the Golem is very good at stopping the combo, right? Like, he can come in with a BKB, try to combo your teammates, but the Rock just stops everything, right? So I think in that regard, they kind of have the better or easier teamfight execution.
I agree. And to be honest, going into this tournament, I was surprised to see Queen of Pain not picked up as much as it was on the previous patch, because in pro level pubs it was still very popular coming into the tournament. However, for XG, this is a different hero because Ame plays it. So what I really like about this pick here is that you can follow Earthshaker, all the roles you guys just mentioned, 4, 3, 1. They can play Queen of Pain in any lane against Earthshaker right now, and it will do well. So I think that's what makes sense here. Tundra, they go for the counter, which is Pugna. You cannot Queen of Pain ulti with Pugna ward being down. It costs so much mana, you will kill yourself, and guess what? You cannot blade mail the ward.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, we were mentioning about what would be the adjustments that Tundra is making. Right away, I'm already seeing they are trying to drop a lot more priority in terms of the team fight with the Snap and the Pugna. And now we're going to see a Slada here, which is not, I think, a very common hero against Pugna because of D-Crab.
Yeah.
But they are probably looking at a type of lineup where you don't really try to play around teamfights as much with the whole wing. So you try to play the side lanes. These 2 heroes are really good at playing the side lanes. You go around, like with 2 heroes, you basically kill anything. And the whole wing is like good magic damage into the D-Crab. So you kind of have a lot of ways of killing heroes through D-Crab.
It's another BKB piercing tool, so they are going to be shutting down Crystallis pretty heavily. You're playing into 3 BKB piercing abilities, Sharpshooter, potentially break mechanic.
I mean, he also beats the Earthshaker in the mid lane if they want to go that route.
This has been XM's specialty for a long time, especially when we've been seeing these Ember Spirits being popular, Void Spirits as well, something that he's going to be playing into a melee matchup.
And it's a good counter.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, you remove the Fatal Bonds, you remove the Slada Amp.
This is an S tier Abaddon pick. It counters pretty much all of XG.
They need to ban Abaddon counters. Like Doom, I think, is one of the biggest counters. You can't heal, he just needs to Doom you before you get your ulti off. So that's something that you have to be on the lookout for. And obviously there's the break, right, from the Sharpshooter.
I mean, I like Abba here too because Tundra can run it in any of the side lanes against Queen of Pain, depending on where it goes, and it does well. Although we have seen Ame as a Quap carry do well against Abaddon It just plays differently as a carry.
I actually think the co-op is probably gonna go mid because the Abaddon is probably not gonna go mid. I think that would be my trail of thought right now after I'm looking at the Abaddon pick. So they do remove the Doom, and right now they removed the Doom themselves when they could have just picked it to counter it. So they probably have something else in mind already. They ban Doom and Darkseer. What are they trying to do here?
Could be, I mean, you have Warlock as your laning partner. It could be Alchemist. It could be Faceless Void. That does give you a good laning stage. And if you
Medusa, maybe? But Medusa doesn't care about Doom. He cares about Darkseer, not Doom.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the heroes that you mentioned, Lacoste. I think they're quite good. Faceless Void would be quite solid. I mean, there's nothing really to kill him in this game so far. Earthshaker stun is the only really good disable for him, and I don't think that's enough to kill a Void full to 0. Not a farmed Void.
What else could Tundra be thinking about banning here? Because a lot of times
TA is Slada TA.
Yeah, I mean, also Ursa, I guess. Like, XG really does like to play the bursty carries, and I feel like double down on the Slardar amp and just insta-kill somebody. Sure, there's the decrep. Okay, they ban Ursa.
It would give them so many objective takings on the map because you have Slardar, you have Ursa, you can basically kill Tormentor Roshan in 5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ame has a few options. We're assuming it's Ame. Could still be Ame Co-op, but I'm sure XG has a few options here. They get to see the whole Tundra draft, so they will get the, you know, hashtag perfect pick.
Have you decided where you see this Earthshaker going now that we've revealed a bit more for Tundra?
Probably mid, I guess. Mid is probably
That's
the
where you feel most comfortable.
Yeah, most likely hero. I think 33 is gonna just get another Helm hero. They're gonna put the Abaddon on the carry role here.
Okay, what else is a good Helm hero with Beast and Lycan being taken out? In the 33 hero
I've seen Underlord. He played Underlord.
Okay.
I mean, you kind of want someone to maybe build Crimson Guard against the Slada. I think that could be an option.
Yeah.
The root is pretty nice against the Corp.
Broodmother?
Oh, Sand King, yeah.
Okay, so they don't go for a Helm hero, but instead they just go for...
Scaling, more scaling.
Yeah, it's a 33 classic. It's also something BZM has been playing a lot.
I know you've been a big fan of his Sand King Jenkins. You always talked about his itemization, like that one null talisman that he does buy. But you also need to rely a lot on stacking whenever you have Sand King, because he's not the strong laner. Even though I watched some of the replays from Tundra, they did lane for a couple of minutes first, and then you will have Saksa go into triangle, try to get some stacks going in the outer ring as well, because Sand King, he can still farm it. It got nerfed because of the distance between the camps, so he can't like fully farm, especially the outer ring in the top part of the map.
Is it...
Whoa. Whoa, okay.
A Clinks?
Clinks with Slada Amp, that is scary.
Okay, so last pick, Ame Clinks. Guys, we've got to talk about this hero because Fia was very adamant that we would never ever see this hero at TI.
This is like the highest DPS hero if he can actually sit there and just right click in the game.
Okay.
And you combine that with the Slada, he is going to shred them, but they do have answers, right, with the decrep.
So how does the Clinks play Lacoste? It's been so long since he's been seen in a competitive game, so long since he's ever entered the stage.
We see it from time to time. I think this hero definitely has a place in meta with a specific setup, because you have a good amount of saves. We talked about the BKB piercing tool, so that's going to be a good way of maybe protecting Ame. And this hero gets super tanky. Once you get to that level 5, 2 charges on eating the creeps makes you super tanky. Plus also the scaling. You did mention the Slardar plus his DPS could be very...
Так, ну что, пацаны, врываемся. Тут, кстати, будет мини-карта, если что. Но у меня, кстати, же бонус есть за героя ловкости. Насколько я помню. Значит... 21 600, да? Ясненько. Мгм. Предзаказ 21 тысяча. А, вот. Всё, я понял, 36. Двадцать одна тысяча. О, 26. Вот 26 это уже хорошо. Мгм. Хотя нет, подожди. При 26 надо посмотреть. Двадцать две. Интересно. Двадцать две, это, конечно, интересненько. Ну, это если Сурадан. Ну, если не Сурадан. Ох, нихуя. ФБ на Аме? Не. А, ФБ было. Тридцать третий ФБ. О, нихуя уже тут заказ. Понятно. Сука. Нас 800. Дорого. Ах. Продано? Это за сколько? Нихуя себе. Ладно, я вас понял, ребятки. Так, окей. Ебать, кто-то продал нахуй, хорош. Хелспар. Бля, я не могу его выставить. От 30, подожди. От 35 цена? Значит, его за 35 купили. Прикольно. Не, прикольно, что за 35 купили, я прям в ахуе. Предмет никто не продает. Ну, допустим, давай. Запрос покупка 28 тысяч. Ну, это мало. Хотя я, скорее всего, в плюсе буду. Вот тут 14 есть. Но мне здесь не выпадет то, что надо. А, так у вас все равно инт.
In behind the tier 1 tower planted by XinQ. That's going to allow all these opportunities for ganks. It's a very scary place to try and play versus a 3-point stagger and a potential Sonic Wave.
And this type of bullying behavior is what you want to see if you're an XG fan. On the other side, for Tundra, take away their abilities to bully you back. 33's got to get off to a decent start with this helm. And is trying to finish that one off and maybe try and push this Clinks out of the base. At the very least, Clinks can't eat your creep anymore.
I know, right? Like, this hero will be crazy if you could eat helm creeps. Unfortunately, not a thing since they've become creep heroes, and partially why we're seeing them everywhere.
so while the CS starts to stack up, it's really two that stand a little bit above right now in the Clinks and the Quap, with Sand King and ABBA still having a good time. And as we get to that 7-minute mark, did get the Shrine for each. And Toby trying to actually step forward and stop any extra passive pressure from the creeps heading his way. Oh man, dude.
Again, Xnova just walking in here trying to disrupt these stacks because they know, right?
Yeah.
Like all the Shaker wants to do is get this big stack going so he can come in and dunk on this. And he's going to interrupt at least one of them. It was close. They almost managed to get it still. But actually, the Ancients get messed up too. So neither camp stacks.
Really well played by Xnova and Toby.
2-3-3
underneath. The bushwhack is there, and Sonic Wave for the finish.
All right. Meanwhile, Ame's walking into a sentry here. He just eats the creep.
And he's going to take some of them away. I mean, if Xnova dies here, it's not the end of the world. If XM does, that's very bad. And so they're going to back away. Giving a little bit of space now for BZM in the mid lane.
He has nothing. There is no piggy bank, you know? You thought your parents left you an education fund, but they spent it all on your brother. He's got nothing left. Like, what is there here, you know? And 3-3 came over, took one of the creeps with his helm. Ame came and ate the other, you know? It's just, he's truly a zoomer.
Yes.
The previous generations are just taking it all.
BZM trying to find anything for himself here. Does have, at the very least, level 6.
And you can see that camp blocked in the back.
God, they're just making his life miserable.
They're bringing him the helm creeps. 3-3 is bringing him a creep wave. This is where we're at. Yeah. He walked a creep wave to BZM in the jungle.
Toby, underneath his own ward, is trying to back away, and yeah, they did bring over a creep wave to make sure that they could get a little bit of extra farm towards BZM. Now, a kill here onto the Hoodwink with the Helm Creep helping might actually be decent for him, but instead, I kind of wonder if he's going to end up in further trouble. They dropped the golem on him!
Uh-oh.
Have some mercy! Poor BZM. Will he be able to get out of there? A Aphotic Shield, XM still on the chase. He's bottling up and finally getting a little bit of help.
Again, though, this is constant. The pressure on the other side of the map, Ame always takes advantage. He's very good at this. Gets a lot of pressure onto this tower. But once again, it is Ame at the top of the board at the 10-minute mark. He has all the space in the world down bottom. This is a consistent theme that we are getting from XG.
Well, surrounded now. XM playing in mid with Soxa nearby, and though they did not get the kill with the golem, they are going to get the tower with it.
Yeah, that ward lasting the entire time as well. So much value, giving them this capability to take this. I gotta say, the tower lasted longer than I expected. Oh no, not again. Not his little piggy bank.
Oh. Jumps in, finds it. BZM might need to get denied, and it's not enough. No! Soxa not able to take down his buddy, and in fact, could be in further trouble. Zinq doesn't get any bounces out, though. And yeah, there's still...
I think he got a glancing shot, because that only did 17 damage. That attempted deny on the snap. So I think the innate screwed him there.
Oh, the innate got him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very frustrating. Or the, yeah.
Good old snap.
Well, we said that we thought they could contest. We weren't sure if they could steal them. They're making an attempt at it right now. BZM still has Echo at the ready.
Oh, you don't want to share this XP, though.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Even to your allies, like, guys, can you guys leave? But he just has to go for it. He needs the protection.
A wise decision, and trying to get some more gold into BZM here.
Lyrical, he is 2,000 gold behind the next nearest core.
Yeah, it's been an impossibility. And this was a first pick XM here too, on the Queen of Pain. They weren't able to draft things to help move over and shut him down more. It was just a complete answer the whole way through.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a different hero to lead the charge here. Now, you know, we've talked a lot about Ame farming up here. Chrysalis not doing too bad. He is behind, but he is going to try and rush into that Radiance as XM continues to exert this pressure mid lane. Tower here or gone or not, he's sticking around. He's decided this is the part of the map he wants to play to open up the room on the side lanes.
You know, it's interesting too, right? Because people often talk about Quap not being able to rotate effectively with 3 points and dagger. But Zezzy says, fine, you guys rotate to me and we'll take that tower and then make everything else feel bad for Tundra. Yeah, 4K gold leave at 12 minutes.
Yeah, when it's such a specific hero that you can target with the dagger like the Shaker and just make his life so miserable, it is very, very worth it. And amping up that physical damage that you can see will be a concern throughout this game will be that Deso.
Yes.
So, Slardar, Deso on a Clinks, it's going to be a lot.
It's Blade Mail for XM. The choice for this one. Toby back in base, thinking about where can I go? What's the play next for him? At the very least, BZM has another tower to play behind, so harder to dive and kill the Shaker, but not impossible, as XXS takes the top one and queuing up a pipe. I don't think I've ever seen a build like this out of Slardar before, but it is awesome.
Dude, BZM's tilted. He just body blocked his own camp. I mean, he's having a hard time, dude. It's not good. Like walking through your own camp spot in this situation. Meanwhile, the enemy carry is picking up 3 bounty runes. That just shows what, like, they create this just wilderness zone that no one wants to go into except Ame. It's like a private resort just for him. The bottom lane every game.
Ame's area, that's what they'll call it. They need to find a kill on him though, because he's gonna start taking off like crazy, and instead they have to deal with this. XM runs in and you have to keep Toby nearby because otherwise BZM's just dead. They're gonna try and make something happen bottom now against the Clinks. Do they have enough for a kill? He summons, he's trying to stay alive, not enough.
That was kind of terrifying how long it took, but he does go down. Will there be revenge?
An attempt at one at the very least. Burrow strike to back away, and it looks like it's not going to work.
Yep.
So a nice play by Tundra, managing to take down Ame. Still 5K behind, but some signs of life.
Yeah, good positioning there from 3-3 to evade any sort of a bushwhack play there by using his Burrow strike when he did. And Zinq knew it too. Didn't have an option to get him.
The other side, you've got Chrysalis here, who's been relatively quiet, but working on a Radiance. And BZM finally has that Blink Dagger done.
At level 8.
Yeah.
That's the downside, right? Like,
you're not wrong.
Unfortunately, you just don't have a whole lot to offer at this point. Like, he's the same level as Soxa. There we go.
I mean, he's going to have to make back up that deficit by virtue of finding kills and finding good fights.
Oh, or another big set of stacks here. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, awkward moment here. 2 cores. It's like, okay.
Well, they're going to stack again, but yeah, I feel like injecting this into the BZM would be a really big win. And 33, never mind, would be a really big win for 33 too to get all this gold. You got your blink already.
Yeah, listen, one of us is having a game here, okay? Just let me take care of this.
Still just 2 stacked on the side of XG. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that while we did see Clink stay alive for a while there, if 33 was there, a lot of like his survivability came by casting spells, and there's a decent chance they can just stun lock him.
That's true. Yep. It can happen if we can catch back up here. It makes me think of the FE voice line, you know, I'm farming lane because I'm a winner.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's XG right now.
Got
now,
it.
stacks, you know, I don't care stacks, right? They're just camping all 3 lanes, farming up like crazy. So all of their last hits are mega value.
Going in now. Chrysalis forced to pop ulti, and the TPs come in. Are they going to go for more? Soxa nearby, thinking about it, hunting to the side. Toby decreps himself. That is the Radiance, assembled by Chrysalis.
Will he be the Avenger? That is the question with said Radiance.
Yeah. It's a tough one. They force a lot of rotations and then back out.
Ooh, XM mid lane, Arcane, Amplify damage rune.
Yeah, good blink away there by BZM before things went south. And maybe 33, if you waited a second.
XXS, confused as to what hero he's playing, picks up the pipe. So his Helm Pipe Slardar ready to take over this game. It's great itemization in this match. It's really, he is just playing for his ult to help with the damage and then just control.
First time this tournament, it makes sense, and it's the perfect item. Yep. The question is, if you start losing out at this point, if you lose a fight or two because of some chaos happening, how well is this hero going to be scaling? I mean, you've still got the Helm.
They're very good at forcing towers right now, but if they were like, let's say, trying to hunt for a 5v5 fight, they don't really have very good tools for it right now, right?
No.
It would be like bushwhack or just a golem drop, whereas we have Blink Sand King.
Control, kisses, done. XM is out of there. That is exactly what they needed, and now 33 trying to find X-Nova, who is pretty quick in the river. But with Blink Dagger back up in 8, Burrow Strikes trying to stay on target. Bushwhack stops it. BZM Fissure, they miss off to the side. Oh, he's getting out. 33, he doesn't have anything for him. And so they do manage to TP out with X-Nova, but the kill on XM.
Yep. Very, very important. And I mean, it comes back to what we were just literally just talking about as it happened. They have great ways to start fights as Tundra, right? We have the blink on the Sand King, we have the blink on the Shaker. We're going to have these cookie plays, and then you can defend your towers with your kisses. It is risky to push into it, which is what they're trying to do with the pipe, but immediately losing your Queen of Pain like that kind of makes you look at your pipe and be like, oh, well, that wasn't great.
Ame runs into BZM, spots him, and oh, that is not feeling good for Tundra.
Yeah, you heard this brought up on the panel, but Klinks, although we don't see him very often, it is one of the heroes that just has the most insane amount of burst damage if he's allowed to just swing. And when you think about how XG has played this whole tournament, the best thing that they do is enable Ame. So giving him the full-on glass cannon of Klinks seems like a pretty solid strategy from them.
This gold lead staying steady, though. That's something that has also been a constant at this tournament, that even when teams are behind, they have found ways to keep farming, to stay relevant in the game, and to extend the duration. And, well, now these types of kills start to hurt a whole heck of a lot. Ame goes down again.
Ooh, a rare mistake there from Ame, pushing out a little bit too much, maybe an incorrect read as to where they are moving on the map. He tends to play just like so defensively.
I mean, Ame is 3 of their deaths in this game.
That's 75%, Lyrical.
I thought it's half.
Yes, you're right. I was looking at the wrong columns. Yeah. I thought I really nailed my math for a second there.
That's, I mean, when you think
it's tough out here, you know.
I hear ya. When I think back to the beginning of this tournament and, you know, the way that Ame had started it, it really feels like so many of the games of XG have been in response to those early days and how well he did, where people like are explicitly going out and saying, I'm here just to kill Ame.
that has only grown now. Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. after the Road the International. All right, some obs down here spotting some of this movement by Tundra. They scan, saying, hey, I think they're going to do a 20-minute Tormentor, guys. Just this feeling I have.
The creep is in. XXS, no Blink Dagger.
Ame's coming.
No, he did have it. He got it back up in time. Now Sonic Wave. Chrysalis low, but not dead yet. He's broken, forced to pop the ultimate. And now kisses from Saksa. Do they have enough damage? Ame spots him, immediately blows up.
Oh, wait, no!
Fire. No, he gets a cookie off, and then a Burrow Strike through. 33 says no, but big hit down from X-Nova. Can they take down this Sand King? Fissure immediately breaks off the Burrow.
They need XM.
And now XM low, dead.
Oh,
XXS,
baby.
All the X's are fallen. There's nowhere left to go as Slardar 2 is going to die. What a beautiful setup from Tundra.
Oh, that's exactly how they need these fights to go for Tundra, right? Like, that ulti looked very dangerous for Chrysalis. He was forced to pop it because of the break. He was a little bit nervous there, so he just goes for it. They completely stop hitting him. He gets almost no heals off the ulti. And then you're worried about the re-goose from XG. But just that little bit of survival on Saksa to get the cookie stun onto Ame gives them that kill. And then a delayed fight, the burn of the Radiance going the entire time, and BZM finally getting his revenge after that mid lane.
So we take a look at this, the full breakdown of the view. I mean, again, at the beginning, you see Tundra, not as much HP, not as tanky, they don't have the pipe.
They kite the ABBA ulti, and then this play.
How did he not die? The Decrep coming in saved his life before he got burned.
And there, looked pretty dangerous with that ulti. You see this chase down sliders coming in, but the Fissure block even to help protect 3-3. I mean, that's beautiful stuff right there.
What a sick play. And in the end, it is Tundra that reigns supreme and able to survive through all of this. And some of it being that ABBA just making the difference there.
Yeah, and that's going to help him a lot. I mean, that is a fully finished Manta now for Chrysalis as he takes the top slot here over Ame in terms of gold. Now eyes will start to move to the Roche pit. Likely the next goal you're hoping for on these teams. Particularly XG, of course.
Yes.
They can just do it instantly if they ever get the moment.
That's the thing that I think is going to be tough for Tundra is keeping an eye on that Roche pit while making sure that, you know, Ame doesn't have a few seconds just to get away and start taking it.
Yeah.
And he's working on a BKB, 2 components of it. He shows over there to the side and immediately look at all of Tundra running towards Ame.
I mean, he has his own obs, right? He feels a little bit safe here. Now there's a scan. They know they're coming through.
They see him. He's in trouble. Ame again. A 5th death.
Yeah, but he gets that last hit. So 50 gold going back his way. I mean, someone on the Radiant team was like, bro, they're coming. They scan next to him. It turns red, and he's like, well, I'm still just dead, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
He's trying to make a little bit more space here in this game, and he's getting punished for it.
I mean, again, when you've got the Slardar that goes first 2 items, helm, pipe, it sort of puts a target on everybody else's back in a way.
BZM and
crush here.
Yeah.
Still taking a while to take down Saksa, but they do eventually get the Snapfire.
But there's that situation where they don't have Ame up, so they can't just move in towards the Roche pit or something, even though they get a kill kind of nearby. They got to just wait for him. Come back in this game, and they'll look over towards BZM. He's thinking about finishing up a Yashikaya here, just for some general, you know, mobility, gameplay, spellcasting, all those nice things for a Shaker. But he's not going to have a BKB anytime soon.
No.
I mean, he's got problems, right? You think about a BKB with Shaker, you think, oh, nice, like good mobility in the team fights, lets you get off your spells, but then you look at this, you're like, oh, there's a Slardar. There's the damage from the Clinks. You know, there's Warlock ulti. There's a lot of issues with BKB.
Yeah, there's massive physical damage in this game coming from the side of XG. And I will also say, sort of like, when you've got so much burst on XG and you've got like the ABBA on the other side, Chrysalis could be that like sort of key central bit to this fight that can make things work. Because I think that they were hoping to blow up the ABBA in the duration of a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really happened. He's been able to get his ultis off twice when he's broken.
And the other issue is that your Slardar just needs like every item in the game. Because he went for this Helm Pipe, he still needs Blink. He still needs BKB, and they desperately need a Nullifier.
He does have Blink now, but yeah.
Yes, yeah, no, but I just mean like all of these items combined.
Right, afterwards. It takes longer to come online as Xingqiu dies to 33. A lot of pick-off.
And you don't have full confidence in these engagements until you have a Nullifier on your team.
Yeah.
Right, because they're building Ghost Scepters, and they have a Pugna.
Chrysalis, Ame, ships in the night, passing by, BKB done. And that should stop. I mean, he could still get chain stunned. Like, that's the problem.
Yep.
Gonna go for the Nullifier next. As Roche heads up to the north. Not as much vision around that area for a potential fight.
Well, it's a very small lead right now. It's mostly just the idea of like Roche is what it comes down to, is they kill a creep down bottom while scanning the Roche pit.
Right, they're ganking creeps. They're ganking Helm creeps.
That is but the reality we live in, Lyrical.
That's right.
That's where we're at right now.
Sand King does have Academ Scepter. Ебать, Ами 1.5, а вышек сколько сломал?
Че, реально? Вот с одну получу. Ну да, 33. Бля, ну Ами 5 смертей, это, конечно, жестко. Но с другой стороны, если он соберет много крипов, то кому не похуй будет, да? К где ты уебал? Ну да, где-то, если бы я условно продал 28 тысяч, 24, ну где-то 3К примерно. Я не понял, что продано, это снятие лота. А как посмотреть урон по героям? Так, они забрали 3 вышки. А где они? Здесь не видно. Ами забрал одну вышку. А остальные кто забрал? Не видно на графике. Забавно, как людям нужна анафема, блять, но... Ну ладно, считай, мы купили, получается... Сколько купили? Мы купили 4. 3 за 15, ну за 20. Продали за 21, то есть, считай, плюс 1000 где-то есть. Могло быть плюс 4000, конечно. Ну, так горячее такое висело, сочное предложение. Я просто не понял, что продано это равно сняли лот. Да. Так, ну давайте анализировать. Меня в частности интересует, как вообще играет X-Nova, потому что у меня на него нет никакой статы. В частности, меня интересует, как часто он захватывает смотрителей, как много лотосов он побирает. и, допустим, варды. Потому что по статье смотрителей Y из Tidebound выдает больше стату. Есть ощущение, у меня есть теория, что Y из Tidebound поставил себя в фэнтези на захват смотрителей, и поэтому так много их захватывает, как будто бы. Ну, это такое, да? Вот, на X-Nova у него почти такие же показатели, как у Вая. Вот. Но. Нет статы на лотосов. То есть у меня есть стата Вая на лотосов, он, в принципе, неплохо собирает. Но нету статы на X-Nova на лотосах. Но я сравнивал несколько матчей по количеству лотосов. И лотосов у Вая было в 2 раза больше. То есть они оба на пятерках, получается. И White собирал больше лотосов, в 2 раза. Потому что X-Nova собрал один лотос, ну, большой, который из 9, да? Вот, а White собрал таких 2. То есть, по сути, у White 2 раза больше лотосов. И когда у меня выбор был у лотоса в X-Nova либо White, я поставил White. Потому что была стата, на X-Nova нет статы. Соответственно, можно... Ну, я его поставил там еще на, короче, других хаках. Просто посмотреть стату и... А чё я не могу мышкой двигать? Странно. Почему я не могу прокрутку делать? В общем, надо посмотреть, какая стата у Вая. Кстати, интересно, я могу продать Crimson цене? А, их же нельзя обменивать, точно. Их можно только на ТПшке продавать. Забыл. Вот. Ну, здесь как будто драфт пободрее. Почему я не могу мышкой двигать? Свободная камера. Блять. И вот почему я не могу мышкой двигать? Я могу нажимать, но не могу крутить. Не могу двигать мышкой по краю экрана. Почему? Я могу только кликать. Альтабнуться может? Не, стил не могу. Не могу. Камера на героя. Ну я не могу двигать. О, все, наконец-то, блядь, сложно. Итак, продолжаем стату Вая. 2 смока. Ну, смоки заебись. Смоки заебись. Я, кстати, не помню. Ой, не Вай, снова. Фу ты, блин, налево. Лотос, смотрите, лежит. Лежит лотос. Кстати, Сакса много лотосов собирал. Если кто ставил, у меня есть стата, что он, в принципе, немало так собрал лотосов. Как бы. Ну, не вот то, чтобы очень много. У Клинза 3-5 счет. Ну, в принципе, похуй, если они в лейт затянут. Ну, Клинкс в лейте тяжело ему. Здесь надо, чтобы с Лордара был урон, потому что... Да. Так. Ну, ладно. Считаю, что хотели, сделали. Так. Сколько у нас, получается, потрачено было? То есть мы потратили около 65 тысяч. Потому что 15 туда. 15, 15, 15. Это 45, 20, 65. И заработали 21. То есть... Ну ладно, по сути мы где-то 45 потратили. Это еще приемлемо. Хотя много. Я думал только одной ограничиться. Была бы анафема, было бы вообще хорошо. Вот Так, анафема 3 выпала. Мясо, походу, будет. Тут на варде XM. А. Опа, забайтил XM, хорош. Проблема, что тяжело Абадона убить. Блудторн, есть БКБ. Ну, крипов мало. Но против клинца тяжело играть. Условно. Ну, вот опять, кстати, начало вроде выигрывала Тундра, сейчас игра, ну, примерно на равных. Здесь как бы вопрос перехвата инициативы. В лейте, конечно, можно сказать, что сильнее пик справа, потому что здесь два... то есть Шейкер Кинг, 2 раскаста. Так. Бить за нулик не получится. Не та цель немножко. Тяжело. А у вас есть сильвер, чтобы ему вырубить? А, у белки истощение, точно. Сейчас это белка, хороший пик у Абадона. Короче, типа Шейкер, рассказ, Кинг, рассказ, да? Пик справа. Абадона тяжело убить. Урон у бабки. Ну, бабки не собираются урон. Так, пик слева. Ну, Слардар в позднем лейте может прям трахать, особенно... А, он уже с Аганимом, ну да. Есть Варлок. Если Варлок сделает рефрешер, то можно 2 драки выиграть. Или 1. Ну, то есть 2 голема, это очень сильно. Акаша. Вот Акаша в лейте послабее, как будто бы, то есть... Я? Бать. А ничего... А нет, Шейкер выжил. Конечно, все лагает. Ебать, эхо в землю видели? Это пиздец. А, все? Серьезно? Просто раскатили ультимейт Абадона? И снова где-то отдался. Блядь, нечем сбить. Ну ладно. Размен 3 в 1. О, что? Убьет? Ебать. Хорош. Серьезно? Блять, Тундра, ну ты чё? Ладно, короче, я все-таки не зря, наверное, поставил Тундра Хероиков в нижней сетке, что Хероики победят. Потому что... Так, мне нужно, чтобы Ами ломал вышки. И крипов фармил. Можно больше. Единственный минус для тех, кто ставил Ами в этом плане, что... Типа, если условно катка не такая длинная, то есть условно поставить Сатаника, который 1500 крипов на Фурионе. Блять, а почему... Ами, почему ты не забрал вышку? Ёбаный нахуй. Силу света забрали. Скотапы. Кстати, фишка на клинзе. Хорош башенка. Кто не знает, короче, чтобы быстрее спушить тавер, тебе нужно подходить к таверу в инвите и вызывать скелетиков. И они будут бафаться, ну, то есть, понимаете? Чтобы скелеты тоже били вышку. Вот так надо. Вот как сейчас, видите? Вот, и скелетики бьют вышку. Ами хорош, вышку сломал. Ебать, врыв. Так, Блуторн. Развели. Шейкер без эха, да? С эха. Так. Слардар, БКБ. Глиммер. Ебать, какой ульт по троим. Так. Вот 2 вышки есть. Ебать, 30 тысяч на творсовами. Сколько крипов. Ребят, давайте вот то же самое, но еще 30 минут пофармить. Было бы вообще идеалити. У меня каждый крип от Ами дает очки фэнтези. Ну да, видимо 28 это была самая выгодная сделка. Ну я так. Ни рыба, ни мясо, ни 21, но 24. Получается, у меня что осталось? 2 Конкорда и 1 Сурадан. Ну, пойдет. Чем только 2 Конкорда, я не знаю. Был бы хороший лот на Конкорд, я бы его даже в 0 продал. Но его нету. Нету лота на Конкорд нормального. Вот есть лот за 24 тысячи. Так, инвентарь. Ну, можно попробовать выставить, чтобы просто в плюс продать. Типа это 22 700 где-то. 22 400. Да, это в целом тоже в плюс будет. Если он продастся, у меня как раз, в принципе, можно сказать. Выставилось. Так, Клинкс. Что здесь происходит? Ебать, Клинкс дерзкий, да? Ну, вижу на не... Ебать! Ебать! Ну ладно, ладно, нормально. Нужно, чтобы игра затягивалась. По возможности. Так, ну я выставил. Бля, ну если кто-то купил бы, было бы прям заебись. Ладно, я понял. А Егис даже не отдал. Убили ульту. Кстати, а кто башню сломал? Аме? Хорош, Аме. Ебешь. Блять, Акаша попала ультом или нет, я не видел. А, мега крипы, блять. Нихуя. Ами с Аегисом. Главное, чтобы они ГГ не написали. Ами должна еще 2 вышки сломать. Хорошим бы... Хорошо, чтобы они задефались. Так, убили Акашу. Сколько Егис? 40 секунд. Вам бы переждать, ребят. Давай, Ами, вышечку, вышечку. А чё вы? Давай, Ами, вышечку, вышечку ломай. Блять, Ксинкью. Ах ты, сука, вышку спиздил. Мразь. А, все. Ну, я не знаю, что-то, по-моему, мало вышек получилось, нет? Скучаю по старому Клинкзу. Ну, смотри, там это не совсем старый Клинкс, это такой, это средний Клинкс, короче. Потому что я как раз-таки начал играть на Клинкзе, когда у него этот комбинация. Тьфу ты, блин, Глейпнир и этот, который у него сейчас шард скилл. Вот, ты собираешь 1-2 до Педалуса и ебешь. А до этого, до того, как этот скилл поменяли, все бегали, давали арчит, второй, первый. И, соответственно, когда его еще раз поменяли, они ему поставили этот скилл на шард, бараж, Burning бараж. И сейчас также делают, то есть... Bloodthorn собираешь второй, первый. И за счет того, что теперь при выходе из инвиза тебе призываются скелетики, насколько я помню, по-моему, раньше такого не было, то теперь Bloodthorn, он КПД больше, чем у Бараша. То есть с Бараша только распушивать пачки. Но есть еще комбинация типа Бараш и Глейпнир. Как говорят также. Так, смотрим по вышкам. Вышка красная. X-Nova, сила света, XXS. Плохо, плохо, плохо. Так, Аме. 2 вышки. 3, 4 вышки. Это бараки. 5 вышек. Блять, ну маловато. 5 вышек это 350. умноженное на 8 плюс 5 на 13. 4, 5, 4, 5, 5, 0 умножаем на 3, 2. А, так у меня еще баф на 15% есть. То есть мы делим на 100. Подожди, а какой у меня титул был? 16 тысяч очков? Ну, кстати, неплохо, неплохо. По крипам чё? 500 крипов маловато. 5 смертей, кстати, у Ами. Это плохо, плохо. Ну, могло быть хуже, чё. Могло быть хуже. Ну, получается, мы сейчас имеем что за вышки? Хотя, подожди, какой у меня второй титул? Может, там еще что-то, бафы какие-то есть? Сейчас я чекну. У меня же титул есть. Помог совершить больше всего убийств. Что это значит? Это типа ассисты или чё? Больше всего убийств. Что это значит? Это значит... Ну... что это значит, блядь? Это значит, что у него больше ассистов. Нет, нет, что у него... Блядь. Я знаю, что это так. Ну да, у меня мне даются баф. А, да-да-да, все правильно, мне дается баф. Я не понимаю, как работает. Помог совершить больше всех убийств. Это ассистов или это киллы плюс ассисты? Надо подумать. А больше всего это как? Вот Ами 836. Ну нет, здесь явно. Ну давай посчитаем. Смотри, я считал. А, есть же графики. Вот первая карта, да? Нас интересует. Сколько очков за смерти дают? Почему фэнтези недоступно? Суки. Ладно, считаем вышки на Аме. Так, смотрим. XXS, XXS. 3 вышки. Нет, тут не 8, по-моему, тут... Сколько всего вышек? 6 плюс 3. 9. 11, да, всего? Почему-то я здесь насчитал 8, ну как будто бы 7. Так, вот получается 3 вышки. Забрали не дальше. Ами, раз, 2 вышка. 3 вышка. 4. 4 вышка. Дальше 5 вышка. 6 вышка, 7 вышка. Ну да, 7 вышек получается. 7 вышек. Так. Блять. И смерти, естественно говоря, 3. 7 вышек. Ну да, 8 что-то я много посчитал. И тут 5. Насколько я понимаю. Ой, не та игра, блять, сейчас. Вот это. Ну, кстати, хуёвый, на самом деле, результат, что Клинкс всего 5 вышек. Так, смотри. X снова, XXS. Дальше. Раз, 2 вышка. 3 вышка, 4 вышка. 5 вышка. Ксенкью спиздил вышку 5. То есть у нас 7 плюс 5, 12 вышек. Да. 12 вышек. За одну вышку 350 поинтов, насколько я помню. 350 умножить на 12. 4200 умножить на 3,2. 13400 маловато. Делим на 100. Умножаем на 115. 15 450 очков. Так, ладно, это я понял. Дальше. Сколько за смерти дается? Не помню. Чтобы проверить, нам нужно открыть... Сейчас я высчитаю точный КПД. Крипы вообще изи можно выфармить. Так.
Привет, народ.
Так, вот смотри, смерти дается 1800 очков. Ами умер 3 раза. И еще 5. Получается, мы 180 умножаем на 8. 1440 минус 1800 минус 1800. 260. 260 мы умножаем. Это общая смерти. Мы умножаем на 2,9. Получается 6264. А что так мало, блядь? Нихуя себе. Что-то прям мало. А неужели смерти так мало приносит? Я не верю, подожди. Сейчас открою. У меня есть стата. Ну да, у него много смертей. Подожди, а если 0 смертей, например, то это 3600 умножаем на 3. Ну да. Ну, короче, у нас получается 6264, 8 смертей. Делим на 100. Умножаем на 115. 7200. Да. Вот, 7200 очков. И крипы. Значит, у нас тут... Сейчас откроем. Есть третий калькулятор? 5, 3, 6... Плюс 3. За каждого добитого или ни одного крипа. Ага. Так, значит, у нас получается 536 плюс 16. Да, это игра вторая и первая игра. Первая игра, тут больше крипов. 846 плюс 11. Плюс 846 плюс 11. 1409 умножаем на 3. Получается 4227 очков. 4227 очков умножаем на 2,2. Умножаем на 2,2. 9200. Делим на 100. Делим на 1. Умножаем на 115. Ага, вот. И все, я посчитал, пацаны. Короче, сейчас у меня Ами набрал 15456 плюс 7203. 203,6. Так, и плюс 10694. 10694, запятая 31. Сейчас Ами у меня набрал 33 тысячи очков. Вот так. Какие еще у меня? Так, какие у меня вообще эмблемы еще есть? Ну, типа 33 тысячи очков на Ами, это, в принципе, неплохо. $33 тысячи очков, это 2 раза больше у меня было, но... А, так нет! Я еблан. Не 33 тысячи. Потому что у меня же еще есть убийство терзателей, командные сражения. Да, командные сражения, ну, условно, мы округлим до 1000. 1000 командных сражений. По минималке. Сколько они терзателей забрали? Да, хуй знает. Бля, там же еще будет. Да, там не 33 тысячи. Сколько они терзателей забрали? Можно стату чекнуть? Так, Рошан. Рошан. А, терзателя они мало забрали. 2 терзателей здесь они забрали. Ага, понятно. Это в какой игре? Это на тролле. Хорошо. Это плохо. Это на тролле. А во второй игре? Графики. Здесь был один терзатель. Мгм. Понятно. Так, ну давайте считать до конца, раз уж. Один терзатель, но это очень мало очков, это 850. Да, это один терзатель, это 850. Умножить на 1,8. Делим на 100. Умножить на 115. Это плюс 1759,5. Ну, это терзатель. 35 тысяч очков у нас есть. И теперь командные сражения. Да, какой хороший титул на Кора за героя ловкости, блядь. Так, ладно, продолжаем. Значит, теперь считаем командные сражения. Ну, я не знаю, сколько там было. Можно взять по минималке. Минималки это 800 где-то очков. Да, ну давайте попробуем 800. Плюс 800. 1600 очков. Сейчас будем перемножать. Ну, с учетом того, что это второй этап, это мало на самом деле. Но тем не менее. $30 продано. 35 продано 2. Кто-то купил за 35 все-таки. А я этот момент прошляпил. Ну, надо было раньше выставлять. Хотя, может быть, снятый с продажи лот они считают как проданный. Так, ладно, вот у нас есть 1600 с множителем 2,4. На 2,4. 1840. Делим на 100. Умножаем на 115. 4416. 4416. 39 тысяч очков. Ну, неплохо, неплохо. Неплохо. Неужели кто-то продал? Вот я даже не успел обновить, как продали 4 за 30 и 2 за 35. Сейчас я лах, пацаны. Ну, за 28 продавать. Ну, хотя, может быть, он считает снятые лоты как проданные все-таки. 39 тысяч ами принес. Это здесь. 12 вышек, в принципе. Неплохо. Ну, то есть, это уже неплохо, на самом деле. Уже, но... Верный прогноз есть. ПВ Хероик. ПВ должны выиграть Хероиков. Мы будем к этому стремиться. Не понял? А почему фэнтези нельзя посмотреть? Он тупо недоступно. Так, ладно, давайте вам включу, чтобы скучно вам не было.
Heroic, so it's going to be taking us halfway through the day. Winter, obviously, as someone who also didn't have their phone alarm go off, that knows a lot, where would you expect this series to be pointing towards?
I think probably most people will expect it to be favorites for P-Vision, but I do feel like based on the games that I watched Heroic play, they definitely understand the meta in a very different way. They have a couple of distinct picks that only they are the ones using it. So I think it's going to be a surprising series for a lot of people here.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, I want to just kind of point these games, right? Our teams are already ready. And for the very first time, 3 players are going to be taking to the TI stage as their debut. So everyone, I definitely want to hear a lot of hands clapping for P-Vision.
Давайте пари. Делаем кекс. Делаем секс.
It is definitely a team that a lot of people are familiar with. However, these guys are not so familiar with the TI stage. For Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, it is their very first time performing in this arena at a tournament like this. There's a lot of prestige, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and it's going to be a tough one because their opponents are not to be messed with.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic! Choose wisely.
An 8-game win streak. That is what the team of Heroic are coming into this series with. That's right, I told you it was going to be a tough opponent for P-Vision, but Heroic, the sole South American representatives here, making it to a top 8. In fact, Jenkins, I think that makes them the sole American representative in the top 8.
That's right, our brothers and sisters in South America. Of course, we were a combined region at a point, and still, for some qualifiers, we are a combined region. So,
maybe for the fans as well, still a combined region.
I think so. We're all very familiar with each other. It's so great to see these guys in particular on the main stage because they really embody the South American traditional style of Dota, which is just cause as much chaos as humanly possible and then take advantage. And it is so damn fun to watch.
Okay, what game do you think, or what moment has caused the most chaos from Heroic so far on the road to the International?
I would be very surprised if P-Vision lets them get Clockwork. I think if you're talking about chaos, probably the most chaotic player in the world is Schofield. This guy is...
Yeah, you could see him on stage that he is chaotic. He can't wait to go in.
He just can't wait. He's out of his mind. I mean, maybe the other guy is like 9 class in another 4 positions, so it's great to see this matchup. But we can see some niche heroes that they play. We always talk about Yuma playing Meepo. You know, if it's a good Meepo patch, Heroic always seems to do well. Finally, it's a good Meepo patch. We have to look at the Whisper Pudge. Come on, he's played 3 games with it, won 2 of them. And I think all of these picks, at least for Whisper, are enabled by Schofield having such a weird hero pool and weird play style as well. Like the way that they manipulate creeps using Clockwork in particular is what I think lets Whisper have a good early game on something like Pudge.
Yeah, dishonest play style, right? You said these are the kind of things that you want to watch right now. I think teams are just finding ways of making Dota work in different ways and manipulating the creep wave with Clockwork. I don't think every team does the exact same thing. I mean, it's a common thing already. You already knew that you could do it with Clockwork, but they are the ones that like to do it because Schofield is a Clockwork specialist.
Yeah.
And I also have to point out that these 3 players, these 3 cores from Heroic, they do have 3 people in highest average KDA. Like, these guys are so good at playing the map, being super aggressive. I think Yuma right now is playing the best tournament of his life. Like Meepo, he did bang it out a couple of times. He's having, you know, Pudge plus Meepo combination as well, but you also got to be careful on the other side because P-Vision, they also play both of these heroes. Not from the core role, they do play Pudge from position 4, but also Satanic. He's also very familiar with playing the Meepo.
Yeah, I think them being so high up in the average KDA is something to take a look at Lacoste because at the end of our day 1, it was really funny. We had Ame up there. He had a 90 KDA, right? That's how good the game was. It's shifted a little bit over those 4 days where GBK now is the highest. Ame is there on the 5th. And then right in the middle, it's Yuma, Analog, and Whisper there. So something that you really have to take into consideration. And what helps was that 8-game win streak I was mentioning coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's like really impressive about this is that it's not just one core that's soaking up all the kills. It is everyone. And in terms of average kills in this tournament, Yuma is actually #1 with 12 average kills per game. 12 kills per game. Think about that. On average, that's insane. The next person, which I think might be GPK, is like 9. And then everybody is within that like 8 to 9 range in the top 10. 12. He's ahead by like... That's like 3 standard deviations or something, Lacoste.
Yeah, he gets active very early on. Like also the heroes that he has been playing so far, playing the Nature's Prophet, playing Ursa, Monkey King, Gyrocopter. Maybe Ursa not as much to be super active early on, but these other heroes, they can be pretty much anywhere on the map using the Twin Gates, using the teleport from Nature's Prophet. Meepo as well, using the Twin Gates, can be anywhere on the map. Gotta be careful about these type of heroes that I think coming into this series that they needed to figure out how to play against Heroic. And if you shut down Yuma, I think you're also not just shutting down the carry, you're shutting down the playmaker as well.
Yeah, he kind of enables everything else for his team, right? I think it's he's like a dream type of carry that you want on a team where he actually prioritizes helping his teammates a lot. And he doesn't really play selfishly, right? He wants to come to the fights, he wants to defend the towers, he wants to enable the off-laner, he wants to enable the mid-laner. And you can see like from the heroes that he's been playing here, it's all very active heroes, right? They can fight early, they can come to the gate, they can gank, they can defend towers.
Love the Spectre, putting a win on the board for the Spectre players here.
Yeah, representing. You know, there's always that 1 or 2 heroes that people want to see. That's their spammer. I think on the side of P-Vision as well, though, because we're giving Heroic a lot of credit about their niche heroes, what they're really excelling at. The same thing can be said about P-Vision. They definitely are a team throughout the year, not just this tournament, that have had massive picks that no one else is really looking at. Then they do so well with it. other people have to adjust, and most of the time it's by picking up those heroes themselves.
Yeah, this is like gaslighting the team because I feel like 9 classes heroes just absolutely ruin pubs. And I'm not even sure. I feel like it ruins DM's lane and game as well. And P-Vision just kind of makes it work. And then everybody bans heroes against them. And I'll just say what I'm thinking, which is I watched the Alchemist gameplay. He just fed and then gave an Ags.
Which one, or all of them?
All of them are like that. It's
Correct answer.
like obviously it's good, right? I'm memeing a little bit here, but it's like the fact that it's good, it's weird. Other teams can't seem to make it work, but other teams have to ban it. This gives P-Vision such a huge drafting advantage to the degree where I even feel like if 9 class was like overtly feeding on all of these heroes, you probably still do this strategy just for the drafting advantage that you get.
Well, we should talk about that, because with unique heroes, you have to wonder when do you want to bring them out? When do you want to be getting a more stable pick for yourself in a draft where it feels like you're not really going to be able to predict what either team is gunning for?
And usually when we talk about the important pick, it's always like the 18 pick for the first, when you're on the first pick side, and the 24 pick on the second pick side.
So it's the last pick is the 24, and then the last of the second phase is
Yes,
18.
correct. So basically what we've been observing during the road to the international is like P-Vision has been prioritizing more towards their mid and their carry, with I think around 10 picks each, whereas Heroic, they're prioritizing more on their off-laner. So there's a huge difference there with who is the boss in the team. For Heroic, it's the off-laner. For P-Vision, it's the mid and the carry.
P-Vision's first hero pick usually is a normal hero, let's call it, and then they start going with the weird stuff.
They unravel at that point.
With their Zeus position 4 or 5, with the shard farming the jungle until they get the Aghanim Scepter. And I think this is not going to be an easy matchup by any means for Heroic, even though they're playing one of the best Dota throughout the year. They did win one of the Valakias, 2 different players on the team, but still the core still stays the same. And 2025 didn't do them really a favor. P-Vision did beat them. You know how many times? How many games?
You're about to tell me.
It's 10-1. So they only managed to win 1 game off of P-Vision.
Yeah, I think this is often a thing that seems to happen to Heroic, where they get like pitted against each other. And the reason that I think this is such an iconic matchup is you have Cavs versus Astini, right? It's like you have Brazilian coach and genius that is, controlling and masterminding this new team. And then you have Cafs and a bunch of Brazilian players who, these guys have known each other for years. Like, they are in each other's heads. They know what Whisper can bring out. They know what Analog is good at in his mid lane. They remember the days he was an OD spammer, right? I was in those pubs as well. Like, we have played so many years with each other, and I think this adds another layer to the draft, where it's not so much about what is the general meta right now, it's what is the meta between these 2 teams, and historically speaking as well.
Yeah, they played in the road to the international playoffs against each other, right? That was the very first round matchup for them, was P-Vision up against Heroic. P-Vision came in, they 2-0'd them. From there, Heroic just kept winning, right? They were just in a fantastic position for themselves. So just kind of looking back at it, it really puts this question mark on, has Heroic ramped up enough that time frame is enough of a change that we could see a series win, that we could even see a game win here.
And I mean, these are really good teams as well that Heroic beat.
Yeah,
like,
2-0ing Tundra.
Like, Tundra, Colt, it's like you can make the argument, like, Wildcard didn't do so well in the tournament, but I feel like their games were pretty good. Boom also, it's not like these teams bottomed out.
I mean, it's not just about winning, right? It was the manner that they won. It was really clean game.
True.
So it actually showed that they had a lot of confidence. They knew what they wanted to do in the game, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes, So I think that is the important thing to take away from that.
So then is your answer yes, Heroic have powered up enough to make this a 3-game, an interesting series?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to the draft. Can they come up with something that Astini doesn't know,
Yeah, and it feels hard to do that with how much Astini is cooking, with how the boys over on P-Vision are kind of going back and forth.
He's cooking, and he knows the boys on Heroic better than any other coach in the tournament.
We've seen some crazy picks coming up from P-Vision so far in the tournament. The Zeus, the Alchemist that you mentioned, again, position 4 Slark. But DM, he also has a very interesting hero pool. We're talking about Necro. We're talking about the Medusa. I'm not sure if he was the one who pioneered this offlane Medusa or it was 33, but still they are playing it. The other teams, they don't want to touch it. He's playing the Phoenix as well. This is also something that 33 did play. Brewmaster as well. So very interesting heroes that he can bring to the table. And very interesting player because you are saying that a lot of the times 9 class will put him in a situation where DM is kind of on his own. He needs to figure out how to get back into the game because 9 class, he's playing mostly melee position 4s. So there are some Rubiks, maybe some Zeus, but these heroes can't really stack.
I mean, that's why both of them are perfect for each other, right? Their heroes just work with each other, and DM kind of enables 9 class because I've been saying this a lot. 9 class is a support player that needs to be enabled. I don't think he's like a support, he's like a core support. He plays like a core. And I feel like they sometimes have 2 4.5 heroes in the game. They don't exactly have a clear 3 and a clear 4.
And I think this is a perfect storm for a player like Satanic, who we've actually not touched on that much talking about this team. But he has the record for the least deaths, highest GPM, highest XPM, highest last hits per minute, and overall last hits. That is insane. He holds like half the records in the tournament.
And you got to think about it. He only came into the scene, the pro scene, at the end, at the conclusion of last international.
He's brand new. This is his first TI.
A massive debut for him, and there's still also those question marks around his hero pool cost. He gets to sometimes get the cheesy last picks of Broodmothers and whatnot.
He does. He has also shown that he can play carry Tinker, which is something that...
I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, this team also has a bit of a toxic lineups with the heroes that they've been playing. Very annoying to deal with. And seeing him on camera tells me that he is in a good mood. Like, this is his, you said 3 players, first time TI, so there's going to be some nerves playing on the stage, most definitely. But seeing him super relaxed, I think they also have no one who's kind of, dad in this team because he's been playing for such a long time that he's going to give him the good advice. I think there was also a video after EWC where he was telling him how to bounce back, and you can see the connection, you can see the bond between 2 of them.
Yeah, that was my biggest question for Satanic. It's like, does he have the champion mindset? Because he has the skill, 100%. This is the most skilled Dota player that we've probably seen in like the last half decade.
Кстати, знаете что? Я вот не знаю,
But my question was,
он
can
русский?
he survive the pressure? Can he survive the crowd?
And did you know there's a fun fact about him? He spent like around a year playing in SCA because his dad was in Vietnam. So he was playing Dota in SCA. That's how we kind of started to notice him like a couple of years back.
So P-Vision is an SEA team, is what you're saying.
They're the four players and 1 SEA player.
Yep.
That's what you're
That's
talking
the
about.
winning formula. Combo
That was
for XG.
that was the winning combo Winter said at the start of the day.
Yeah, keep it. Yeah, it's great. No one can know.
Right, no one will know.
No, of course. For this P-Vision and Heroic matchup, we're just still struggling to get some of the players into the lobby, so don't go too far, guys. It's definitely going to start very soon. But we've talked about just how crazy everything is when it comes to a draft, when it comes to a hero, and how to predict that. But what I want to know is, who do you think has had the cleanest gameplay? Heroic on this upturn of not having lost a game, 8-game win streak. P-Vision just kind of all over the place, but are those wins just as dominant for them?
I would say no. They have not been looking clean. In some of the games, they've been really struggling to find what they want to do. I'd say a lot of the times with this position 4 and 5, these weird picks that they do have, it does feel like griefing a little bit, but they seem to manage to find what they want from these type of picks, especially Slark, who's being super annoying. You see him go on one side of the map, try to get something done. You see him dewarding, you teleport, suddenly he collects the information, and then he just bounces back, runs away. Also, Helm of the Dominator from position 4. This is something that 9 class does like to do. I mean, we've seen it mostly from the carry role, some invokers from the mid lane. Offlaners, they love to buy it, but most of the position 4s, they don't love to buy it. But 9 class, he will definitely do it, because he wants to be even more annoying. I think this is the perfect item for him.
Yeah, P-Vision is such an interesting team. I mean, Astini himself has said publicly that they always throw once, at least in a series, and
in a series,
in a game. Sorry, in a game.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
It's definitely worse. Definitely worse. But they know that the problems that they have, and I think the heroes that they pick make it more likely that this sort of thing is going to happen. Like, you have an Alchemist running around stunning himself on ancient stacks. Like, goofy things are going to happen. But on the flip side, I don't think you can call Heroic clean either, because they intentionally create a game which is unclean so that way they can capitalize.
The way they play upsets the momentum of their opponents a
Сурадан.
lot. I think it's very hard to find a rhythm. I think in Dota, it's important to maintain rhythm.
Ну что ты за
You know
16
your heroes are
купил?
strong right now, you want to play with that rhythm. I think
Тринков
against heroes,
Сурадан
it's usually difficult to do
16.
because
They break the rhythm.
they
Ну не,
kinda
ребят, за
mess
16
everything
не
up,
будут
so you don't really
продавать.
know
Пошли
whether
вы
you're still
нахуй.
strong or not, you know.
Yeah. I'm looking at
За
the
16 продавать. Ты
pre-lobby
что,
chat.
ебанутый, что ли?
One of the teammates, I think it was
Ну, так
Nine
еще
Class on the
можно
side of
продать. Но
P-Vision,
если
said,
этот,
yeah, we're
он
ready. They only
выйдет
need 3
за
players in the
13 с
lobby, and he's
чем-то,
ready to start the game. They don't even need
это,
all 5
конечно,
apparently to
минус
I
win.
don't think he
немножко.
thinks about his teammates in general, to be
Но
honest.
оно
If he's
мне не
picking
нужно
Alchemist
просто.
for...
He's like, I'm going to be the carry and the support and everything
Мне
else.
их два.
We know the goofiest thing is that in the draft, it's going to be banned. Nobody wants to play against it, even though it's so silly when you watch it.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see,
А,
right?
там
Because
обмен будет
people
держан,
have
да.
lost against still banning the ALK. People have lost against letting the ALK through. I really don't know where to take us from here except straight into a game 1 draft.
Жек, кто у них тренер?
P-Vision versus Heroic. Game 1.
Я смотрю
There's definitely
чемпионат.
some mixed cheers here. Heroic having a lot of fans in the crowd at P-Vision as well, and so they're going to be hoping for a lot coming out of this draft. That small little delay there, does it kind of ease the nerves, do you think, Winter, or does it make you more impatient? You're like, I just want to get into this already.
Какой
I
трейдбан?
think most of the players would think that, you know, you just want to get the game started, you just want to get into the game, you know, make sure you're focused, you don't really want to bother yourself with the noises outside or anything else, you know. Just focus on minute 3 Lotus, minute 7 Wisdom, minute 6 Power Rune.
I agree.
Yeah.
You're thinking about all those things, you know, and as a core, you're thinking about, okay, I have to make sure that I don't throw myself away when I see my teammates fighting and I'm not ready to fight, you know.
I think when the game starts, that's when System 1 activates, and you're just like, you're just in, right? You're literally not thinking about anything else. At least that's ideal, in an ideal world.
Okay, well, hopefully we're going to get the draft up on the screen soon, because one of the bans is already very interesting from the side of Heroic. A bit of a spoiler is that Tinker. We talked about it, Satanic, just how he's able to have some cheesy picks for himself. I thought it was, you know, Brood in that last bit, but they also love to open with Tinker, and that could potentially have a bit of flex. It's so annoying to do.
Yeah, it could be, but this is also a hero that can be pretty much anywhere on the map. We talked about, again, Helm of the Dominator, that is very annoying, split pushing, and this is the hero that can actually kill it with laser, because it's on such a low cooldown that you can actually use it multiple times, and this is something that they definitely theory crafted, how to deal with these annoying heroes, because they are probably the most annoying team to play against in terms of when they don't want to take the fight, they're not going to be taking the fight, they're going to be doing something else on the map with these multiple Helm of the Dominators with position 4 Slarks that they like to run, and this also leaves Beastmaster in the pool if P-Vision wants to grab it, because there's no gyrocopter, seeing that there is Undying as well banned out, so potentially it could be a good opener for P-Vision. We talked about them getting like one really good pick at the start of the draft. Mostly it has been offlaner, getting something for DM, some Enigma, and also leaving maybe a bit of a flex with some Kunkka potentially that they can run across 3 different.
I mean, you know, I kind of like that though, because if you have to open your draft with Beastmaster, right, and if you're in P-Vision's side, you're probably thinking, oh, if we have Beastmaster often, it means that my position 4 can't actually run around and just do his own thing. He kind of needs to stay and secure his lane, you know. So that's kind of like a little bit of upsetting the way they normally have to play. Because with Beast, I think ideally the situation is you have a
Почему мне
position
веб
4
здесь
that's
не
range, that you
показывает?
want to sit in the lane and secure the
На
Beastmaster's
тиру
lane. And if they
показывает.
don't really want to do that, so this might be a good pivot, you know, for Heroic.
This was one.
А, задержка была.
One of the better heroes against Beastmaster in general. Once
Пуджа берут, нихуя себе, кстати. Интересно. Сколько у меня трейдбан? — 18.09, неделя трейдбана.
To our supports, Clockwork and Pudge, it's just not gonna work out. Like
I guess mid Pudge is the idea. Like
potentially, but I think they're just gonna keep things.
I mean, they must know something that we don't, you know.
Yeah.
But
based
that's
on
what
the
I'm
fans.
wondering. Like, we see it from Heroic very straightforward, just off lane, but P-Vision aren't necessarily showing that same sort of line of thinking. But either way, the snap does come out as well. Exactly what you're looking for, Lacoste. Just something to help with those cogs.
Yeah, it also gives you good amount of damage. It gives you overwhelming teamfight. Beastmaster, I love the 1-2 combos that you can pretty much kill any.
Да ладно.
One roar with the Snapfire ulti.
Запрос на 28,
I mean, don't forget,
блядь,
if it's a
хорош.
force 5 snap, you just go into the lane and you learn your shredder and kill the cogs.
Yeah.
So that is
Yes.
actually very annoying for the clockwork in the game.
Pudge is also a very low armor hero.
То есть я продал за 20... Нет. Сколько?
Is pretty good.
Have you seen the Blightstone build?
Я
I have seen the
продал
Blightstone
за...
build. I don't think it's that good. I feel like Little Shredder already does what you.
Ну, 4300.
I mean, the weird thing here though is like, Pudge Clock is not going to be laning.
28
That's why I'm not a huge fan of like the Monkey Kings and Undyings, these heroes that normally counter
Ну,
the
почти
melee offlaners.
25.
There will be two lanes. There will be
Ну,
Clockwork
лишь
cutting
где-то
one
около
wave, and then
4К,
Pudge playing on
блядь,
the other
да
wave.
ёбаный
And
нахуй,
both
кто
heroes will
знал.
be farming just fine. You will 50-50 this lane always. That's
Где ты
why
был
Clockwork
раньше,
plays
чел?
this strategy. So I'm curious to see what P-Vision does. Like, I think that idea of like hard countering it with the Bane makes sense. Or bringing a position forward that can help.
Crystal Maiden, that's another uncontested hero so far at TI, getting picked up here.
It's
Clink
for the Pudge.
Oh,
and
it's
Crystal Maiden.
I think it's a carry.
It's a carry Pudge.
Frostbite.
Wow.
Also, the Flesh Keep plus the Crystal Maiden fast
Barrier.
allows you
Yeah.
to be extremely tanky. Do not mess with this. Like, this is super
Really?
insane if you want to turn the fight around with the stick, with the barrier, with the Flesh Keep as well. You feel like you're going to kill them, and then they just stop taking the
There's also another thing good about CM. She's one of the better supports at dealing with the helm creep because you have Frostbite and you can kind of kill it.
It's
in
the
a way.
one thing that still works against the creep.
If you're laning against a Beastmaster and
Только
someone
You
who's
потерял
not
still kill the
чуть-чуть,
jumped
boss.
but
You
what's
still kill the boss before he gets helm.
right? Then, but what's the skill build then
Most
for her in lane?
Ну,
Most of
блядь.
the time, I think you would get your Frostbite max because you want the cast range and
Okay.
everything else you have. I think the cooldown, the lockdown as well, because it's easier for Pudge to follow up if you have a higher point in cast Frostbite.
Yep.
Pudge CM is just one of the most classic
It's
lanes.
crazy lane. You just die at level 1 if you're not careful, you know.
Yeah.
Frostbite into hook, you die.
I love Pudge in the safe lane. I mean, I play at 5. I grief my games. But the tree spots that you can now hook into, you need like 2 trees to Quelling Blade
Yeah,
to
this-
get out. Otherwise, you run through the tower.
This is a very good pick into the Pudge, potentially Pudge carry. This is one of his worst matchups, you know. Lifestealer against Pudge. You can't really fight him because he does more damage because you have a lot of HP. I mean, the only good thing about it is you can bite him during his rage, you know.
Yeah, they have a couple of BK piercing tools against the Lifestealer, but overall a good matchup. What Pudge Core doesn't like to be playing into is some stacking damage, playing into Ursa, playing into Viper, playing into Lifestealer, these type of heroes that can actually man-fight him. And you're also going to be fighting into Monkey King, whether this Monkey is going to be played from the position 4 or the mid-roll. It's still going to be building into the Fusel Blade because we've seen 9 class go for Helm of the Dominator, go for the Fusel Blade, and this is something that Pudge doesn't like to be playing into. If he has no mana, you're basically just
You're also getting
just
ganked
healing
by Gorestorm.
Yes.
He's coming with a creep. He is the creep, and you're going to be able to kick the enemy carry out of the lane.
I think the Meepo ban is very smart, by the way. You do not want to get obsessed with this idea that it has to be a CM Pudge lane just because it's a classic lane. Because you can still rotate CM through the portal and play with the Pudge. Like, for the game, and for the early game especially, it's still very good. And this would be a phenomenal Meepo game.
Yeah, but if you do that, right, I feel like it's not easy to kick the lifesteal. Let's say lifesteal is already level 6. Like, it's not that straightforward for you to kill.
I think you would just play as like the trio, and then Puck connects, and you're never going to kick the Lifestealer out, right? But I literally saw them do Clock Pudge against Lifestealer Undying, which is a like harder lane than this, and they did fine because he's just farming on Pudge.
Right, so would you say like the gate wards are going to be very important if they're going to play like this? You have to place wards to see those moves coming.
Definitely,
which can be very game changing.
Or jungle wards if the trio is like moving between the one side lane and the mid lane.
I like this ban a lot from Heroic removing Void Spirit. Even though they have a good amount of lockdown, you have CM's Frostbite. This hero has a good matchup against Puck in the mid lane. The other one I'm looking for is potentially Ember Spirit, because you can build into Mage Slayer. Blade Mail is not as good as it was, so we're seeing them going back potentially for some Spirit Vessel if it's a good game for it, going for the Mage Slayer as well. And so far I'm seeing Heroic having all magic damage, even though Pudge, if it's going to be core with the Rotten Core, he's still dealing good amount of right clicks, but most of the damage is going to be magical.
And by the way, the good shout on the Void Spirit ban, that also means that they think that it could be a monkey support.
I was going to say, like, could you not still move that monkey into?
And it is a 9-class specialty hero from back in the day. I don't think it's as good because the Simian Stride, you need to level the jump up to level 5 before you're getting the instant jumps. It's a lot worse, but I don't think 9-class really cares about that sort of thing.
Thing is, they're going to have to reveal it, right? They're not going to be able to have that flex. Is it a Monkey King mid? Is it a Monkey King 4? Going into this, they're kind of just going to have the last pick and place their odds on exactly where they think the Pudge is. It's still 2 carries that they're banning out, both Meepo and Terrorblade.
I like. Do you guys like the Monkey King mid and you pick something like a Rubik for a 9-class to play the lane? Seems like a pretty decent Rubik game.
There's some good spells to steal.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Monkey versus Puck is a classic matchup that I think no one in particular has done really well in.
Oh, this is good. This is something that
position for Night Stalker
that NA team did use. And got banned a couple of times against it, I believe. Night Stalker, like, Puck doesn't get to play the game. It's a very difficult matchup for him, forcing
you have to buy
either a BKB early on. Force Staff does work, but once you go in, like, having a vision game, it also allows you to have Lifestealer being inside of the Night Stalker. There's a lot of memes that you can actually do with the Snapfire, with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Infest, and then just spitting someone out. Suddenly you have 2 heroes. We're going to save that for the later stages, but I think overall this is a very good Night Stalker pick, even though the hero is not the strongest right now.
Some sort of illusion hero would be so good here. Like, if Naga was still okay, they go for Ursa.
Well, it makes more sense than why they did ban out that Meepo and that Terrorblade towards the end, wanting to lead into a mid-beast and an off-lane Night Stalker, actually, was what it is. So that's the change-up that happened, and 9-class is still just going to stick to that Monkey King for himself. And then Yuma having the Ursa last pick.
Yeah, it's a very good carry-to-carry matchup against the Lifestealer. Yeah. I kind of like it, and it's also good against the Beast in the lane and in the game. And I feel like overall, I'm not so sure about the Night Stalker. I know the Night Stalker has his play here against with the silence against the Puck, but can he secure Beastmaster? Actually, it's not an off-lane Beastmaster. It is...
it's a mid-beast.
Oh, it's a mid-beast. Oh, so it's going to be support Monkey King.
Again, we're saying DM, he gets his lane griefed. Monkey King,
yeah,
a double melee against Ursa and CM just doesn't sound that fun. Even though Night Stalker... It did, but Night Stalker with the Night Brain facet, he does put a lot of pressure, very difficult to catch because of the extra movement speed. Has a lot of regen as well. Want to see the lane shenanigans, I think, in this one. I don't think you can just straight up fight it 1v1.
Yeah, the gate gangs are going to be very crucial to watch. Who can destabilize the lane? I think it's probably more important for Heroic to get a good start and try to snowball with their heroes, whereas for Paravision, they just want to like get their levels and try to play a slower game, and eventually they're going to have that overwhelming vision to win the team fights.
Okay, well, it's that off-lane Pudge, and I know you love Pudge, Jenkins, so I'm going to give you a little bit of time to talk about it on the side of Heroic.
Which set he's gonna use, that's what matters on.
I can see on my screen here which set he's using.
That's cheating, you can't do that.
It's the best set to use, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I agree with what these gentlemen said, which is I feel like the laning phase will definitely go for P-Vision. They're gonna win that. But then after that, like after the 5-minute mark, once the lanes start breaking down, then we're gonna look at this trio. We're gonna look at Whisper, the Clockwork, the Puck, running around, CM going through the portal, and see if they can get kills in those moments. Like, this is how Heroic makes space for Yuma.
Okay, all right. Look, I was checking behind my shoulder because I already saw Slacks with one coach, and I was wondering why we weren't hearing from him, and that's because Slacks has both coaches.
Absolutely, absolutely, my friends. I have brought the two biggest brains in Brazil here to fight it out. I dubbed this segment the US East Server. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. Now, you were having a conversation before the camera came on. What did you say to this man?
I asked how spicy would the interview be.
How spicy will the interview be? No, not too spicy, not too spicy. But let's go ahead and ask, why did you give them their iconic Pudge clockwork? Pretty risky stuff.
I full respect them, so the best way to show respect is giving them their best strat and beating it.
Oh! It is spicy! All right, last one. Any words for him? You gave him a lot of 100% heroes. Snapfire, you know, the Monkey King. What do you think?
I think we should give them the best strategy and beat it, you know?
Okay, all right, gentlemen, give yourself a handshake here before we get into it. Let's get into this match between these very good friends and these two fantastic teams.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we're getting ready for the action here. It's going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. What a way to start the draft,
Perfect.
right? We get the Pudge coming through. I mean, there was no way they weren't going to do this, right? When you saw what they were able to do during the road to TI, you got to go with these Pudges and these clocks. The question is, are P-Vision going to be able to deal with it here on the main stage?
That's the question, right? Because I think Schofield, for time and time again, especially at internationals, he has broken ankles. Even at other tournaments, of course, too, but he's playing his signature and a ton of signature heroes, as we do see across the board. Master tiers, grandmasters all over the place. This will be an absolute treat, as we do see pointed out by our beautiful observer right there. Yeah, this has so much excitement in it because there's some heroes that maybe were not really countered so much, right? The Puck, limited disables on one side. They clean up the draft with the Night Stalker at the end on the side of P-Vision to just have that type of lockdown. And this long silence could definitely be pretty disruptive. It's something that even Ursa doesn't like to play against at times. Yes, the lane for the Ursa with the CM looks fantastic, but as we've seen sometimes, lanes can be broken very early on. 9 Class has shown it, Schofield has shown it, that they just go through portals, they make all these crazy types of moves. So yeah, we're in for a treat. This early game is going to dictate quite a bit.
And because overall as well, I mean, very much putting the vision into P-Vision, right? Especially with this Night Stalker last pick. The sort of information that P-Vision's going to be able to set up with in these kind of early to mid-game plays, it's going to be quite difficult for Heroic to catch them by surprise.
No, for sure. And we've seen it so many times, right? P-Vision, that's a strategy they do. That's why they used to, well, I say used to, but that's why they do the Slark as this 4 position at times, right? They're a very vision-based team, picking and choosing their battles at ideal moments. So Heroic, I mean, it's kind of a good matchup for them, though, because this is a team that likes to cause chaos, likes to make a team make mistakes. And, yeah, when you have Pudge, this type of hero in particular can cause mistakes. You get hooked past position. Some really cool stuff that we could have coming in as...
And what do you sort of make of the last pick from Heroic, going for the Ursa to close this overall draft up?
Comfort hero, obviously, for the side of Yuma, but it's a core-to-core matchup that they wanted. Because I was debating a couple other heroes that would be good for the game, perhaps, but I think they wanted something in particular that deals with Satanic. Because looking at the other 4 heroes, yeah, you have the bite that goes through, you have the clockwork hook shot that goes through that rage in particular, but you want somebody that can stand toe-to-toe. I think me and you were debating like Spectre or something, right? But these heroes just don't match that core-to-core matchup the same. So I think they just want him to be able to scale in these later stages.
And, you know, sort of talking about the bites, talking about the support, so getting Crystal Maiden coming in. We didn't see this hero at all during the road to the International. It's definitely not a rarity in pubs, right? This hero is played. Why was it not picked up until this point, and why do you think Heroic have gone with it here?
To be honest, I can't give you a direct answer of why it wasn't picked up in particular, but in this game, you have great setup. It's a great lane as well, too, if you know that you're going to be playing versus something like a double melee. And I think I've seen a lot of games, especially from P-Vision, it's a double melee off lane. Yeah, they're going to creep pull, they're going to do some shenanigans, right? But at some point, CM is very good versus most double melee lanes, especially with an Ursa,
So you think that Heroic, they do have the tools to sort of match the pressure that P-Vision will put on during the laning stage, or kind of heroes to heroes, it will still be tough overall?
I absolutely think they can, yeah. It's just this top lane. I want to say that, the lifesteal and the snap should come out advantageous, but I've seen Heroic play almost versus the same lane and came out ahead with the Pudge in the past. So, yeah, curious to see how these lanes are going to be played as Bit of an extensive pause we got. Oh,
Yeah, because I guess that's because when we talk about the snap being in that lane and trying to deal with this kind of these Schofield clock movements, is this sort of a hero that you're picking because it's going to be kind of chasing around the clock, or are you just trying to focus on fully punishing the Pudge when they're left alone?
I think it's the punishment, but also they mentioned something on the panel there. I don't remember who it actually was, but you can kill the cogs, so you can do some little things to disrupt this clockwork. The cookie's not as effective, but there are ways that you can play around it. And I think, yeah, Pudge, low armor, can definitely look to take advantage if you get a good position to pressure with that snap. Did you see what was going on? Okay.
Okay. Apparently should be good to go pretty soon. Just getting some final things lined up in the booth, making sure all players are ready to roll.
Something I'm looking forward to is, I mean, we're likely to have some dominators, of course, in this game, at least 2, potentially even 3, because we do know 9 class likes to build it, but Heroic, they don't have a dominator build.
I don't think, yeah, they don't need no dominators.
No, so
maybe some of the victories they had, but definitely a lot of the wins that they were getting towards that second half of the Road to the International, where they started to hit this win streak. You know, they were just doing it with kind of just raw chaos.
Exactly.
And especially around these 2 heroes, of course, that they have opened up the draft. So this sort of game 1 as well, it's going to be very much a test or a showing from them whether, you know, other teams and if P-Vision down the line in the draft in this series need to make sure that they don't let this kind of Pudge clock get through as the first 2. You know, if Heroic can get this game 1 win, they're definitely going to have a lot of implications in how P-Vision is going to have to start their draft in game 2 against them.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that we actually did get, I knew we were going to get it, right? The double coaches down there, they're such good friends. I think this is going to be a really interesting kind of thing that maybe dictates how the rest of the drafts are going to go for this series in particular.
Yeah.
Because they might just give them everything. Both sides might just go, you know what? We'll just give you guys what you want, and we'll see what happens. Because the bans, if you saw, were pretty specific. There was a gyrocopter ban in the first phase. You don't see that always. So.
No, absolutely. No, and indeed, as we heard from the coaches, you know, the respect they have, they want to beat what the enemy gets the best, you know, it's the best in the enemy's hands. So, you know, maybe sort of, you know, just sort of a mutual agreement that kind of played out during that draft as well, in the fact that both teams did get those strong openers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see what we do get going down, but we do have this pause at the moment.
We do. It will be over pretty shortly, and hopefully once the pause is over,
anticipation.
we'll be good to go. Yes,
anticipation for a hook immediately, right? That's what we want. That's what everybody wants, the Pudge.
Getting a lot of scribbling on the mini-map.
Yeah, they were playing tic-tac-toe. They drew some stars. I don't know. But looks like we're underway. Ducalis gives us the green.
Ducalis has said he's ready. We'll see if Heroic's got everything good as well in their booth. And hopefully we'll then get the word to get this game underway. But one thing for sure, I don't think this is going to be a game that's going to have a pretty slow opening 20 minutes. Right?
No, I don't think this series will, period, right?
No.
These 2 teams are definitely going to be looking to run at each other. Heroic maybe more so than P-Vision, who does like to play, as you mentioned, more about the vision, controlling the map. But let's go.
All right, well,
we're
thank
underway.
you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get on with the action here between Heroic and P-Vision. And action we should definitely be getting.
And look at this, P-Vision, they want to secure that lane in particular, right? They don't want Schofield to do his little put a sentry to make the lane meet at a weird position, get the cogs down to mess with things. So they're trying to protect their jungle as much as possible here to prevent these type of moves and maybe an early hook, right? So you see P-Vision, they will back away. Heroic places a deep early ward, and we are underway.
Yeah, P-Vision holding back, but still under the cover of smoke. Still difficult, really, for them to approach and try and make a play into this. So yeah, purely defensive. So making sure they don't get tripped up by Heroic as the lanes do set up.
See, if Heroic wants to stick a 3rd hero just for the start of the lane, since they do have that CM Pudge combo, they could trip them up to potentially go for that quick early first blood.
That's true. Yeah,
there's definitely a
first blood
chance.
Play could be pretty tasty and a very good thing to go for, especially here on the main stage. Now, if you can start to shake up the enemy early, you could start to tilt them a little bit.
Yeah, look, let's see the positioning. Schofield, he's doing what he does. He's going to immediately run in, put the cogs down, or just body block the wave until the cogs get closer. And that lane positioning, it's going to be exactly where they ideally would want it. Let's see if Satanic catches the wave. We do see this combo is up here.
Yeah, let's see. See if Satanic's ready for this. Heroic getting ready just in case Satanic steps out a little too far. They're going to go for the hook. They're going to be able to grab him away from the creep wave. Again, him caught in the cogs. They'll have to skill the level 1 rage to back up. So no kill to be found, but a decent bit of damage there from that early setup and an early aggressive poke from Heroic, showing that Satanic's got to be on his toes.
And then we do see Ducalis does what we were mentioning, right? What the panel was talking about as well, too. Get that little shredder early so you can either kill the cogs or just be able to harass a hero like Pudge, who's 2 armor, super low armor in this hero. So we'll be able to attempt to counteract these moves.
Now let's see how well he does. Because I feel like even in some of the lanes where you expect Whisper's Pudge to get punished, he ends up coming out insanely far.
He does.
So very, very comfortable on this hero in this position.
Yeah, and let's see how many, I'm going to keep watching how many cogs they do kill, because, yeah, Schofield, he's going to be doing his annoyance in this lane. But overall, I would say Satanic, yeah, on paper, right, Satanic should have a pretty free time up here, unless some crazy stuff happens from Schofield and Whisper. And looking at the other lanes in particular, it's similar, right? P-Vision does have very strong setup for the lanes. The mid Beastmaster versus the Puck is very, very strong matchup. The bottom lane is the one that can be a bit different, where the Ursa and the CM can take advantage. So 2 lanes that do look quite strong for the side of P-Vision at the start.
I mean, and sort of take advantage to the point where is there kind of sort of a stage in this bottom lane where the Ursa CM can get kills?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime that they do see a misposition, misstep there from DM, they could look for it. Same thing from 9 Class, but 9 Class also can do some pretty annoying stuff, as we've seen from him on this Monkey King, of going through the portal, bringing numbers to an area that is not as expected. So this mid lane, I've seen the Beast most of the time come out ahead, but also these Pucks usually don't fall that behind anymore in a lot of these matchups that they used to struggle, like the Earthshaker versus Puck matchup, which used to be a hard one. Now these Pucks just do fine because of curveball. So we'll see how no one does in this matchup with Analog.
It definitely feels like a mid matchup where, I mean, probably from both teams, right? The supports, rotations early on could warrant a kill in that mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if we'll see an early rotation, though, because these side lanes are... They do need their supports to stay there. As we do see early aggression, even from bottom, DM, getting the early point in silence. Maybe they'll be able to play this lane a little better than anticipated, even though it's versus Ursa CM.
CS-wise in the top lane so far, 8-4 on Whisper against Satanic 13-3, so I see the damage here coming in with a little shred and a few right clicks. Not too fun for the Pudge here on the early levels against these 2. Anytime that Schofield steps away.
Yeah, he even went for the chainmail immediately on Whisper, right?
They got to watch out for this, though. Something about Schofield and sniping the carrier's couriers. It's happened so many times.
We had that one series earlier.
Yeah, he got like the DK's courier like, what, 3 times in a row or something. So Satanic's definitely going to have to be a bit more careful with his courier placement when he gets those, or he's trying to get those items brought out. Because Schofield, he will be on top of the timings. Like, you know for sure, right? He's keeping track of when that courier's respawning, and he's going to be ready to get in position to go for it again.
100%. I mean, that's his best involvement that he can have up here, is really killing the couriers and just disrupting them from killing the Pudge. Because right now you're seeing Whisper, he truly is struggling up here. He even bought the chainmail level 1, or immediately when he had the gold, so that he could try to survive the pressure. But look at it, it's constant.
Yeah, poking him underneath the tower. Still have to be careful. I mean, you saw that anytime that Ducalis tries to step up and go for that, if he lines himself up to get hooked under the tower, could get turned around.
Definitely wants to have the lane in maybe a better position. They're not so close to that tower, so they can get aggressive.
Down on the bottom side of the map, Yuma so far 20 CS, 18-4 on DM, so being able to match the farm so far on this bottom lane. And yeah, indeed across the board, just Whisper is having the slightly tougher time top, but as expected.
To be expected, exactly. So mid, Analog is handling his own, 22-3 to the 26. A couple extra denies on no one, but
I mean, look at this damage. It gets harder now, though. I mean, no one just stepping up and just absolutely beating the hell out of this. TPs are coming in. He's going pretty deep, no one.
No one is very deep.
It's taken a lot of tower hits as well. He went for the dive. Is he going to be able to get away? There's going to be the all back up in a couple of seconds. Analog, he's going to have it.
He's got him.
First blood there for Analog as no one gets far too greedy there with that aggressive dive.
He tries to go for the axes, but the shift is back up. He dodges it, and he has more than enough damage, and they lose the courier, too.
That's a big kill to get as well. I mean, up to that point, the mid-matchup was pretty close, but now Analog's going to get the chance to get kind of a full creep wave ahead, and having that first blood as well secured on the puck.
Massive. 2 couriers also being killed. Nighttime soon to end also. So DM, the bottom lane, will become much more difficult for him now, as immediately they go aggro on this Night Stalker as the daytime hits.
Oh, the swipes are stacking up. He will be able to push him back momentarily there with an Ironwood branch placement. So
that was a really nice branch.
Nice little moves there from DM to stop Yuma from getting a couple more hits in and kind of give him a chance to break away from that blood grenade that was thrown out.
Very nice branch play. KJ was not quite in range. Yuma tried to get that advantage play there, but wasn't able to. And so far, I mean, Whisper, he has yet to die top, right? So he is getting something. He is, of course, getting sacrificed a little bit, but if he gets a hook kill, he'll be right back into it, which can absolutely happen at any moment.
Yeah, and the fact that he's not dying up there is definitely giving Schofield the freedom to just kind of get to do Schofield things, moving up and down through the jungle, being around to provide pressure in the mid. The Roar's going to be there for the setup.
They got him.
No one able to get the kill. Schofield not able to do anything to help out that time. P-Vision, they're going to try and chase Schofield a little bit, but I think as we'd learn, right, you got to be careful when you're chasing Schofield. You don't want to waste too much time running down the clockwork.
Never. If it's Schofield, you almost never do. Never want to chase him. Whisper.
Rotation's coming in. Jump forward here from 9 class. Schofield is around. Cogs down to try and hold Satanic back, but he's able to get round with the rage. You get the cookie connection as well. Boundless strikes up. Whisper trying to back up to the tower.
He's still alive.
The battery assault holds back Satanic. Whisper's going to be fine for now. Analog's TP'd over, does have the Dream Coil available, but they won't even need to stick around because P-Vision, they back up. They didn't get the kill. They're not going to try and make any crazy dives top.
Do they stick around for this Shrine of Wisdom? It looks like 9 class wants to.
I mean, the thing is, though, they're going to know that Analog's around.
Yeah, I don't know if they can contest this when the puck is in the area.
Whisper, they've got the vision. They're able to get the hook straight away. They catch 9 class. Analog jumps in with the burst. 9 class is dead. Another bit of a greedy play there from P-Vision, just underestimating the fact that Heroic, of course they're going to be sticking around for that timing. Analog, he wasn't going anywhere. He was ready.
Didn't anticipate them putting the ward, I guess. He was trying to make that sneaky play, but yeah, Analog is just still in the area too. And Analog still has Coil for that next move available too, if it does happen. As let's see how, I'm just going to keep eyes on DM these next couple minutes, especially for P-Vision, since it is this daytime. This is a very crucial point. If he's able to keep the lane in this position, he's going to get a lot. And it does look like this wave is going to stay here, so that's very good for him.
Top, Schofield. Should be fine here. Whispers in with the backup, looking for the angle for the hook. Not going to get it this time.
They're not giving him that chance to get that hook. He has his phase boots finished up, though, so a lot easier for him to survive up here. And as you said, Schofield, it can't open up the map for him. Power rune. Ducalis is setting up.
9 class. It's going to end him with a jump, but now that Yuma's hit the 6, very hard to bully the bear unless they catch him in some sort of chain control between like the roar of no one on the Beastmaster if he makes the move down bottom.
Analog gets a haste. This is a big rune. Could potentially even save him. When you get this rune, when you're playing versus Night Stalker, it's the dream early game.
On top lane, a little bit of a dismember. It's going to force the TP reaction from no one. Comes in, drops the roar. That's a very dead Whisper there.
Bait play there from Satanic. Good TP coming in from no one. They do know now, though, that no one has no resources since he did TP top.
I mean, they could try and dive in for DM bottom now.
He has ulti available, though.
He is going to be pretty slippery.
Yeah. DM is getting a lot down here, Owen. This is a big deal. He's level 6 now. He's going to be getting his Dominator pretty soon, too. Even though 9 class has left him for some time, he's getting way too much. And they're not able to bully him because of the positioning of that lane on that Night Stalker. He's just keeping it at his tower, not shoving it in. So that's going to be really important timing for him on this first night.
Gonna have a smoke up coming in from the two of them, Yuma and King Jungle's ready to make this play towards the top.
This is a clever move. This could catch him off guard.
Let's see what P-Vision do in response. Ducalis, not a chance for him. Satanic
is in
get
trouble.
away from this. Whisper ready to lead and gets the hook into the dismember.
What a move.
Excellent plays there from Yuma and King Jungle's coming in and securing Yuma a double kill from that little trip top.
I love this move, too, because they had just communicated that the Beastmaster TP top, he used his roar, he was leaving the area, so they're like, he's probably not going to stick in the area.
That's smart.
Quick gate move, get this kill. Very, very clever.
And also the fact that they knew that they couldn't really abuse the fact that the Night Stalker's alone still a very tough target to kill.
Yep.
The other lane's where to be, and they make it work.
DM has literally kept this lane at his tower like this for 3 minutes so far. So very good on him to be able to do that, but of course does open up the opportunity for Heroic to make an aggressive move as top.
They're going to strike back at P-Vision. Whisper to fall, Schofield looking pretty dead as well. So just as quickly as they get the 2 kills top, as the action continues, P-Vision returns to that top lane and make sure that they then secure some positive action for Satanic to get involved in.
Love that we're seeing these early moves already coming in, though. Pre-10 minutes, we've got 8 kills. Heroic, looks like Analog will get the benefit of getting this power rune again after getting the haste rune. Another very good one for him.
And these sort of movements, they're only going to continue, right, in the frequency that we're going to be getting them from these 2 mids each time the ultimates are up. And
every single
obviously
time.
from DM, he very shortly is going to be prepared to get involved, especially around these nighttime moments.
I think he's got the Dominator finished,
he's
right?
coming out right.
Pretty early timing for this Night Stalker who's been left on an island to have this pickup. It's coming out in the Courier. He's got the Dark Ascension too if he wants to use it to get involved and get on top of the puck too, even though it is nighttime. See what the next move is going to be.
I mean, so far, you know, if you're both of these teams, you know, from Heroic side, who is it that they're most concerned about is getting the space? Because sure, DM's getting a lot down bottom, but, you know, Satanic, he's getting a good chance and a good area at the map, especially with the security of both supports being in the area, to hit probably a pretty solid timing on his Radiance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're too... You want to obviously think about these things, but I don't know if you're too fussed because you're also getting a lot, right?
Sure.
It's like Whisper's getting shut down, but your Ursa and your Puck are having a phenomenal time right now, so I think at the moment, things are pretty chill for them.
Yeah, we can see the Battle Fury just about a few hundred gold away from coming out to Yuma.
Here comes the smoke. They've got what? Snapfire ult is up, so kisses are at the ready.
There we go.
See if Heroic is ready for this move.
And they do have to be a little bit careful in the sense that Satanic is very close to having enough money for his relic, so
That's
if the fight goes wrong, might hurt him a little bit on that timing.
They're bringing the summons, though. They've got the Dominator, they've got the Ancient Black
But
Dragon,
look at this
which comes
position.
in.
You know, Yuma, they've already pulled back right up to the tier 2.
They seem to know.
This move ain't going to find anything. Might get them the chance to pressure and bring down the tower, but catching Yuma, unlikely.
Yeah, very good awareness coming out from Heroic here to not hemorrhage anything in the mid lane. TP, though, toward mid. Or in the bottom lane. TP toward mid. Ducalis is setting up. They do have that roar available with the kisses. Power rune will be bottom. Illusion rune.
A nice one here for no one if he does get jumped. Gives him an extra chance to slip away. Very close to his Aghanims. Just about 1,200 gold off it here for the mid Beastmaster. Top net worth right now.
How's the stacks from both sides? I feel like it's been fairly even. I actually don't know if we did get a counter for that, but maybe a couple more on the side of Heroic. This is a tech that I've seen only Heroic do because they're the only ones picking Pudge, but we've seen this a couple times now. They do this, smoke a deceit with the Pudge to be able to farm the Ancients freely to get him a better timing. So
that's pretty nice, yeah.
It'll help his game.
Super safe.
He was struggling, he'll need that. So that will get him toward it. He will have at least one component of the Aghanims, but slowed down a fair bit anyway, still on Whisper. And he doesn't have the luxury. I mean, he has the luxury of being able to hook creeps, of course, and get that extra farm, but he doesn't have the luxury of a Night Stalker with a Dominator who just sends the Dominator creep to do his business. You can get that extra farm that we've seen so much throughout this tournament as we'll watch the Dark Troll Summoner.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to start cutting some creep waves, probably.
Yeah, with King Jungles.
He's ready for it.
See what he can do to deal with it.
Okay, he'll disrupt the stack.
Yeah, they'll bring Yuma over as well. Let's clear this out, because, yeah, they don't want to give DM the chance to start grabbing creep waves.
And they'll kill it pretty effectively. It farmed absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
so.
I honestly, Ursa probably one of the better carries in the game, right, for dealing with these Helm of the Dome creeps. Kills them very, very fast.
Very true. They did the same thing with the Meepo the other day, if you remember. These heroes are fantastic at killing these Dominator creeps, so influx of gold for them.
Top lane.
They want to fight, it looks like, here.
Will be a good time to strike. I mean, it's a Satanic very, very close to having his Radiance timing complete.
Also setting up around the Shrine of Wisdom. 9 class
they're
playing around the vision.
Rocket. Whisper ready to walk up. Boundless strike on back. Gives him the chance to jump into the trees. Good escape there for 9 class. Can he keep this up?
Split second. He's got another jump. He's gone.
It's a bit too tricky to catch him now. 9 class should be fine.
Typical 9 class being very disruptive, giving so much information.
I mean, Whisper could try for a blind hook, but
no.
They don't have any information here.
That would be pretty wild if he's able to find him here.
Just going to keep eyes on Yuma. Another rocket comes in, but again, 9 class a step ahead.
They're probably keeping track of that experience that he's sapping as well, so Yuma. He's being annoying. He's giving info. It's giving time for these items to come in for P-Vision. I believe that Aghanims for the Beastmaster, it's done. No one is invading with an invis. Yuma.
A little push here, but the roll's going to be set up on a Yuma. The kisses are coming in as well. Dreamcoat down to the 2 of them. Yuma's able to get the enrage off and starts to back away. 9 class falling low here as Analog and Schofield look to chase him down, but no one's able to finish off Schofield first. Analog has to back up now. 9 class able to survive.
DM trying to find that angle with the Dark Ascension for the Puck, but can't quite. A good invasive play here coming out from P-Vision, but it only nets them the Clockwork. Radiance is done. Whisper will find more money.
About halfway towards the Aghanims. And as we saw just there, Satanic getting the pre-15-minute Radiance done and online.
And that second Dominator is soon finished for 9 class.
Schofield. Maybe considering something around the mid. Needs Analog to be a little bit closer though so they can bring in the damage required. And King Jungle's a little low on the mana right now to contribute.
It's funny how Schofield, even in this type of game, He's still queuing up the Aghanims. Doesn't deviate his build, even though the other games when he got in early, he was kind of crushing the game. This one is a lot slower, but he's still going for his build.
Here we go, smoke time here from the supports of Heroic. Whisper ready to join.
How long on the Roar? The Roar is back up. There's no nighttime, though. That's what they're taking advantage of here. DM did pop the Ascension earlier.
It's been hit by a scan, so P-Vision know what's coming. Can Heroic really still stand a chance of catching them by surprise here?
The rocket for Vision.
It's going to give the Can Whisper line up the hook. Ooh, not quite, but the coil does connect before the cookie jumps there. Hookshot comes in as well, but it's deep. Backup's coming in from P-Vision. They'll be able to lay down the Crystal Maiden ult here. Destroyed Ducalis, but the TPs from P-Vision continue to come through. They're ready to turn. Boundless Strike on a King Jungle. Satanic moves in to kill off the CM as they're ready to see if they can maybe catch Analog as well. He's got the jump back up to the orb, so should be fine.
I love the aggression, but it's a little deep this time. They were able to get punished. Their P-Vision, their TPing in, might be able to get the tier 1 first now because of this move.
Yeah, pretty hard to push Satanic and no one off the tower, especially with some of the ults expended by Heroic.
And they had to use so much to get the snap there. The hook missed, the coil was broken. As Ducalis
gets himself another one there. Finds Schofield alone up top. He's got the burst to do it solo.
Wait, he got him by himself. Look at that. Maybe a Dominator creep also assisted, but either way, able to find that grab. As yeah, we did see the creep.
Oh. Yuma though
with his blink.
Indeed, with the blink reveal comes in, he gets a kill for himself, back up to level 12 now on the Ursa.
Now Yuma is having a phenomenal game here so
close.
far.
Look at the 2 carries, right? Pretty much
so close.
As close as it gets, really.
This game,
progress of these two, and both of them not afraid to turn up to the action, right? You know, when you look at P-Vision's heroes, they've got a good ways to kind of get Satanic on the Lifestealer onto the front lines, and Heroic, obviously with his Blink Dagger Ursa, Yuma, any sort of fight that happens around a tower that's going to be set up by this bug Analog with Dream Coil, Yuma's going to want to make sure he's there.
Now we'll see how the economy game goes, right? Because we said Heroic playing a more honest approach toward the game, no Dominators. P-Vision, the double Dominators are up, a 2K separation at the moment, and a lot of that is the Monkey King's extra net worth. Of course,
ну, на самом деле, Шеп за 28 продал. Это был его плюс где-то 4-5к.
Ну ладно, Analog forces at the ready, gets himself away from the follow-up to that Boundless Strike. They put the nighttime though, DM closing the gap. Yuma ready to jump in aggressively. The kiss is coming in, but Analog's got another orb up. Jumps back under the tier 2 tower. Satanic and Nineclaws going to kill off of King Jungle's under the tier 2. Yuma has to enrage, get out of the Wukong's command. Whisper not quite able to find a chance to get anyone hooked in over towards the tier 2 tower. So P-Vision back off. They don't take any casualties themselves. They're just able to get that kill against King Jungle's CM.
A lot expended again there, though. Roar was used, but no one's able to secure himself this amp damage. Roar going to be back up in 30. Heroic, are they going to look to make a move to try to punish? Now that this Dark Ascension's down and Nighttime's down.
It's got to be appealing. I mean, we saw that earlier play. That it is that raw timing that's kind of
Получается,
everything when it comes to what Heroic can try and punish when it's down.
And Whisper does have a big timing now. His Aghanims is done, so a lot stronger in the fray in terms of the aggression he can put on, but also just disrupting the healing and things from the Beastmaster, right?
A lot.
It does do quite a bit versus Beast. So they're feeling confident to get a bit aggressive here since those ultis are on cooldown. And we do have to mention, you know, you talked about their Analog adjusting his build. You're playing versus Night Stalker, you need a Force Staff either on yourself or supports. Probably wanting it on the puck as well too, so he did go for it. And he'll have a blink next soon too.
Yeah, he's going to be very slippery.
He is. On the lines could be something he thinks about versus that puck.
Overall, though, we can see kind of during the slower paces and periods of this game, P-Vision able to make that little bit more out of the map. And a 3K gold lead here as the game starts to slow back down a little bit.
They do just farm that bit faster with these Dominators and, yeah, having this Monkey King able to play like this, but Analog...
He's feeling pretty safe. I mean, it's just going to take a lot to lock him down, right, and stop him from being able to slide.
Слушай, а не знаю, блин.
They do need a pretty perfect combo of skills to come down on the puck to punish him.
Nighttime is hit. DM. Ult also at the ready very soon. The Tormentor, it's a bit different since it is with this Night Stalker, so it's on the bottom side. So unlike usual where it is up top. P-Vision is going to be setting up for that one very quickly. It doesn't look like Heroic is in any way to contest it. They'll throw a rocket to scout.
See the shard.
Who gets it?
It's gonna go the way of DM.
That's a really nice one to get for free.
Heroic. They'll make something happen elsewhere, though. Into the pit. Drop the freezing field as well. They need to speed this up.
I think so as well. I was about to say, they might want to use every spell as possible that they can to damage it. Looks like they should get away with it.
Yeah, P-Vision, they do smoke up now, but it's a little too late, Roshan. It's going to all be Heroic. Streamer's going to have that Aegis secured for the next play. So, now P-Vision, they get a Tormentor, they get a Shard, but Heroic do manage to find that timing to get the Ursa in the pit and secure that second life.
Balance in all things. No one, a full BKB finished up now for this Beastmaster. He is going to be very difficult to bring down. Even though they have BKB piercing disables, the damage, unless the Ursa gets the fully free hit onto him, could be problematic now to deal with this beast early. But could just be a bit of a slowdown time. Both teams might be content with sitting back, finishing up that next item. Yuma in particular, his BKB.
Yeah, it's going to be so important just to be able to give him the chance to run in and not worry about having the silence come into play, stopping him from getting that enrage off.
DM is the big nuisance for sure versus that Puck and the Ursa. They have to be very careful in terms of this game. I'm wondering if Analog even at some point does pivot toward a BKB. Sure, not yet, but maybe one of the next items, even though we don't see it too often on the Puck. Depending on how he gets tripped up from the Night Stalker, we'll have to see if he does want to adapt.
Satanic, he's got his plans completely lined up.
9 class is spotted.
He's going to get a hook shot in here from Schofield. 9 class, unlikely to get much backup here. He's able to jump out though with a sharp boundless strike.
He's actually going to survive.
He's away. No one. Coming in from the high ground. Maybe see if they can get an angle in onto Analog, but it's very, very difficult. Analog at the ready, and Yuma. He's going to be around the mid, ready to grab that bottle and hold on to this amplified damage rune for the next team fight play that they'll look for. And you'd imagine Heroic.
They have vision about him.
They're going to want to do something. Whisper, looking for the setup on a DM. DM popping the ult off onto the side of the map. He's going to be able to sneak away. Nothing they can do about that right now whilst the hook shot's still on cooldown from Schofield. So DM will get away. But yeah, there's 3 minutes of opportunity really for Yuma to try and force a play with the rest of the team. And you can see how aggressive he is. He's ready to try and find some action. With the BKB, Amplified Damage Rune, and the Aegis, I mean, P-Vision, they've got to be prepared for this aggression that Heroic's going to be looking for.
They just have so much info getters, right? We see the Night Stalker and the Monkey King just constantly getting information. Again, they see Heroic.
Whisper, some of the blink. He's only going to find the helm of the Dom creep.
So they avoid the smoke immediately, just from that little play there from the Night Stalker. Able to gather that information, as you see time and time again.
I see Yuma there as well. Was maybe seeing if he could find the chance to get the solo catch on Ducalis, but Ducalis headed elsewhere.
P-Vision's just avoiding until they get these timings.
And they're getting a lot of the timings. The gold lead increasing with every moment here for P-Vision. 6 to up to now 7K. Gold lead here, 23 minutes in. Heroic, they're desperate for blood, but P-Vision just aren't giving it to them.
Just avoiding every single time. Satanic. SNY is now finished up too, so he's got that status resistance versus that bite in particular. So a lot safer for him to survive. Now Blink also for no one, so easier for him to pick and choose his target for the roar. P-Vision is slowing the game down into a more and more comfortable position to be able to fight versus Aegis. They're very strong in team fights. 9 class.
He is able to grab him off the trees. Has the dismember. It's going to be enough here slowing him down in the rot, so a little bit of action. The Heroics able to get back on the table there as 9 class gets caught out.
It's been a long time since they've found a kill. It's just been avoidance from P-Vision. But look at the Dark Troll Summoner. 9 class dies, but so he lives on.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. And there's another one right above it, by the way, too, cutting the next wave that maybe was getting through.
Let's see what Heroic do about this.
They're trying to hunt them.
I mean, what do you do if you're Heroic in this situation? You know, you want to find the fighting, you want to kind of get this action going, but P-Vision are just not letting themselves sort of trip up.
That's a good question. You might have to start looking to play the economy game yourself, or just maybe go for more crazy type of plays forward, but that's a risky play. Going for such aggressive dives when you know the P-Vision's playing on this defensive footing, it's dangerous.
P-Vision just getting so much DM.
He's in.
He's got his eyes on Schofield. No one's ready to back him up as well, so P-Vision will be able to grab themselves a kill here.
Oh, they'll use the roar.
I mean, the game's kind of at that
pace.
It's
slowed down.
I don't think he cares. Yeah, he's ready to drop that cooldown. We'll see top lane Yuma having to back off here as Satanic starting to run him down a bit with the Radiance. Won't want to chase him down too much. Still 40 seconds left on the Aegis on Ursa.
will find himself a Dominator creep.
And that's that
Nullify
timing.
finished
DM,
already.
I mean, he's pretty terrifying.
Oh,
That 4-star ain't going to save you anymore if he gets on top of you.
And this is a Night Stalker who is in a lane versus a CM Ursa, and look what he's got. He's got Blink, Nullifier, Dominator at the 25-minute mark. It looks like he was in a lane that was pretty much free for him. That's going to be very problematic for them.
Yeah, because now it's at the point where, Heroic, they couldn't quite find any action. Now if they do, it's not necessarily going to be guaranteed at all that they come out on top of these skirmishes. P-Vision will be ready to turn.
And this is that time. We'll wait for a second. 9 class again.
Should be able to finish him off here, a little too far away. And now, at this point, they've got the damage. So
good kill.
They're getting something. They're
They
getting kind of a 9-class kill here and there to kind of keep that overall gold lead that P-Vision have against them kind of closed up, at least not growing any further than it did in the last couple of minutes. Still around that 6 to now down to 5k gold. So Heroic definitely starting to slow down the advance that P-Vision was gaining on them.
And Yuma is still farming very nicely, right? Almost neck and neck with that Lifestealer, so he's feeling confident. The Basher's done. I was going to mention this, so for Analog, let's see if he does adapt in the build that we were talking about, because that Nullifier's done for the Night Stalker. So now if he gets on top of him, Silence plus Nullifier, it can really cause some problems. But at the moment, it looks like he's content with just going for scale. And if you can get away with this type of itemization on Puck, on Ursa, your lineup does scale super hard. So, yeah, curious to see if this does work out for them, because they're not overreacting to the side of P-Vision. They're just playing their own game, and they're like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see who idea is better.
Always have that threat of the high ground defense, right? You kind of consider P-Vision's lineup, the cores, and one of the supports, it's melee heroes, right? So when it comes to hitting the high ground down the line, you're lining yourself up for some pretty tasty hooks to be coming in from Whisper.
No, absolutely. And Whisper, we didn't mention him, but he also has his BKB Blink done. He's actually matching the farm of DM, even without the Dominator. I guess those extra kills do matter, of course.
On the hunt themselves now.
See what they can find.
Schofield. Oh, they're going to make the jump forward. They'll get him. Very easy kill around the tower.
No funny business, but look at the wraparound here. Heroic. Looking for a sneaky play.
I mean, maybe if they can kind of catch P-Vision starting to split up, but at the moment, P-Vision staying pretty tight to one another. There's going to be a buyback from Schofield. They'll make the jump straight away onto Dakalis. They'll clean him up. Wukong's command of the Boundless Strike. Drop down on a Whisper, but he's pretty tanky. Dreamcore comes in onto the two of them as Analog jumps forward with the burst. Yuma trying to look for a target, but the ethereal form at the moment for no one stopping Yuma from being able to get the right clicks in. Now it ends. They're able to continue to chase the Beastmaster out of the fight. Schofield gets cleaned up by Satanic, but that chase at the top against the Beastmaster succeeds. They kill no one off. All in all, I mean, they did lose Analog. They did lose Schofield a second time, but they are able to take 3 kills away from P-Vision.
Satanic and DM want to go back in.
Fight might not be over yet, indeed. King Jungle's getting jumped. Yuma's going to try and help out. He's getting the swipe stacked up on the DM, but Satanic comes in with the heal. Still the Yuma, keeping those swipes stacked up onto DM. The damage building up. The bash comes in. DM.
He's still alive.
He's actually going to be fine for now. Okay, walks back in, accepts his death. Did get the Nullifier off onto Yuma. Satanic will run him down. Good jump to the low ground.
Can he stick on him the blink?
He's going to blink up in a second. Good jukes as Yuma will manage to dance away from Satanic.
Oh, what a cool fight. I mean, the wraparound for Heroic almost works beautifully. The problem in that fight was, honestly, DM killed Analog full to 0. That Nullifier that he got, he just, completely sandwiched him and brought him down. Satanic and Yuma will survive at the end of it all, but Satanic comes out a bit more ahead in the end of it all. Up to level 21, 20k net worth now for him. I think he does have to adapt somehow. I'm checking Analog, what he wants to build. Okay, he's going Hurricane Pike. So he's going to use that on the Night Stalker instead to have that be the counter rather than having to build a full another item to protect himself.
Because if you Hurricane Pike the enemy, even if you're nullified right, it still pushes back.
Yep, it does not dispel it off of you.
You're still able to get pushed back.
Exactly. So this is if he had this in the last fight, he likely lives, and it could have been a completely different outcome where Heroic maybe comes out even a bit more in a good position there. But as it stands, P-Vision, after that fight Satanic, he is cruising.
That's
almost an
massive.
AC finished also for him.
Oh, yeah. And we see, on the other side, Yuma, he's going to opt to try and get that Abyssal as soon as he can. And he's got it now. So Abyssal Blade done. We did see how kind of clutch the Bashers were coming in that last fight. He's able to drop down the active on someone. Should have the chance of tearing them apart pretty quickly. Now, obviously, that last fight, they did get no one, but it did take them a long time, right? They had to really chase him out at the team fight and stay on top of him to get that kill.
And that was them with the positioning, right? They got that wraparound, and it's still, they didn't get those kills almost immediately. And speaking of which, P-Vision, smoke, or Invis, sorry, on no one, looking for another play. Whisper, he's under vision.
As I said, Straight in with the Roar and bringing in Satanic. They easily have the damage to tear apart the Pudge.
Satanic gets the last hit as well, too. Even more HP up to monster kill. 418, 421 bonus HP now for him. He is getting very tanky.
Difficulty definitely rising here for Heroic.
Does feel like that, absolutely. Analog, he's got the pike, does get the phase shift off. Can he play around this?
It's tricky to chase. Silence comes to an end. Nullify will catch on to him, but no, he's able to jump out with the phase shift dodge and the orb. 9 class is sweeping across, so Analog has to continue to play on his toes here because they're on the jump. The Silence is back up. They get the jump on him, and this time he's not able to jaunt away.
And in the meanwhile, too, they get a Roche. P-Vision is starting to accelerate things.
They really are. About 500 gold away from that AC now on Satanic.
No one's got the Roar ready. They bought him a gem earlier, too, after that last fight. He's always in a good position to know if anyone is stalking him. Schofield. They found him.
They do. They've got the Roar.
There's just kills everywhere, Owen. It is falling apart for Heroic.
I mean, King Jungles, I think he got very close to a bit of a clutch snipe there. I believe the courier did have the rest of the BKB of DM on, but the delivery was actually made just before the courier got killed, and of course King Jungles still loses his life for that effort.
This life steal is just getting way too big. Just the difference between him and Yuma now at this point. Yuma can't do it on his own. No one. Jumps forward.
It definitely
4
feels
minutes
like
on this Aegis.
It's going to get to the point where the question is, how strong of a high ground defense can Heroic pull together? Yuma will find a grab out to the side whilst Ducalis is separate from the rest of the team, but now the rest of the team's ready to close in. Defensive hook will drag Yuma away, as Yuma will get away with that one. Gets the kill, gets out with the help of Whisper.
P-Vision sticking in the area. Satanic still feeling as strong as possible.
Definitely, the pressure's going to fall onto the shoulders of Whisper. Can he get these crazy angles on the high ground defense to get those hooks, pull apart the attempts from P-Vision when they look to try and close up towards the barracks, towards those tier 3s?
It does feel like
that's going to be their next best shot.
Yeah, it feels like it's very dependent on the cores in this game on Heroic. It's been a pretty quiet game from the support zone, I have to be honest. Schofield not really having much of a game this time on the Clockwork. Maybe, yeah, in his lane, absolutely, but right now, he's 0-7, and he hasn't even built any items to buff up his allies either. He's built completely for himself, so.
It's definitely one of those risky builds, right, when you rush the axe. Sometimes it looks great, sometimes it looks like the support you encounter in your pubs. It's a risky move. It's not paying off so far, but, Schofield will say, hey, this game's still young. We're only 32 minutes in.
Hey, it's very
We're probably
true.
going to hit the 60 minutes, and Schofield's absolutely still got a chance, if it goes 30 minutes more, to maybe come in with those plays, and he'll say, hey, you know what? The axe rush, it was absolutely warranted.
We'll have to see if it does pay off, because he can do still some really nice stuff with the Aghanims. I'm only critiquing him a little bit extra because it's Schofield, but, he can scout a lot, right? And in this game, scouting has definitely been pretty crucial, so.
And you can clear the waves, right? You can prolong the game.
You absolutely can.
Those rocket flares being spammed down, so. As I say, Schofield, he's ready to keep playing this game for another 30 minutes. Let's see if they can try and hold on that long, because P-Vision against them, they're continuing to hit these timings. They'll get themselves another shard. This time goes the way of Satanic. They've got 2 minutes of Aegis, so very likely to bring the fight. Heroic, they've got to do the best to kind of limit the casualties and try and not lose too much against these next moves from P-Vision, because otherwise P-Vision, they could be moments away from shutting down the game.
Absolutely. I mean, P-Vision, they're just getting a bit too much. It feels like out of the map. The map is shrinking it. All of Heroic is having to follow each other because of this annoying vision game that we've seen from P-Vision, so they can't really separate from each other because they just might hemorrhage 4 kills as we saw before. If they split up on Heroic, heroes could die all over the place, so they have to kind of stick together like this versus the P-Vision strategy.
A refresher on no one.
Continues to grow.
They can find the opening to get that sort of setup. The Silence, the Roars on towards Yuma. If any of these fights really where they take Yuma out, the damage, it's just not going to be there for Heroic to tackle these 3 beefy cores of P-Vision.
I think the only reason this game has felt as close as it is because Yuma is having a flawless game.
Absolutely.
He's 6-0. If he had died even once, this game might just feel completely out of control.
He's holding on pretty hard here for the team, Yuma.
Another amp damage to spawn Satanic. We'll be waiting at the bottle at the ready. They're just going to pick it up. All right, they want to just pressure with it. So 1 minute left on this Aegis that he wants to use this amp damage with.
He wants to get in. Get right in there. So start to bring in the mid push.
What's the response going to be?
Not going to be able to push them off the tier 2, that's for sure. So they'll have to let the mid fall.
There's a sneaky ward that has been placed down bottom also quite some time ago that could catch Heroic off guard when getting back to their base.
And at the same time, we'll see if Heroic themselves are able to get some sneaky vision outside of the base to set up for those high ground hooks from Whisper.
Whisper's looking for it.
He's going to try for 9 class. Is he going to get him? He'll get the Dismember off onto Satanic, but Satanic is perfectly fine. They have to be careful about how they go about tackling the Lifestealer, and indeed they'll be able to pull back. They do not want to put too much into trying to go on this Lifestealer, especially whilst he still had a few seconds left of Aegis. Will start to now come to an end.
Daytime will hit. Looks like P-Vision will back up with that. Continue to play that economy game as they continue to grow and grow and grow in terms of that economy. Seeing 9 class, he's gone full greed this game, as he tends to, but Diffusal into the Scotty next, so it's going to be very, very annoying to play against for these choruses, particularly the Pudge and the Ursa. The fights just, they continue to feel harder and harder and harder for Heroic, and I'm wondering how and when it's going to feel that much easier. Perhaps it's when Yuma does have that MKB, but again, it does feel like it's starting to feel like him versus the world a lot in this one.
Still just sort of little things like the Ghost on no one that makes it hard for them to get jumped. He's going to try for King Jungles. King Jungles at the moment kind of juking him in terms of the vision, so a lot of time of this BKB being put to waste. Still will get the Roar though at the end of it, allowing Satanic to close up and take down another.
Hey, Owen, that's actually a really good call that you did mention there, right? Like, Yuma has to do so much, and he has no nullifier.
No.
So they can just dance around him, either with these Ghost Scepters or Force Staffs in particular. Very hard heroes to bring down with the Monkey King as well, too. He can just boundless out of a lot of situations, too. So definitely hard for Yuma in terms of how he wants to progress into this later stage.
And we'll see Refresher being queued up next. I imagine what the plan's going to be. If Whisper can come... Ooh, no one, he's in there. The jump on a Yuma. Schofield comes in with a hook shot in the cogs to hold them back. Schofield will fall for sure. Yuma, though, with that play from Schofield, should be able to get out. Did cost him his BKB, though. Had to use it.
85 seconds, no BKB. No one's in.
Gonna have the buyback coming straight away from Schofield. Does not want to allow P-Vision to get away with that.
He's got another Roar. He still has that at the ready, and double BKB if he wants to have it for the side of no one. Forcing a buyback again. That's 2 from Schofield.
Yeah, the gold difference starting to look
growing.
Pretty crazy now. 20k gold advantage here for P-Vision 37 minutes in.
Satanic is getting close to being maxed out too. He's got to believe the Daedalus finished up. His Ag is going to get consumed too. He is massive, and there's that's the Scotty's finished up now too for 9 class. These supports, I say supports, these cores now on P-Vision are cores as well.
Absolutely, I mean, 9 class, he's definitely not got any problem with this thing going on. He's more than happy to get to the stage where he might just be 6-slotted as well.
Heroic has to do something chaotic, and that's what they're looking for here. Smoking out, there's no Dark Ascension, there's no nighttime, so looking to perhaps take advantage of that here. But P-Vision are all so far back.
This could be a bit risky, stepping out on the map like this.
They're not even going to find Ducalis down here, who's just farming in a
Do they find
very
anyone?
interesting spot.
Even if they get up here onto Satanic, it's going to be tough to take him down before
Не, ну
backup
что-то
is
Сатаник прям не
Yuma
дофармливает.
also
Так
has
мало
no
крипов.
BKB, so it's 15 seconds on cooldown if they can
Once
wait
the
for
Wisdom, he's going to get it.
Satanic.
They're going to make the jump. They're going to see if they can try and burst him. The damage is stacking up. It's enough.
They got him.
They've killed him off. But the Roar comes in. P-Vision ready to punish. Yuma is going to be able to jump away from now. Refreshers pop. Whisper holding back no one, though. Will give the chance for Yuma to continue to retreat. It looks like they're going to get away with it. They're going to try and go for more. The Boundless Strike will stop Yuma from getting his hands onto no one.
What a play from the split second. He was a split second from getting that infest off and perhaps surviving.
And it's such a risky time, as you said, to have the foresight to go for that play, despite the fact that your own carry, his BKB was still on cooldown. That could have gone horribly wrong, but they get away with it and take away at least a 5k gold. You know, sort of lead that P-Vision did have. They're down to 15k.
And Owen, look what just spawned. Roche is up. It's 60 seconds without the Lifestealer. If they're able to scout that, be absolutely massive for Heroic. What a heads-up play. And I think that's, honestly, that might just be how they have to play for this game. They can't just, like, sit back. They kind of have to do these chaotic plays and find this Lifestealer.
Right. So
very
they
nice
keep this
play.
up here, Heroic. P-Vision next time round, they're definitely going to make sure that the backup is ready if Satanic does get caught, even in the deeper areas of their map.
Oh, and they're going to get, it looks like 2 T2s and maybe even that Roche if they do back up for it right away. They scout it.
And you've got to imagine again, when you go for that play and you carry Yuma still at the BKB on cooldown, that was probably Yuma making that call, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's
It definitely feels like Yuma being that sort of solid rock that's bringing the team together.
High risk, high
giving them
reward.
a chance here in what so far looks to be a very difficult game still for Heroic. They'll finish the Roche. Aegis here for Yuma.
They killed it before it could shift sides too, so a good aggressive play there coming out from Heroic. A massive turnaround.
Yeah, they're coming back swinging here, Heroic.
Almost have completely recovered this game just off that one move, finding Satanic. A 10,000 gold swing. Level 26 now for the Ursa. He's actually gone for the double Earth Shock, which I feel like most times we see the overpower lately, but yeah, an interesting little adaptation also for him. Maybe just wanted to have that extra bit of enrage too is going to be nice for these fights.
A big step up in damage output also for Heroic. The Plasma now online for Analog. And this is the thing, right? Whilst there's been a little bit of a difference between the carries that Yuma has now pretty much closed against that of Satanic. Now, when you look at the other cores,
they're catching
it's pretty
up.
even.
It is.
We have Analog pretty much in the same position as no one. And DM and Whisper, they're in a very similar situation gold-wise as well. Overall, the majority of that difference, it's between the supports.
Exactly, so. And Yuma now, a full another item picked up. He's got the Swift Blink. They have the luxury of the 4 minutes with this Aegis. And they have this Refresher Shard on Whisper. This Refresher Shard could just change everything too, right? If he gets a double bite, full duration on the core.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That gives more than enough time for Yuma to kill anyone that Whisper's got his hands on.
And yeah, Cheese, right? Cheese for the puck. He essentially has a second life to protect versus that Nullifier combo that can come out from the Night Stalker.
I mean, looks like
Owen, we're in for a treat here.
They're not afraid to fight still, even though this Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard is on Heroic's side. They've smoked up themselves, and they're ready to try and get the jump.
They spent their gold too. No buyback on DM. No buyback on Satanic.
Well, let's see what they do here. They find Yuma with the Nullifier. Jump in from Whisper, though. He will miss the hook. 9 class. He's going to get the hook shot in the face here by Schofield. Caught to the side. That's 9 class gone. Back in the midst of the fight. Whisper will fall. Analog. He's going to try and push forward. Phase shift just in time before the Roar was going to be coming in from no one. And now Yuma makes the jump forward. Looks to Dakalis, but the 4-star gets Dakalis back to safety. Buybacks now coming out from both sides.
Analog's alive.
Phase shifts there just in time. Analog, can he jump out of this one? He cannot. He'll get the coil off, but Analog's gone. And that probably should be the cue for Heroic to get out of it.
Trying to disengage, but looking to reset. Yuma's thinking about it.
He's considering. He's under this Observer Ward from P-Vision, though. They're going to set down further vision, knowing that Heroic will trying to look for this risky play. They do get the D-Ward, though, so Heroic, they're going to know the P-Vision was maybe prepared for this.
It's eyes on Whisper. He did use the buyback in this fight.
DM. And 9 class just sort of stepping forward. Heroic. They made the call to back off. I think as soon as they sort of popped the sentry down, saw that P-Vision had vision on Yuma maybe trying to get back in at the end of that fight, they kind of called it. They said, we don't want to go for this anymore.
Whisper dies with almost getting nothing off. He got his BKB off, but wasn't able to get the secondary one, got completely locked down. And then Analog, he jumps in to try to help his buddy. I think he uses Cheese and gets Greater Healing Lotus and still can't reset and get out of that fight. So still getting tripped up by the silence. Even with all these defensive tools that he's tried to go for, no BKB, no way to just prevent it completely.
Yeah, now P-Vision, they're going to be more than happy to try and look for the play there. I mean, we saw them not afraid to fight and being able to kind of come out even on the results of that little bit of a skirmish. Now that there's no Aegis, no Cheese on Heroic, P-Vision, they're absolutely going to want to try and go again. To the side, Schofield, he'll get the setup, catch the two of them in the cogs, he'll die for this, but Yuma's able to get the jump, they get the dismembering onto DM.
He's gone for 90.
Schofield happily trading his life there for the core of P-Vision.
And it's the gem as well, too, so a big pickup. Great connection there from Schofield. I don't even think that was the initial target that he wanted. That hook shot actually hits the smoke target that was blocking Ducalis. Nice little pickup there from Schofield again.
No doubt about it. Even though P-Vision have maintained the lead for the majority of this game, they're definitely going to feel shaken up a little bit with how well Heroic has proven to be able to hold the game, punch back.
I mean, and Yuma just continues to just play almost flawless. Like he's 7-0-3. He's truly being the rock for the team.
That's pretty insane. Yeah, if you consider sort of the amount of action that's been starting to go on in these later stages, the fact that they've not been able to get this Ursa at all is rather remarkable.
Doing a great job of keeping that core-to-core matchup versus this Lifestealer.
Yeah.
That's why they wanted it. That's why they wanted this last pick, as we do see Heroic smoked up again. Still 30 seconds, no Night Stalker.
And I guess this is the thing as well for Yuma, why it's working so well for him in these fights. He's just got so many heroes around him that are more than happy to throw their own lives into the front lines, right? You got Whisper jumping in, Analog ready to make these aggressive moves straight underneath the entire team of P-Vision, and Schofield always ready to initiate with a hook shot. So with all this stuff being thrown at P-Vision, it's very difficult for them to isolate and deal with the bear.
And he's not the one getting silenced, right? It's the Night Stalkers having to go for the puck. Because if Analog gets left alone in these fights, Analog might run rampant. So, yeah, it's a good way that they've been balancing off of each other of who tanks which spells. Lucio Rowan still looking for potentially another play, but not going to be the case. Schofield just has to continue hugging Yuma. And he is just, using this Aghanims to just scout tree lines.
Yep.
Every single time he can, he's shooting the rockets, looking for 9 class.
Well, it's doing a lot. I mean, it's definitely, as I say, getting closer to that period of the game where the greediness of the clock definitely feels good. You're happy to have him on the team.
BKB also finished up for KJ, so that Frostbite, or that Freezing Field is going to start having some impact as well, too.
A lot of money on no one. What do you think he's considering next? 5.7K coming up in the bank for the Beastmaster.
That's a good question, because they already have the AC. He already has... Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
Could you look for a Hex, or does a Hex not really do too much?
I think Hex is probably the best one. I was thinking Hex or maybe even just Linken's to protect and block this Abyssal Blade in particular on a core, but...
That's true. Maybe help someone kind of for the dismember efforts, right?
Yeah, because there's a couple of different single target abilities that can be very annoying this game, so
like
he's got options. I'm not too sure, though. I think he's also debating which one is best so far. This gold lead, it's been kind of sitting at a similar amount for a lot of this game,
really
but
has.
Heroic has been able to play around that beautifully.
And it does feel like each time that P-Vision's had the lead, they haven't really left their side of the map too much.
True. Yeah.
They're very much holding back, seemingly sort of waiting until they themselves have kind of like these 6-slotted, maybe, as we said, the 6-slotted supports like 9 class. You know, he's very close to having that BKB on top of the Diffusal and Skadi.
Just having more difficulties getting the scouting that they did earlier on. They're gonna go for another smoke play, looking for something here. No one still has not used his gold, but he will he will be able to boots of travel and buy back into the team fight. So maybe that's just the thing that he's prioritizing most.
Sure. I mean, he should still have a little bit of money on top of that, but indeed maybe not quite enough to pick up a full item. So really considering his options.
It's probably just in case he has to buy boots of travel 2 and rejoin the fight rather than just bots 1. It could be something along those lines as we do see the fight coming toward this top left side.
There we go.
The Rockets will give some information.
Heroic, no, the P-Vision's coming for them.
Whisper on the front.
Shot off the mark. And there's the BKB, no one. It's going to make the jump in. They're going to try and go all out in onto Whisper. Bound is dragging the side, holds down the glove, but there's Yuma jumping in, looking for DM. DM's able to get out to safety, though.
Whisper's gone.
He's got to back up now with his teammates dead and the BKB and Enrage coming to an end for the Ursa. He's got to run. King Jungles will put the BKB, but the physical damage tears him apart. P-Vision coming out on top and maybe not even done yet. They've still got their eyes on Analog. He'll get the phase shift off. So if he can jump out of this one, he can't at all. P-Vision take down the 4 of them.
He spent his gold on the puck, too.
I mean, they all have
destroyed.
No buybacks available here on the 4 dead on Heroic. This could hurt them big time. Only Yuma alive. We'll see how much P-Vision's able to take away from them.
This could just be a Rax without the other 2 cores available. Yuma's got his work cut out for him. The Dream start to the fight for P-Vision. They kill the Pudge. He gets nothing off. Whisper, I believe he gets a bite off at the end, but the damage is already done there. Complete chaos coming out from Heroic, and P-Vision just playing the fight beautifully. Look at DM even hiding Yuma around during that coil.
Absolutely, yeah, just too slippery, too fast. Can't stay on top of the Night Stalker there in that situation, Yuma. It's P-Vision. Here comes the push up to the base of Heroic. Let's see how much they can take away from them.
It's at least 1 set.
It's tier 3. And the barracks gone. Still a painful amount of time for Heroic where they're going to have to sit back without the presence of Whisper or Analog for the defense.
They'll pop the glyph here. So 30 seconds without the puck. They need every single one of their elements.
There's no way the 3 of them are going to try and make a move without the 5-man alive. So they've got to let a second set go on.
All right, this could be 3 sets. They've got to defend soon.
P-Vision with the patience and lead that they've had this game. Finally finding this huge opportunity to absolutely demolish the base of Heroic. Schofield's going to try for something. Yuma's going to go for it, but the Raw's there.
Invest.
I'll get the Enrage off Yuma. Has to start backing away, though. as the BKB begins to fall off. P-Vision, they've got the damage done. They've taken the barracks all the way from Heroic. The mega creeps are out.
Heroic have done such a good job through the majority of this game to hang on, but hang on it just was, it seems, as P-Vision now mega creeps, and a huge opportunity as now Roche will also spawn. They're hitting their element. Yuma, as we said, still yet to die, but can't do it on his own.
I mean, they're trying to head out.
P-Vision.
It's been hit by a scan, though, so P-Vision know that Heroic are going to maybe try and make this last-ditch attempt outside of the base.
And they've just got this Dominator up on the high ground giving information as well. How do you approach this fight as Heroic?
It's so hard. In particular, it's 4v5. You don't have Schofield ready to sort of throw himself in and disrupt the action with a hook shot and a cogs.
I think they might have to do that, though, and I think they can't approach these fights normally. They kind of have to get the initiation.
They've got eyes on DM, but instantly out with a blink. Yuma's going to try and chase. We'll get the Abyssal connection. Whisper jumps in as well, but DM is going to get forced away. Coil will catch on to a refresher spot as Yuma stays on top of DM, is able to kill him off. Pudge in trouble, though. Whisper controlled here by Satanic. They'll get the buyback coming in. King Jungles will live for now, but Satanic jumps forward, takes him down. Yuma having to run with the last few seconds of the BKB, but P-Vision will stay on top of him. His Earthshock's down to the low ground, but the Abyssal from DM is back up. Yuma's dead. Triple kill for Satanic. Heroic, they tried to go for that last attempt. It does not work out. This Roshan, and very likely the game fogged, it's going to be P-Vision's.
They tried to do the chaos play, but they did not have the numbers. Everyone just buys back. The targets that they prioritize, DM's like, I can throw my life, buys back, rejoins it immediately. The Ursa dies for the first time in this game, but as you said, it could be that nail in the coffin. He has buyback.
He does.
But let's see if they can even hang on here.
Whisper, though, does not. Still, yeah, 350 gold away from having the buyback on Pudge, so we'll just be with the four of them. And trying to hold against P-Vision now seems pretty impossible as they're on to the tier 4s. Aegis on no one, refresher shot on 9 class. P-Vision, they're ready to lay down the Wukong's command. Try and enter Yuma, he's in with the jump. They're trying to burst the Lifestealer. Satanic is going to get hit, but again by another match. You'll get him with the Infest. Survives, heals up. They take down the bear, and with that, the tier 4s continue to remain exposed. This game is over. GG is called. P-Vision will take the first game.
The economy war, I mean, P-Vision playing the map as they do, as we've seen them do so much this tournament. It works again. Heroic, they really tried their best getting these type of chaotic plays, which absolutely worked at least 1 or 2 scenarios, but overall, P-Vision, they had a pretty good grasp in a lot of this game.
Yeah, the lead was just too much for Heroic to deal with. They just needed to find more of those plays. We just saw such a long period of this game where P-Vision, they really were a step ahead, and to a putt that was going to be expected because of how strong the Vision game was going to be from P-Vision.
Absolutely. I mean, the Night Stalker in particular, this last pick that they were able to grab up really was such a nuisance for something like Analog in particular. And DM, he had a crazy good game. So see what they do to adjust.
Absolutely. Great play and great patience from P-Vision in that game to maintain the lead and know that when they go for that killing blow, it's a successful one. Game 1 to P-Vision.
And it was a great game for P-Vision here, right? If you're there in the arena cheering for them, you're so happy with how this one looked. It felt like just every core was having the time of their life, Lacoste.
Yeah, beautiful execution of a strategy coming out from P-Vision in this game number 1. We were wondering, you know, whether there's going to be some nerves kicking in. They're playing in front of the crowd, the 3 new players at TI stage, but they don't really feel like it. It feels like this is their home, and they're playing it extremely well. You did mention the 3 cores. I love the synergy between them. I like how both supports are kind of allowing them to play their own type of a game. We saw so many early rotations. Beastmaster keeping in, making sure that they're going to be Whisper. And also with this Beastmaster, like usually you don't see it from the mid lane nowadays anymore. It is still a good mix, but they realize that they can pick this Lifestealer as well and combine it with the Night Stalker overall aspect, and now you have overall better vision with the Monkey King, the Night Stalker as well. It's very difficult to fight with them.
Yeah, well, we want to focus on those rotations, right? Because we're talking about how good no one was rotating to help that safe lane of the duo with Satanic there on the Lifestealer. But something that's more important that we're not really seeing too often is actually carries themselves rotating through the portal, right? We saw Yuma do that one quite early, Jenkins.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like this is the Yuma rotation. He does it in almost every game, where he comes through the portal sometime after 5 minutes, and he gets a very important kill here because Whisper was struggling against Lifestealer. They pick Ursa to counter the Lifestealer, and it almost worked. Like, he didn't die until like very late into the game, where they had to literally throw like 3 heroes' deaths into buybacks in order to kite out all of Yuma's abilities in BKB, and then they finally killed him, like at the very end of the game.
But I also felt like P-Vision did a good job exposing the weakness of Pudge as a core, right? Because the hero doesn't push out lanes quickly, and because he had a bad start, it's really difficult for him to recover. And you see, like throughout I'm sure there are more clips later, they couldn't really push the wave out, and they're constantly getting ganked by the Monkey King because he's giving vision. So I think Astini said, he wanted to give them their best strat, but he had a way to deal with it. He knew that Pudge is not strong because he can't really push waves, and it's really important that your cores are able to push waves out. And Puck couldn't also push waves because he got countered by the Night Stalker.
Oh, I have an idea. Something that can push waves? Pudge Helm Dom. So you can block your own hook.
Okay, back to retirement home with you. All right, look, guys, we're going to look at that Vision game specifically with the Monkey King, the Night Stalker. We said the lineup was big, but seeing it in action and exactly how they're able to utilize it is a whole different thing.
Yeah, 9class is just being himself, being super annoying. Look at him dodging the ganks. This is 3 heroes, so there's going to be a hook, there's going to be another hook shot that they're trying to go for, and he's still going to be escaping, lurking around the 14-minute mark, trying to go for the Wisdom Shrine, and he's just going to be staying around. So he came back, and what he did is he provided vision for Schofield. You can see that he's buying time, he drops down. It feels like he's going to die, but they also understand that they can help him out. The rest of the team, after he provided vision, they're going to be helping him. He gets a really good boundless strike, and in the end, he doesn't even die. But this is what he does the best. Like, he's very annoying, and there's going to be another situation where he gets initiated on, again, providing info for the team to see where the heroes are, which allows others to play much more safe, and then you have him escaping with the shard. Plus, also, we got to point out the Night Stalker. Like, he's really, really good. He's going for the Nullifier as well. Didn't have it in this fight, but it also completely ruins what he wants to do with Ursa. It's good against Pavis on Crystal Maiden, good against this 4-staff / Hurricane Pike on Puck. They understand how to itemize correctly, and 9class standout player for a good reason.
It is a really big deal against, especially like Heroic in an Ursa lineup, to waste time like that, to waste these smokes of deceits, because you end up in these games where like you have a timing, you have like Ursa BKB, something like that, and you just legitimately don't have any smokes because you've spent so many of them, like smokes being broken, or a Monkey King, jumps in, makes some, like, waste some time in the early game. Like, these things really matter in a game like this, especially when you're the team that is trying to create chaos.
And this kind of happened during the game when they traded Tormentor for the first Roshan. So the Ursa got the first Roshan, but he couldn't really push the map, for advantages because they were constantly chasing around the monkey. He was pressuring them. The map was pushed out. They just basically couldn't really do anything with the first Aegis.
They just blocked. They just blocked every play from Heroic.
They couldn't progress on the map, and I felt like that was a huge problem in the game for Heroic.
Yeah, and I think they also understood the fact that, okay, Roche, that's going to be an objective early that Heroic are going to be really strong at, right? You kind of want to give it away, but things and objectives that aren't as easy to give away, look, cost, is these Wisdom Shrines, right? You want to be able to take them away from your opponent as often as possible, and we normally see early fights around it, but in this one, we saw that later 27, 28-minute fight around it.
Yeah, they understand that they want to take it away, and this is the fight where Night Stalker does have Nullifier available, so it's going to be very difficult for Ursa to play the game. You remove his overpower, which means that he's not going to be having enough damage, and he's going to be running in, providing vision one more time. We've seen so many Infest bombs in this game because you have both Beastmaster and Night Stalker ready to jump in with the Infest, so in the end, they're going to be stealing the Wisdom Shrine, and Night Stalker, in this one, it turns into daytime. His ulti just ended, but he's still going to be using Nullifier before he dies, making sure that the Ursa is not going to be able to do much, but Yuma, man, I gotta say, he had a perfect game. It doesn't get better than this. We said that he's playing the tournament of his life so far. Dying first time 50 minutes into the game. He was very slippery, even though he played into a really difficult matchup. You're playing into Beastmaster, you're playing into Night Stalker. These are not the matchup that he likes to play into.
I mean, even Lifestealer with the Ags, we talked about it. Like, you can kite out the Ursa in Rage with the Lifesteal Ags. You infest, and it's not affected by status resistance, so it's not exactly the matchup that it was before. We did see, like, one time, I think, or a couple times, like, he was able to do a lot of damage. Right here, for example, like, finally you get this, BKB Piercing Disable from Whisper. Obviously, Pudge does not do enough damage to kill a Lifestealer, but Ursa's like, okay, don't mind if I do. And this is where I think a lot of people were thinking, like, are they doing it? Are they coming back? But more annoying P-Vision shenanigans, like able to slowly kite everything out and only lose Satanic there. I think this is something that they're very good at, is when they do lose a hero, they will retreat tactically. You know, they, as Astini said, will throw once per game, and so they're very good at making sure that that throw does not end up throwing the entire game.
It happens, they recognize and they're like, okay guys, that was the one, now we just have to go back, reset, wait until Saitama
Right, it's
comes
like
up.
we've done this so many times at this point.
Yeah, something else for this game that interested me was the buybacks. Normally people are holding it, right? When we get past that 35, closer to the 40-minute aspect of the game, everyone's very hesitant or reserved Winter to just immediately buy back. They kind of want to hold it and they wait until that high ground is being pressured. But for P-Vision, it's like, yeah, the Ursa killed 4 of us, let's all just buy back, kill him, and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, the buyback part is something that you have to really understand as a team, like how to use it. Having the buyback is not just like, oh, I'm going to say buyback, but you don't really plan how to use it.